Make sure that it's on. Sometimes I will go to broadcast and it will be like, nope, fail. Oh, yep, I'm here. Yay! Sometimes I will.
Hello, all you happy people.
Let's get this. Nothing better than hearing myself.
Want to listen to this?
Who has a good friend named Dooley? Who managed Bobby and Condry? Who managed Stanley and Dr. Tom? Who's sick and tired of Kenny Olivier? Everyone knows it's corny.
Such a catchy song.
Who took a shoe ball off of the scaffolding? Who bled a gusher in a white suit? Who said Ronnie Garvin went up like the Challenger? Everyone knows it's corny.
It's Jim Cornette's drive-through. He'll answer questions from you. And he wants the pony too. Thank you, fuck you, and bye.
Well, I'm sorry, motherfucker. I thought the thank you was... I said thank you. Apparently you thought the fuck you was for you. Okay, bye. I said bye. Damn. Thank you, fuck you, bye.
Love that shit.
One of them's for you. Pick one. Apparently you picked the fuck you. I guess you thought you deserved it.
I am your host, the great Brian Last, and I'll be
Cornet.
asking your questions of this man, the star of the drive-thru, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, you said fuck you.
What
I
in the
also said
French
thank you and bye too. Which one did you pick? Since you here first. I ain't talking about any of them other ones. I love you, Cornette. Listen.
If man is still alive, if woman can survive, we may find. What are you doing, Brian? Are you still high? I am not still high. I'm trying to get... Are you impaired? Some people are correct.
Yeah, you got high and watched wrestling the other night. It was great.
Sometimes you may want to know the date of the recording.
Put this up here.
What with that? This is audio. This is not
even
real. This is something that's transported about the interwebs by some unknown modern technology. They can't really, they can listen to it, but they can't collect it. How are they going to put this podcast on their shelf or in their cabinet or in their collectibles unit? It's a way to stamp this for history. Never happened. Later on today, there's no set of incidents on your house, and you're screaming at people on the street, and someone throws a rock and it hits you in the head, you go to the hospital. This would be a document of the last thing you did before that incident.
True, and you know people hate you for that, like fucking hell.
Stephen P. New introducing Cornette's proof that I didn't have the brain damage.
That's right.
Wait a minute. I'm not sure that Stephen P. New would introduce one of our programs into open court as evidence that neither one of us had brain damage. So, man, there might be a flaw in that. Why do you want somebody to beat me in the head with a rock?
It's gonna happen.
It's not that I want that. It's just I'm trying to get rid of these. I'm looking at the likely conclusion. Just had the yard cleaned up. The only thing in it was a fucking Ford Mustang.
You're fucking Mustang people.
I didn't want to get into this. Now, this is your show, and I don't mean to presuppose to just run off with it and steer the top of your conversation, because you are the host here. I am merely the expert guest. But there is a companion piece to this, because, you know, I've mentioned on the experience at least, and I'm sure I mentioned it last week also, Bree at the post office was on vacation last week. Went down with her fiance, financier, to the Great Smoky Mountains down in Gatlinburg. Had a wonderful time. Getting away from it all out in the mountains. Had a cabin, possibly a bear on their deck at night. They couldn't see well enough, but there were footsteps. But anyway, so this was her this morning. I do more before podcast time than most people do all day, Brian. I've already been to the post office and shipped out another 75 packages to the waiting Cornets Collectibles customers. The action figure update will come.
Targets are up.
But anyway, it's the first time I've seen her in a week, so I tell her the story of the white Ford Mustang that ended up on my fence. And besides laughing, she also has the wide eyes because she, well, let me tell you what, guess what happened to Bree this past weekend? The first day she gets back home to beautiful downtown Louisville, Kentucky, she and her boyfriend are in their vehicle, not sure what she's driving, and they're sitting ready to make a turn onto the interstate from the road that they're on, and he looks up in his rearview mirror and bam, he sees an accident behind them. A red Ford Mustang runs into somebody, and I was trying to, because, you know, she's got a mask on and I got the mask on, and the post office was loud this morning. There was some grumbling about a package over on one of the other windows. So I'm trying to hear all the details, but the point is, regardless of what the other car was, what happened to it, this red Ford Mustang plows into this guy, and the Mustang's airbags deploy. And the guy driving the Mustang gets out and his nose is bleeding because he just been hit in the fucking face.
Enemy dropping
Every time I see those airbags, I'm thinking, how is this fucking safer? This goddamn giant fucking pneumatic explosive device bursts out of your steering wheel and bashes you in the fucking face. But nevertheless, that's what happened to this guy. He's got a bloody nose. So, as they're sitting waiting to make this turn, he's looking and he's called her attention to it, and she looks around. The guy has gotten out of the Mustang and seen the other, whoever the fuck that was lost in the end of the other conversation. Whether it was a man or a woman. And what just then, their light is turning. Well, they can't hold up, you know, more traffic, so they're turning get on the ramp to the interstate. And within about 10 seconds or less, he looks at me, he says there, hey, look at this shit. Which is never a good thing you want to hear when you're getting on the interstate. Hey, look at this shit.
Gas is closing in.
The guy's back in the Mustang, and he is fleeing the scene with his airbag deployed.
Got a runner.
He's driving up, he's pulled out, and he is turning, he's turned left, not obviously stopping for the string of traffic. He's jumping in the line at the turn to get on the interstate, and he's coming up to the left-hand side of a ramp. You can visualize this, right? He's coming up to the left of the traffic on the emergency side of the ramp, and he's picking up speed. And they're like, what the fuck? So he says, call 911.
Okay.
And she's getting on the phone as this guy flies past them. They get the license number. And it shouldn't really be hard to track this fucking guy down anyway, because he's got an airbag deployed.
He's fucking driving in a broken car.
He's like missing half of his car is off. He's missing half of the front of his car. So this fucking guy's getting on the fucking interstate driving a half a car. And she gets the 911 and gives them the scoop, and just then this guy, you know, jumps out through the traffic, and he takes off going 100 miles an hour. Well, apparently, as well as her working at the post office, her boyfriend is some governmental person that they got a police scanner, and they turn the scanner gimmick on, and they're listening to this now.
Lady on the corner.
However you find, I guess you know how to find things like that when you have police scanner. But anyway, this guy's already blown past them and gone, so they have to listen to it on the radio. But the resolution of this thing was the guy got off way down the interstate into a residential neighborhood. Who knows if he was trying to go home or what he was trying to do. But also, here's another thing. This was an older, I don't know what it is about these people driving his Mustangs, but this was an older Mustang. And Bree knows more about cars than I do, which you could take what I know about cars and shove them up shit stain's ass, and you still have room for the car.
Right.
But she said if the airbag deploys, maybe you know this. You're a man of the world, Brian. Does the power steering lock up? If the power steering disables, if you're on some of the newer models, she said this is a thing.
It's not supposed to go.
I have no idea. Yeah, no, well, and you're completely useless for the purpose of this scenario. So we'll continue on.
I'm a man of the world.
So anyway, the point is this guy's cutting off in a residential neighborhood, but he's only driving half a car to begin with, and he's been going 100 miles an hour on the interstate. Who knows what condition his tires are in? And he apparently, in this neighborhood, loses control and wipes out about 8 or 10 mailboxes.
Y'all come back down here.
And proceeds to get in a fight with the guy, the homeowner that he's come to represent. And the guy beat him up. The homeowner beat him up and held him down until the cops got there and arrested him for his rampage, his crime spree. What is it about these people driving these Mustangs?
Enemy team is tracking your position.
There's some problems in the nation, or at least
apparently
Jefferson County.
Well, the last program we talked about these drug-addicted bank robbers or bank-addicted drug robbers. Now it's these Mustang-addicted crash makers. I don't know. Anyway, we mentioned an action figure update. Let me go ahead and just shoehorn this. It is your show. But let me just get that in just to get it out of the way. We have started on the orders for individual figures. As I've mentioned before, the if you ordered domestically a 2-pack of figures and nothing else, those are all in the mail, folks. And now we're over the next week, we will be concentrating on I'm using the royal we now. I will be concentrating on the single figures domestically, and a bunch of those already went out this morning. And then by next week, we're going to be working on the domestics of people who ordered figures and some other item of merchandise. And we're in an orderly fashion, we're working through all this. So thank you for nobody can help the need to get jobs. There's no place else to get this stuff.
Gas is closing in. Relocate to the safe zone.
But they're coming. But this is your program.
It is. You said that a few times now.
All right.
And the question,
where you want to go? Yes. We have questions.
Yeah, many questions.
Well, before you ask any of them, I do have this one email. Because this is it has to do with something we were talking about on the which is my show.
I passed
so I wanted to do a follow-up on this before I turn it over to you, because this is your show. Okay, you know old Mark Carano got canned from his talent relations position.
I know they can twist them. I know that.
What is going to be known as the trash bag incident. But,
that Mickey James all
as we talked about it, and look it up, folks, the experience from this past week. If you
haven't already heard any rehired him.
Conversation there, but number one, they fired him and a bunch of other people, and this sounds like real good timing for changes they were going to make. Anyway, but otherwise, I didn't know anything about Mark Carano besides the interaction I had with him at the Hall of Fame in 2017. I said, Jesus Christ, I've never, when I worked for him full time, I was never treated with such respect and qualitiness and everything. What, you know, just, I wouldn't ask for anything, but they would, are you okay? Do you need anything? Would you like a water? Whatever, right? But anyway, I did get an email, Brian, from a there's going to be no names and no clues otherwise than this is a person who worked
and they had that little prison
in the WWE that would have been around Mark Carano quite a bit.
Yeah, Carano.
And we'll just leave it there.
Fuck Carano. No one likes that guy.
I listened to your podcast about Carano.
Talk about total abuse of power.
Of shit.
See, here we go. Here we go.
I worked with him, redacted. And he would suck everybody's dick and talk shit. Real scumbag. He catered to you because you're you and he's a Mark. And Mark was in capitals.
Right.
He wants so badly to be one of the boys, but he went about it the wrong way. Entitled, power-drunk piece of shit.
Power-drunk.
You'd be hard-pressed to find any of the boys he dealt with who liked or had any respect for him.
Right. No friend.
Wow.
Not there to make friends.
Punk was able to break away from his schedule to write that.
Don't quit now. Do not start unfounded. That is not that person. Don't start any unfounded rumors. But let's just, this is a person who's opinion I would consider valid about most things. So
well,
it's
it's an
just
insider
somebody
he
else's opinion,
protected.
some
You didn't want to
nameless
give him
opinion
the
out
right
there.
to some nameless opinion.
Anyway, it's your program.
It's my program, and we have a lot of questions, of course, sent
Sincerely, VKF.
to
Twitter to many different
Check your gear and
places.
weapons. Planes are making ready for deployment.
Some people even complain that they don't get their questions on the air. Maybe we're going to do a special at the end of the show. If it happened
Well,
to
they
you,
probably got millions
where
of
we will
listeners.
pick your question and
Why
tell you
is-
why.
Oh, I hear the same question from Charlie all the goddamn time. Mark says Charlie doesn't exist and that's them making up
I should
stuff.
take a picture of it and tweet it so that people know that it is actually happening.
Right.
Hashtag it can happen to you with that hashtag. The main thing being hashtag. I
Hashtag
didn't
it
use the
could
hashtag.
happen to
I
you.
just said
The ego on the
you
corner.
bitch. It can. You know what? It might happen to you here in a minute if you keep
that.
stealing my shit. Come up with your
Oh,
own
man.
shit. This is your show. You should determine the
Can't
direction
tell
of
you
it.
anymore.
Let me ask you
Now,
this.
practice.
Did
Time
you
for the
watch
real
the
thing.
Roddy Piper biography last night on 8?
You know what? I forgot to set the DVR for it. I really wanted to watch it. I got to find a way to have to get another video. See it, but I got that.
I'm going to rerun these things 15 times a day. They've already... As a matter of fact,
I don't typically open the A&E
Fight
for about
38 fucking times. Every
watch a lot
bullet
of
hit.
A&E.
Full hour workout, alright? You now have 37
well,
fucking holes legitimately in
and all
you.
kinds of things.
Yeah,
That's
not
that.
well.
Battle Royale.
But no, there
Not
are
that
Gas is approaching your
biographies
position.
for
Move
one.
to the
It's
safe
a
zone.
valid show.
Like,
It's a
nah, man, just gotta wait
long-running,
30 seconds to
highly popular
Oh,
show.
full hell.
They didn't just all start up doing wrestling,
Cool.
but A&E's a fine network. They use their left and right turn indicators.
Yeah, I
but
know.
anyway,
It's a
no,
teacher.
you were going to watch it. I know you were, and then you forgot. Because you got too many things going on, but they have taken over A&E Network practically because the Austin
they took it
biography
over.
from last
Are you
week was
kidding me?
run again from 6
probably
to 8
owns
Eastern, and then
A&E. They're doing
Piper Phase 10,
documentaries now through A&E. Where the fuck are you?
and the Treasure Show, and the Treasure Show was rerun
They
from
don't have
last
to do
week.
their own
And,
documentaries.
I
They're
did
doing
not
it
watch
through
the
A&E.
Treasure Show
A
because
place
I
that's
went
literally
sleep.
respected
As a
for
matter
their
of fact, I had to watch
documentaries.
the last 30 minutes of Roddy today.
You like
because I was
doing that
trying
vice
to stay.
shit?
I would go to sleep on the last
Keep
half
it up,
hour. I'd
Cornet.
wake up and it
Hey,
just
look at that,
finished, and
though.
I'd run it back on the DVR, and I'd start playing it, and I'd wake up again. I did that like 3 times, and finally said, fuck it, I'll do it tomorrow. But that's because I'm old. And I had a big day of finger packing.
You say first
Those fingers need to be packed.
You know, with that Treasure Show,
big
I
here,
DVR'd the first one. I forgot to DVR also that one. But I was find a way to catch it. One of the wrestling historians and wrestling collectors out there texted me after the first one, the Mick Foley episode. Apparently they went to some wrestling collector's house to get the memorabilia. And this well-known wrestling collector
manufacturing
texted me, who the
shit.
fuck is this
You
guy?
really think that they kept the stocks from
So
the
I don't even know who
90s?
these people are.
Who the fuck is this guy? And I love the New York
I love
grammar
that
up there.
fucking
No, well, they
Go
have
right to
found,
that
because
Hey, I'm
for
out
their
here, bro.
purposes of
You
that
see that
program,
I
they
got accurate.
wrestling collectors are people who collect modern WWE memorabilia.
Okay.
Whereas,
That guy, accurate.
for purposes of older, more serious, more broad historians such as ourselves, who are you calling a
I
broad?
wish I had 100% accuracy.
We consider people like the gentleman that you're speaking of a
Magnet
collector because they
full
have
of
things of all the
If you
world
survive,
wrestling,
you earn
the
your
vintage
freedom.
items, modern things, different genres and countries and etc.
You can
and not
practice
just,
your aim while you wait.
you know,
Taunting your enemy is an
fucking
effective
Billy
way to
Guns
get
tube
inside
tops
their
from
heads.
the
So
Attitude
well
Era.
played.
So,
That's what I'm saying.
you snob.
Yeah, right?
Fight started.
Do you
It's
think
very
they're setting up?
pretentious
Is this
if you
seriously
believe
setting
that.
up a Hall of Fame? They're going around
Yes,
collecting
they're
all these
setting
things
up a Hall of
to put
Fame.
them in the
They're
warehouse?
gonna put it in,
Like,
they're
that's not
gonna
a good
take
ending
everything
to the
out their
show.
warehouse and they're gonna make a
We want to buy
legitimate
this from
building.
you so we can just put it someplace that no one will ever see it.
Well, I did hear also from a couple people that a couple of the more serious collectors that they contacted. The problem with that is that I know,
Win
Put
here
it
and you
in
and I
return to
won't
the front line.
out those
You
people
lose,
either,
your
but I
fight
know
is
a couple
over.
of different real serious collectors that they contacted.
Sort them out
that
or
wouldn't
capture
sell
the
shit.
objective.
No,
See,
people
they're
won't
real
come in.
serious. They don't
Are you
want to sell
kidding me? They're
this
a
shit.
collector.
And they were offering some
Collector for a
stupid
reason.
money for things
Well,
that they
you
wanted
eat
because
for
it's a
souls
television show. It's the
from
same
that.
thing as they don't
Okay,
really.
dollars.
Apparently now we've
From
found out the
that.
storage wars is a work, and they don't really pay those thousands of dollars for that either. But
You gave them a copy
You
sword.
want to get
Stand by for
just
redeployment.
tell them that Tony
Good
Khan
luck
offered
with
you
that.
something.
Enemy team is tracking your position.
I just got out the fucking gulag and the traffic.
Anyway, so if we'll talk about the treasure show, because I haven't watched that either. We'll talk about that this week if there was anything going on. But as far as the Roddy biography, I want to talk about it for a minute here today, and then you'll just have to catch up when you can, because I loved it, except for one glaring thing. So I will say the things that I liked first, so we're more positive. Because Roddy was, even though I didn't get to see him live often before I got in the business when I was still a fan, he was one of my favorite wrestlers, and it really didn't even get to see him that long while I was still a fan before I got in the business, because the videotape era only started like, 79, 80-ish, and so we saw the tail end of Portland and saw when he went to Carolinas.
And only a few people know by him.
The promo and the fucking, he was different in every way. We talked about this long ago when he died, but he had a different way of working that he worked than everybody else. He always looked like he was in a fight. He even did the fucking the boxing stagger kind of thing.
Right? Yeah. He knew how to
his
fight.
Intensity, where
the
he
kid,
would. He wasn't a big guy with jacked up arms, but when he got on somebody in the ring, it was vicious, and he was into it, and you could see the facials.
Right.
And I actually saw him legitimately get on somebody, and when he would get on the top of you and he'd fire those quick rights, right? You know what I'm talking about. When he was getting the heat on the fucking babyface. Of course.
Bro.
I saw him get the heat on a Mark the exact same way in the Cincinnati Gardens in the fucking aisleway. And with the result that the Mark got carried out and his feet were twitching. But this guy took one swing at Piper, and he hit him 3 times before he dropped, and then he was on him. Boom, 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 boom.
Nice.
He was different, and then you combine that with the promo, and that whatever era he was in or whatever he was doing, whether you thought he was a complete lunatic or whether you thought he was a fucking charming baby face or whatever he was doing. The same thing as the Austin biography last week. You believed that guy. Even if you didn't believe the business, you believed that guy. And you're going to love this show that Gene LaBelle was in it. What is Gene LaBelle now? 87?
He has to be close to 90, yeah.
No,
and my God, he almost steals it as a personality. As you would imagine, because of, if you know anything about Gene LaBelle, but they got him, they got unprecedented access to his family, his daughters, Colt, his son, Kitty, his wife, and then his family, video, and pictures, and older stuff, so that was tremendous, and nobody can really tell the story of Roddy's troubled childhood because nobody really knows what the fuck it was. He would only, shade at it a few times every once in a while, and they couldn't even articulate, but he was just such a complicated guy. The personal side was covered much better than last week's with Steve.
I knew they were on
the one, I'll go ahead and mention the one glaring thing now. You're going to go crazy because of being the wrestling historian and purist, and you're even more anal about these things than I am. I'm willing to let some things slide because either chronologically or whatever, because how do you tell these things
always
in a short video format?
But
you are led to believe from the way that they edited this at least, that Roddy left Portland and went straight to do color commentary on Atlanta TV.
Sometimes some people like that.
And I know, and Bruce Pritchard's going to take a lot of heat because the way they edited it, I know he knows better than this, but the way they edited it sounds like that he was saying that. But so then after they had covered him being a color guy on Atlanta TV, then they started showing him in Flair, and they started showing Mid-Atlantic Wrestling highlights and Crockett highlights, and dog collar match with Valentine and etc. Never mentioned Jim Crockett's name or Jim Crockett Promotions once. It was like they conflated that Atlanta and then that footage would be the same place. When in actuality, obviously, it wasn't until Crockett bought Atlanta fucking 3 or 4 years later. So, but that was so jarring. And all of a sudden, I'm waiting, and they covered. There's some great footage from Los Angeles that you wouldn't think would be around. Somebody had an early VHS machine, and Gene LaBelle and etc. covered Los Angeles and Portland. There was some good footage from Portland, and then all of a sudden he's on Atlanta TV. I'm like, what the fuck? Where did he get Because that was, I don't even have the record book in front of me, but he had to debut for Crockett sometime in 1980. 1980. Okay, but I think he was there from 80 to 83 with a small window where he claims he was blackballed. Well, I think the small window at one time was where I always heard that he told guys in the business he just wanted to go down to Pensacola and make $1,000 a week where he could.
Right, no one else expects the fans to put this in.
The point is, he comes to Jim Crockett Promotions in 1980, and with all respect to Portland and Los Angeles, because when he was in Los Angeles, it was the somewhat final days of LaBelle. All of a sudden, he's with Flair and Wahoo and Steamboat and the best NWA talent in the best NWA territory, and he's blowing past everybody, because that's when we first started. When Crockett got TV on in Cincinnati, you could on Channel 5, I think it was noon. Now, it could have been noon, that would have been opposite Jarrett's show, but anyway, it was either 11 o'clock or maybe it was noon on Sunday, whatever the fuck. Even with my high-powered antenna, at noon in the middle of the day, you could only get fucking very snowy pictures and a little rough audio on Channel 5 from Cincinnati. And I would sit there through the whole thing, hoping that Piper, it wasn't even recordable, but I would want to listen to hear him fucking talk. And you know, that was where he really, became, and what would you think? Obviously, more people then saw, starting in 84, the stuff in the WWF and the MTV stuff and WrestleMania, etc. But if you're a wrestling fan and you want to collect the best Roddy Piper interviews and the best in-ring matches, it's his period of time in Mid-Atlantic for Crockett, right?
Certainly in ring, I think. Well, his run in Portland was great. And him and Playboy Buddy Rose really defined that era.
Well, it's true. And the promos, he had more leeway in Portland than he did for Crockett. But just interacted with the talent that he interacted with in Crockett. And remember, even before they went out to the arenas when they got the Nemo truck, when they were still doing the studio show at WRAL in Raleigh or whatever, and he's down in, they showed a clip of this, he's down in front of the goddamn desk, Bob Caudle's freaking out and fucking Piper's screaming, and he's got the belt, and he
wake up in like the 40s in that train.
Everybody, even sometimes Flair, off the screen in Mid-Atlantic Wrestling when everybody was taking
Any team is tracking
That
your
was one of the
location.
things. Flair, already in 79, early 1980, was considered by many future world champion, one of the best promos in the business, one of the best in-ring guys in the business, and all of a sudden you drop Piper in there, and he's out talking everyone. And that got him over. Him and Flair, the two best talkers in the business, going back and forth, and it worked.
I'm not afraid
so different. They'd seen every other kind of but they'd seen Snuka, they'd seen Orndorff, they'd seen every style of wrestler, but Piper, as I said before, didn't work like anybody else.
He worked like a scrapper.
I'm sure he
worked like someone who's in the middle of the fucking
I think
fight
he took more ideas than moves or more ideas than ways of doing things. It seemed like everything he did in the ring.
Yeah, motherfucker!
The way he moved, it was always, But
hold on,
I can't think of anybody he copied or anybody that's really ever got being him down. They copy everybody else. Who has worked like Roddy Piper since Piper got big 35 years ago?
Not too many. I mean, they used to drive me crazy when Moxley was Dean Ambrose and he first came up to the main roster and people said, oh, he reminds me of Roddy Piper. He reminds me of Terry Funk. And big, why? Because he looks like he has a shower? Why?
Hey, on behalf of Terry and Roddy, I take exception to that. They took regular showers. Sometimes it just didn't look like it. But anyway, so in the biography special, besides skipping over that, and then they obviously went into heavy detail on the WWF run, beginning with WrestleMania, etc. And obviously, that story has been told, and I think that's what we're gonna see from these shows is Austin was easy because Dallas, they really skipped over USWA, but Dallas to WCW to WWF to Global Icon. For a guy like Roddy that went to multiple territories and it goes farther back in time, and these shows are never too much about listening to exact historians who will point out their flaws if they get to somebody.
Get to that vehicle.
Who else is on the list? We had that last week, and point is, yes, Randy Savage, Booker T. I wonder how much footage of ICW television they're going to have for Savage. I've probably got more ICW TV on tape than anybody except, maybe Angelo Poffo had it. But
like I'm a fool, but
it's going to be more frustrating for wrestling historians who actually know how these stars emerged. When it gets farther back and they have less tape and they decide to start skipping over shit.
And they have Brett and Sean, so let's see how they're going to play.
Surveyed the enemy track. Good work.
Oh, Lord.
Ultimate Warrior.
Load out, drop, headed your way.
Mick Foley.
I wonder, there's not a lot of footage of Warrior or Sting in Memphis. When they did a DVD on Sting and TNA, Jeff Jarrett asked me to find the 5 weeks that Warrior and Sting were in Memphis and copy it, and I think I found most of it. That was years ago, and I don't know where I put the VHSs back on the shelf, but if they do Warrior, they're probably going to start out with, would you show that? Would you show, if you're doing a biography on somebody that was a big, major wrestling star, would you show any of that Memphis stuff where it was so bad the people in studio audience were laughing at it? Or would you just kind of gloss over it?
If they tell the story, you have to show it, but I kind of think for the Warrior, between that stuff and some of his off-color remarks, maybe you should just make it a kayfabe biography. Like, he landed on the planet 2 million years ago. And you just tell some fantastical story like he did in his promos.
It's finally spring, and I'm saying goodbye snow, hello adventure. And during the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event, you can get epic deals on your favorite Honda model. Ready to get rugged? Then take the off-road in an all-wheel drive Honda SUV, like the CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Passport, or redesigned Ridgeline. Want to take a spring road trip? Then check out a fuel-efficient turbocharged Civic or Accord. Say goodbye to winter and hello to a new Honda. Don't miss huge savings during the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event, now at your local Honda dealer.
But and back to the Roddy bio, the last part of it's really sad, and it was sad to watch Kitty talk about, everything. Do you remember right before he died, he did an interview, and I'm trying to think what the host show, it was, the logo was on there, but I can't remember what show it was. It may have been on ESPN or something, but clips of it got sent around at the time because he obviously just couldn't keep a train of thought. He couldn't make a complete sentence, and everybody's like, oh, what's going on with Roddy? And that was, they were going to take him to the doctor to see what had caused that. The morning or the day after he passed away that night in bed at home. And she talked about that, which
going to cut his brain
even then, as much as he was traveling, there was a possibility that could have happened not at home, and she was glad that it did. And that's, on an unrelated note, why you ain't going to see me in too many hotels from now on for the rest of my fucking life. But But, you know, that was sad, and I was thinking, my God, when you hear somebody not making sense in the wrestling business, you think of other things, but I had been talking to Roddy. I talked to Roddy more the last 6 months of his life than I ever had in my life. After all that time of being a fan of his, he was another guy. We barely ever worked in the same place. I got to get knocked out by him at WrestleMania 10 that time when he was the special referee, and we had done the promo I got to do in Louisville that I've talked about on the WWF pay-per-view.
Plus,
but we didn't get to work together very much, or even in the same place a lot. But he had started doing a podcast, and I hate this was 6 or 7 years ago, because now with podcasts, Roddy would be phenomenal. You know, it was still an emerging thing back then. But he had started doing a podcast, and I'd done 2 or 3 spots on it. And he had just asked the last one I did. I'll tell you a story about his co-host in a minute. But he had asked, hey, you want to do something once a month? Yes, Roddy Piper asked me to be on his show once a month. Of course I will do that. Yes. Hostile care package. And that's the last time I ever talked to him. But the first time I did his show, and the guy's name is Earl Skakel, or Earl if you're out there. But you know how Roddy sometimes he had that way of speaking, he'd slur a word every now and then. And we weren't doing this on Skype then. I was on my fucking phone. He just called me on the phone right here at the house. So he had introduced his co-host to me as Earl Skakel, and I thought he said he's Canadian. So later on in the program, Earl said something, trying to be funny or whatever, and it kind of fell flat. And I said, well, Roddy, don't blame him. He's a Canadian. Roddy said, what? I said, I thought you said he was a Canadian. He said, and Roddy said, no. I said, he's a comedian. I said, oh, well, as a fucking comedian, he makes a good Canadian. And for whatever reason, that tickled him, and he started calling his co-host a Canadian instead of a comedian.
But if you lose, you're done.
I don't know. That was funny to us at the time, but because Roddy was involved. It's not funny if Roddy's not involved. Roddy's Canadian. If Roddy's Canadian, it's funny. Yeah, I don't. Anyway, see, Roddy would have made that all brilliant, but it's so. They're obviously doing these shows, all of them, for the wrestling fans, obviously, for the ratings and etc. So it's heavily, but it's not, like I said, it's not the wrestling fans like you and me that know every fact and figure. It's the wrestling fans that used to watch these people on their television. So all of those people are going to enjoy these shows immensely, and you see shit you haven't seen before because they've got access to family or whatever, but there's going to be, just the bigger the star, the more glaring the bios. But skipping Crockett for Piper is like not Bruno's brother for Bruno.
He ran away.
That's a big deal.
I want to be your friend.
If that was the only problem, I'm surprised. It's a WWE documentary. I know that A&E, I can tell you that I heard from people at A&E, they were frustrated with working with WWE because they always want to have control over everything.
The one thing that they did do is, remember when Roddy cut the promo on HBO or whatever it was about all my friends are, real sports, all my friends are tied in the company, they don't care.
We took that one, but we'll be back.
I was at the state of Peace in the Hall of Fame a year later.
Oh, not that they immediately fired him and he was taken off.
Well, you gotta say, we gotta part ways, pal. Vince on these looks like
personal
he hated cigarettes, yet he sounds like the smoker now.
Well, it's because he's been doing that fucking gimmick voice all those years, but the opening got some cringes from some people because Vince is apparently sitting there waiting to do the take, and he has his cell phone. He's, hey, Roddy, how you doing, pal? What? It must be hot down there. That's sweet, because Vince, because he thinks he's being funny, right? But, okay, I love you too, or whatever. Hey, you're saving a place for me? Not too soon, pal. Okay, bye. It's Roddy. He's not really in hell.
Saving a place for
He said Roddy's not really in hell.
He's doing bits now and biography?
He was doing a bit for the fucking producers, and they aired it.
And it got out.
He's become like the old man who wants to make a quarter disappear.
That's pretty much what he's doing. Yeah, his jokes are very much. I didn't really make that difference.
I know how you do.
Behind your ear.
He can hide a stack of them up Triple H's nose.
I hear he's very much like a crier.
All right, but this is your show.
Like,
it is my show.
Cries a lot.
I did want to ask you on the topic of A&E's biography. So A&E now has
from all that
biography
estrogen he pumped into him.
WWF's
the steroids down.
hidden secret treasures that we know about,
He's
or whatever the name of the
found
show
somewhere.
is.
Yeah, that's the thing again. The premise is we gotta recover and rediscover these lost treasures. So let's call the guy up that's got it and go buy it from him.
Yeah, because you just know.
So those two
where
shows
to
are on A&E.
Yeah, it's a horrible
TNT, they have AEW Dynamite. There's supposed to be a second AEW show.
Yeah, it's like Revelation,
starting at some point soon. And then I'm going to classify the Cody and Brandy
Rhodes
all
YouTube shows,
reality
and they got one on
super shows
TV,
being part of the wrestling content.
And Revelation.
USA Network, 2 WWE shows, right? And then they have the Miz and Mrs.
Right.
And then you have the WWE on Fox.
And
then
do they know which is which, by the way?
And then on Vice, Dark Side of the Ring.
Right.
Now, and by the way, let's not let the opportunity go by to remind everybody that if you've been longingly aching to see my smiling face on television again, your chance starts on May the 6th with the Season 3 debut of Dark Side of the Ring. 2 hours on Brian Pillman. I'll be featured on that program, and we're going to have Evan and Jason, the creators and behind the scenes major domos of Dark Side, on the experience this week.
Pillman worked everyone.
But yes, Dark Side, and they're replaying the previous seasons on a liberal basis on Vice, as well as the new season that starts on May the 6th, and that'll be a set of 7 episodes. I think that'll be the first half of the season, and then they're going to take a break and do the second half.
Right.
Well, as I was saying, Vice has that show, and now a limited run with MLW showing their archives.
I forgot about that. Yes, instead of Vice, it should be Vice Lock.
So you're seeing a lot of interesting things where networks that weren't traditionally in wrestling are now getting in wrestling and wrestling-themed content. And as much as a wrestling TV show doesn't do what it used to do, and you look at the numbers and you dissect it, it's interesting so many of these other shows about the culture of wrestling, the subculture of wrestling, the ecosystem of wrestling, are getting picked up and put out there on TV now. What do you think that says?
Sometimes even the skeletal system of wrestling. The first thing it says to me is, in Jerry Lawler's immortal words, where were you motherfuckers when I ran this town every week? We had television shows about wrestling shows that 5 times as many people watched as are watching now, whether it be on cable or on broadcast. And the stations wanted us to pay to put them on.
Right.
And now there's literally a fifth of the number of people watching these programs as there used to be, and they're paying everybody to fucking air them.
Pretty much.
What has happened?
Stalled out.
What has happened?
I don't know what has happened.
And secondly, and the second part of your question is, I'm not at all surprised that the shows about the culture of, or the behind the scenes of, wrestling are flourishing as much, if not more, than the wrestling programs, because that's the only goddamn interesting thing about wrestling these days. People believe that is somewhat real and legitimate.
You know, A&E for the biography series with WWE, they're getting $20,000 a spot, which is pretty good, I would think, for a smaller size cable station like that.
I would think so.
Vice, not so much. You can go to Vice and get some spots, but A&E, $20,000 a spot.
So like this.
Well, Jim, let's get some questions here.
Were you thinking of advertising our program over there?
I wasn't.
You got the quote?
I wasn't thinking of that, but someone who I know has talked to the network. Relayed back to me some of the prices, and I said, my God, it's cheaper than this show. What the hell are they doing over there? But anyway.
Stooge report. You got a stooge report.
I wouldn't say that. I got a report about what was actually transpiring and taking place.
That's the same kind as Grizzly Smith used to give. So a stooge report.
Well, let's not compare me to that dirty bastard, but Jim...
No, you would be the one getting the report. He would be the one giving the report.
Okay, well, I still want nothing to do with him. But on that topic, Jim, I can't think of any way to transition to one of our sponsors here. So I guess I'll be going to our first question.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, tell me, please.
If you would like to have a good night's sleep, and forget the experience of having listened to this program, then I can think of no way that you will sleep finer than on a Helix sleep mattress. Like you're floating on a cloud, like you're curled up in the belly of a warm puppy. A warm, loving puppy with soft fur. You will sleep and dream of butterflies and rainbows on the Helix Sleep mattress. That's exactly how pleasant it is. Because what you do is you pick out the mattress that you want, not somebody else's mattress. They're not going to send you a mattress that somebody else wants to sleep on or has slept on in the past. No, you get one tailored for you and brand new. You go at Helix Sleep, I should say, Helix, helixsleep.com, and you take a quiz that takes about 2 minutes, and you talk about your sleep preferences, positions, your body type, blah, 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 and then they pick for you the mattresses that most fit your requirements. They've got soft, medium, firm, cool-down mattresses, plus-size mattresses. Not mattresses that are bigger, but mattresses that are for bigger people. I didn't even know they made those. Anyway, they match you up with the model mattress that you match up with, and then you order the thing, and if you go to helixsleep.com/JCE, Helix is offering up to $200 off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners while you're ordering that mattress. helixsleep.com/JCE, and then when it's delivered, you get to open it up and watch it unfold in front of your very eyes, which is part of the entertainment. Because there's not going to be 6 people carrying this thing and they can't even get it in the door. It comes in a box and you can set it where you want it to go, open it up. It's not like an I Love Lucy life raft. It will slowly go until it's fully formed. It's a marvel of engineering. helixsleep.com/JCE to sleep on a model of engineering.
Sleep on a model of
let's get some
engineering.
questions in here and
It's your show. Go ahead.
Somehow I turned into Don Knotts Andy. And he is out there again talking with surprise.
Schweikert in Chesterton, Indiana. I had to pick this one of all the ones from all these people. But anyway,
You couldn't pick John Jones from Smithville.
from
probably from Minnesota.
Schweikert, excuse me, in Chesterton, Indiana.
Yeah, or is it Graham Chester in Schweikerton?
Grab some target practice while you can. We're deploying soon.
We took a brief moment to compose ourselves. You'll never know about it through the miracle of editing because we realized in the middle of our frivolousness that this was going to be a serious question, and we had to somewhat compose ourselves so that we could give this some measure of respect to service. How about that?
He was a big fan of the show. I was wondering, how is it you never got...
Playtime's over, mate.
We're going to call
the
this
Warzone.
Questioner X.
Questioner
X from somewhere asked the following.
I was wondering your thoughts on the incident regarding Steve McMichael and his recent diagnosis with ALS. Any stories and or memories would be appreciated.
Actually, the sad thing is, I don't remember ever even meeting Steve McMichael. I'm trying to think of any fan fest that he would have ever... Did he ever even do Fan Fest? Or one that I was at? I don't recall. I'd hate for somebody to say, oh, well, he was there at such and such, but I really legitimately don't remember that I ever met him. He only wrestled for WCW at a time where I was obviously working for the competition. I mean,
hostile foot patrol.
He's taken a lot of heat for his less than graceful wrestling style, and that was a whole Twitter thing for a while there. But to get over like he did with Ric Flair, you got to be, as Mama Cornette used to say, one heck of a character. Flair loves him, and
primary objective is to
that's probably, honestly, why he became a horseman, because his name value. He was a all-star football player, and
oh shit! Excuse me.
Enemy UAV overhead.
that would have been in the Horsemen. And if he'd have come along in the time of the Horsemen in the Crockett days, maybe they would have had time to polish him up a little bit more. But he seems like he's taken it with a sense of humor, and he every time you see, he always was a heck of a personality, and you could see that personality-wise, he kind of fit in wrestling, even if he wasn't the smoothest in the ring. So, I hate to hear that, because for all accounts, he's a heck of a guy, but I don't know that much about ALS. I mean, Lou Gehrig's disease, but Lou Gehrig was a baseball player. Is this a neurological thing? Is it related to football or concussions, or just something that can strike and you don't really know until it's over?
Well, it could be. I think he said in one of the video interviews I saw that he's well past his career. He's in his 60s, I think.
Yeah.
Lou Gehrig was in the middle of his career. He was in his 30s when it happened, so it's hard to predict. Lou Gehrig did have a lot of concussions, they say, from playing.
I did not know that.
But, we really don't know where it would have stemmed from with Steve McMichael.
But, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, once again, at a time like this, you hate to criticize his in-ring performance, but at the same time, he was an athlete that came from another sport that respected the business, and he wasn't out there doing anything foolish. He was trying to do all that stuff that he saw everybody else doing. So, I don't recall anything that would be anything he ever said or did that would be disrespectful of or knocking the business to you.
No, it seemed like he took it really seriously. And, you brought up him fitting in with the Horsemen. I think a lot of people look at the Four Horsemen at their peak and say, oh my God, Flair, Tully, Arn, Barry, best in-ring workers in the business. With apologies to the Midnight Express. Mongo didn't fit in with that, but the other criteria to be a Horseman is to be able to party with Flair all night. And he could hang with anyone with that.
And actually, the promos and just being a over-the-top personality, that was Horseman-like. It's just that, but that was the era where they were taking some of those guys and just the pro football players, or Mark Henry was, an Olympic athlete. So the very first match he ever has is on worldwide pay-per-view. It wasn't fair to a lot of those guys. They might have been, a little bit better had they had training, but then again, in McMichael's case, he'd already had his football career and was getting probably a little old to start learning something else from scratch.
Time to earn your freedom.
In commentary, if you remember before the Lawrence
Sending you back to base.
The two sides.
The enemy took that one, but we'll be back to finish the job.
Lawrence Taylor side all got into a fight.
Just wait it out.
But he was really good. That's why when they announced him for
It's
Nitro,
gonna be on the way.
before anyone heard it,
gonna do.
people were saying, "Oh, this could be interesting." He was good on Raw.
You know, I had completely forgotten that he was on Raw. So there you have it. You have an amazing grasp of facts and trivia.
He introduced Deborah McMichael into the business.
That's right.
Hey, we're going to keep this positive
Stone
about
Cold,
Steve.
former wife. He beat the shit out of her.
Wish him the best.
That's the domestic violence that Stone Cold had.
Sent to cornydrivethrue@gmail.com from Robert.
Mongoose.
On a recent interview, the Maestro said he was Smoky Mountain Wrestling's lawman and policed the locker room. He even beat up an Ultimate Warrior wannabe.
Okay. He says, yeah.
Well, let me say this. The Maestro, the Stro, wrestled for Smoky Mountain Wrestling as Robbie Eagles.
Okay.
And he's from North Carolina, and he was a heck of an amateur wrestler.
Right.
And he was a nice guy.
Yeah.
And as I recall, his father was real supportive of his career and used to come over to some of the TV tapings and etc. with him. As a matter of fact, the fans cut 2 of my tires one night, and I was going to be stuck on the side of a mountain, me and Brian Hildebrand. But Robbie and his dad came along and I don't I'm trying to remember. You know what? Now that he said that, no, actually, he wasn't like the Smoky Mountain Wrestling policeman. I don't want to call Robbie a liar or an extrapolator because I haven't heard his comments or whatever. Maybe they came off that way that he was doing that in this instance, but there was no job opening there. Okay, I need one of you guys to be the locker room policeman, and to be honest, this is almost 30 years ago.
Right.
At that point in time, there was other people in the locker room that might be policemen rather than Robbie Eagles, just by virtue of their seniority in the business. Bob Armstrong, anybody.
I don't know.
But I'm trying to think, now that there's some Ultimate Warrior looking fucker, some local guy at some TV taping with his face painted and a bunch of tassels may possibly have popped off to Robbie or someone else. But that's all I can remember. Unfortunately,
so guys, let's mark it out.
Someone showing up
Start flexing.
Wanted to be a wrestler.
Right.
Well, it was uncommon at Smoky Mountain shows because usually I had
a couple of guys that just want to be
whoever I
wrestlers.
booked, and
to go to school.
that wouldn't happen. But it may have been a case that somebody said, "Hey, I got a local guy that can come," or blah blah blah, or whatever. But I don't remember any big issue. But I probably wasn't even. I wasn't even there. I was probably in the production meeting or shooting promos. But I will say a bunch of good things about Robbie and Trey. A great guy and a pleasure to have around.
Sure.
Our next question, Jim, sent to cornydrivethrue@gmail.com from Richard Collins in Sydney, Australia. Recently released wrestler Chelsea Green has posted a selfie in front of Vince McMahon's office with a piece of paper that appears to include things banned from the room. Have you seen this image, Jim?
No, I have not. Please tell me, is this seriously a thing?
Yeah, seriously a thing.
Apparently so. It's an oldish graphic, if we're assuming this is real. It's Chelsea Green pulling down her face mask, standing in front of it. It says Vince's office.
Right.
And there is a picture of a cigarette with one of those, what do you call them, the Ghostbusters sash. You know, no cigarette.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
There's also a cup of coffee and a pencil. Although those aren't crossed out, I think people are assuming that pencils and coffee are banned from the room as well.
Well,
no,
see, now that doesn't make sense because one of the things that you're supposed to have in your briefcase along with your booking book that you specifically have Vince's secretary Beth order from the place that everybody gets their booking books from. Believe me, I'm not bullshitting you here. They had a special kind of pencil that you would get so it erased real easy because you did that a lot. And you're supposed to have those with, so, and I'm trying to think, I don't know if Vince has a thing for or against coffee. I'm trying to remember if I always saw him drinking bottled water, but I don't remember any major coffee aversion. What else is on there, Brian?
That was it. It's just...
That's it?
It's just the cigarettes crossed out, and then a cup of coffee, and a pencil.
But they're not.
We have already heard rumors that he hates mirrors and talking cars as well.
I figured there'd be this whole long list of things you're not supposed to bring in, probably like pigs. After the hog pin match, and Owen led the pig wrangler into putting the pigs in Vince's office. They probably banned pigs. And I don't know. You know, again, the last time I was around was the Hall of Fame deal, and I was in Vince's office at that arena, the Amway Center in Orlando. We've mentioned it's not like a traveling office. They give Vince an office that he has all of his amenities in and can do what he wants to do in. And so I was in it, and there were the normal signs outside, catering this way, and production that way, and pre-tapes that way, or whatever, but I didn't see any written instructions on what to do or not do when you went into Vince's office. I don't know what's going on around there these days.
There's another interview that's been going around, and I don't think it's a new story, but I believe it's a Stephanie interview where she talks about how or why her father hates nodding. Was that a thing?
I've seen that. Nobody ever said. I've never been a nodder, right? Except, you know, if I'm telling my own story, I might be nodding, right, or whatever. But I'm not just gonna sit there and nod my head up and down. I'm listening to him, right? So I was never cautioned against it because I didn't really do it. But again, it's not like something that was shared around with everybody. Don't nod. Whatever you do, don't nod. You know, definitely, he's always been, he would blister Pat Patterson or Jim Ross or anybody. He doesn't want to be around smoking. Yeah. And he's always had the quirks that we've talked about with the fact that he just eats just because you have to. and he attacks the food, and he does the thing with the shaver where he shaves constantly. And he doesn't sneeze or recognize sickness. Even if you're literally fucking flatlining in front of him, he will not be the first one to suggest you go home early from the office or whatever.
You know what?
But a lot of this, the weird stuff that they're talking about, that apparently there seems to be some evidence of, including things that Stephanie says or the pictures or whatever. There's more things coming up that's a picadillo to Vince than I experienced when I was around.
This could be good the next few years. A diminished capacity Vince with Bruce and Johnny Ace on either side versus Stephanie and Triple H in a battle over who wins Nick Khan's heart. Could be interesting.
I'll tell you what, if they make a movie about that, I can hear one of our artists here on the drive-thru doing the theme song.
Clorox knows you want your clothes smelling fresh and clean, but what happens? That's why we created Clorox fabric sanitizers, to freshen up your clothes between washes, pre-treat extra stinky laundry, and make sure every last odor comes out in the wash. Clorox fabric sanitizers take care of all that, and eliminate 99% of odor-causing bacteria. Plus, they're bleach-free and safe for all colors and fabrics. When it counts, trust Clorox.
Jim, this next question sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from everyone's got a name from Finnegan Courtney.
From Finnegan Courtney? Is Finnegan in again?
I guess he's in. Finnegan wants to know, can we please get Jim's thoughts on Kenny Omega becoming the AEW, AAA, and Impact World Champion?
Wow.
Why? Why would you want my thoughts on it? Finnegan, what have I ever done to you? Is anybody taking this like this is a big deal? Like he's the Impact champ, like suddenly his stock has risen, his profile is raised. He's the Impact champion in this day and age at this point in time. It's just, the only thing I can't figure out is how that Callis has sold Tony Khan. Well, maybe now that I think about it and I mention those two names in that way, I can figure it out. Callis has sold Tony Khan on using his national TV show to prop up that zombie promotion.
Pretty much what they're doing, yeah.
Otherwise, I'm mystified why that in any way they would be promoting Impact Wrestling, but otherwise than that, some people are acting like that this is the NWA World Championship from the day, or somebody in the WWF in 1998 won the WCW Championship also, or it's not a major world title. Go down the list. I don't even know who they are. But I'm pretty sure if you compiled a list of the last 20 Impact World Champions, we would not have a who's who of the next season of A&E's biography. So,
pulling up a list right now.
Is there a list out there? Is it a list of people in the Federal Witness Protection Program?
I will let you know shortly.
But and even if goddamn Carl Gotch was on that list, Impact is less of a major world championship than Ring of Honor, because at least Ring of Honor has more television outlets in more places that more people are going to be seeing at some point or another. Then what are they doing? 150,000 views? We do fucking YouTube audio clips that do that. So there's not really any major world championships in this country anymore. Besides the multiple ones done are in WWE. And if you want to consider the AEW title by default as the #2 promotion of major world title, what other world championships in wrestling in North America can what's the situation in Mexico? He's the AAA champion.
Mega
how's
champion, I believe.
Is that the world champion, or do they have umpteen champions?
I don't know.
How many champions do they have? How's their business these days? Is it like, before pandemic, for fuck's sake? There's no Canadian world champion, so I guess he's got a couple of secondary belts from North America.
You think they're going to work out a deal with Billy Corgan to get Nick Aldis to drop the NWA title to him?
Well, at least it'd have been a better match.
There's my food. Alright, can you hear me? Yeah, of course you can. Here, ready?
Did you see? I just saw the two main highlights of this incredible championship contest where he won the Impact title. Of course, courtesy of AEW Botches. By the way, on Twitter, folks, follow them, because Tony Khan's trying to get him shut down because this guy's hitting a real nerve. But at AEW Botches, there was two spots where Twinkle Toes and Rich Swann were standing up on the top rope, and this was a GIF, but it was played in real time, standing up on the top rope, trying to hold each other up and hold each other together and jockeying for position until they could figure out what they were going to do, and then they just botched it the fuck up like a monkey fucking a football and fucking fell in a heap. Both times. In this classic confrontation that rivals Flair and Steamboat in terms of its thrillingness. So, no. Harpo McFingerbang went to an outlaw promotion and won a fucking belt that I'm sure you're about to read the names of some of the luminaries that have held in the past, and a small amount of people saw it on Access Television, and who gives two flying shits?
Here are some recent champions. I'll go in reverse order.
Okay.
Kenny Omega, obviously the current Impact World Champion. Rich Swann, Eric Young, Eddie Edwards.
I like Eddie. It's a shame to see him still keeping that company.
The title was vacated because of issues with the previous champion. Tessa Blanchard, Sami Callihan.
Wait, oh, that's right. She actually won the men's world championship in Impact.
Correct.
And beat the Warthog for it because they put it on Callahan first and then figured, well, fuck, people will believe a girl beating him up and then put their men's world championship on a woman. This is the prestigious major world title that Twinkle Toes has just added to his repertoire.
Brian Cage, Johnny Impact, Austin Aries, Pentagon Jr., Austin Aries again, Eli Drake, Alberto El Patron.
Oh, you're back to 2017 now. That's when I had to go down there and fire him on the air.
Yeah, this is when it was still the unified GFW World Heavyweight Champion.
Yeah. Actually, I fired Bruce Pritchard on the air, and then I buried Alberto Del Rio when they'd already kicked him out the door. I'm sorry, I need to clarify that.
And those are the most recent Impact champions.
So, there was a time, maybe 30 years ago, where there were some major world championships around the world that and Vader did a wonderful job of assimilating, about 4 or 5 of them at one point. But, I mean, right now to me, you have a hard time calling any WWE championship major, because in that same company, they've got 3 men's singles champions, 3 women's singles champions, 3 sets of men's tag team champions, and at least 2, maybe 3 sets of women's tag team champions. Plus, U.S. champion, Intercontinental champion. I'm sure that there's a cruiserweight title somewhere on a program that we don't even attempt to watch. So it's the major titles aren't major at this point.
Well, Jim, one thing I know about Kenny Omega is he's right now riding a good wave in his career. And we saw that picture that him and Don Callis had, I don't know what you want to call it, the beefcake photo, a beautiful painting. And maybe he wants a new painting, one with him and the many titles he has, and even some titles that he wishes he had.
Well, I'll tell you what, that would be the best thing for him to do, is to just go right now to the folks at Paint Your Life. At paintyourlife.com, folks, you can get a hand-painted professional portrait created from any photograph or combination of photographs. You can choose from a team of world-class artists. You can work with them on the details. And then you can get a hand-painted portrait in about 3 weeks, whether it's yourself, your kids, your family, a special place, a cherished pet. You can combine pictures and generations of family, or if you're like Twinkle Toes and Don Callis, and you just like pictures of yourselves with completely exaggerated physiques to hang over the mantle, whatever you want, the folks at Paint Your Life can do it. And if you go right now and text DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E, to 64,000, that's DRIVE to 64 and 3 zeros, DRIVE to 64,000, then you will get 20% off and free shipping on your painting. And at paintyourlife.com, there's no risk. If you don't love the final painting, your money is refunded, guaranteed. So 20% off and free shipping by texting DRIVE to 64,000. And go to paintyourlife.com to check out these amazing portraits right now, because after all, we're all aging. We're getting older. I remember when Don Callis used to have a full head of long hair, and now he's got a small tuft of Kenny's pubic hair on his head. So you want to capture these moments and keep them. And you want to paint your life is what you want to do. Anyway, so go do that now. Terms apply. Available at paintyourlife.com/terms.
That's right.
a tuft of Olivier's pubic hair, now where that beautiful crown of black hair used to sit on Callus's head.
All right, well, let's get going before you once again start talking about the scent of someone's minge. Our next question, Jim, sent to cornydrivethrough@gmail.com from Josh in Ottawa, Canada. What was worse to live through? Booking meetings with Jim Hurd or Vince Russo?
Oh, God. Well, Russo definitely. And here's why. It's not like that Russo's ideas were necessarily any worse than Hurd's. That was my first booking spot. I'm sitting in the room with Ric Flair and Kevin Sullivan and Jim Ross. I'm happy to be there. It's just the one guy that is preventing all of us from doing anything. But I was still happy to be there until finally, then once Flair quit, and as I said, and then, then the whole thing, I just said, fuck it, this is ridiculous. With Russo, not only did you have to sit there and listen to him prattle on, but unfortunately in that environment, whereas everybody in the room with Hurd had known that he was a complete idiot, it was only 50-50 as to who would come out and say it out loud. Not everybody in the room realized that Shitstain was a complete moron. And they were listening to him and humoring him. And whether it was people that would come from the office, or in some cases, well, Bruce knew, but he wasn't going to say anything out loud. So, and plus I was older and crankier, and I was living in Connecticut to begin with, and driving to Vince's house, as I mentioned, 2 hours every day in that ridiculous traffic. So I was already in a bad mood when I got there, the bad mood that I was existing in to begin with, and I was older and crankier and less likely to suffer fools because this was not my... I can actually say at the time that Flair first asked me, that would have been my dream job, being on the WCW booking committee if you remove Jim Hurd out of the equation. It was not my dream job to be on the WWF booking committee or creative committee or whatever they were calling it in those days. It was what I was doing to make some money back to fucking make sure I got the Smoky Mountain tapes paid for and then figure out an exit strategy. So I was way not really motivated to put up with that son of a bitch.
How do you think Russo would have worked under Jim Hurd?
Oh my God! We wouldn't be doing this show right now. Professional wrestling would have ended like roller derby 20 years ago. Because they would have probably gotten along really fucking fabulous.
You think so?
Yes, because Shitstain would have told Hurd, yeah, all these wrestling people, they don't know what they're doing, they're irresponsible, they don't know anything, this is the modern times, it needs to be television, I've got a degree in writing. And Hurd would have bought that, and the only thing is, since Russo don't drink, it would have been hard for him to have taken Hurd out and get him sloshed, which is what Jim Ross's major way of dealing with the fucking idiot was. Because Ross was in the office all day, more often than we were, and he wasn't on the road as much, and he lived there in Atlanta, so they'd go out and have drinks, and that way Hurd could tolerate JR, because JR,
was as drunk as he was.
Well, no, come on now. No, I don't see any way in the world it's possible that I still think that Jim Hurd had some kind of alcohol problem because nobody's face gets that red normally when they're not even mad. But, so yeah. So JR would go out and treat him nice and buy him a fucking drink, the old alcoholic, piece of shit, motherfucker. He's still alive. All the decent human beings in the world, and Jim Hurd's still alive. But none of the rest of us wanted to suffer his fucking bullshit. But Russo would have sucked up to him, told him all the wrestling people were the problem, need to get with the modern times, and they would have finished up where WCW's last executive vice president would have been Jim Hurd. They would have fucking ended the whole company probably in 2 years.
Well, Jim, our next question, sent to cornydrivethrough@gmail.com. It's one of those questions I mentioned at the top. It could happen to you.
It could happen to me.
Jim, a lot of questions are sent in, and then people get mad. You may see some feedback. Brian never asks my question. I've been sending it in for years. It never gets on the air. There are various reasons why questions don't get on the air, but right now we're going to go through just some random questions, and we'll see why these haven't got on the air so far.
Okay, well, we'll just, as we hear them, then we will evaluate whether or not that we should put them on the show or not.
Now, I remind everyone, and I remind you, we have a lot of new listeners. A lot of people discover the show each and every week, and they dive in, so they may not know your entire history. A lot of people are just discovering you, let alone the show.
I have been shocked by that. I thought as long as I've been around that pretty much everybody had come to find me by now, but I still hear this.
Well, this question, sent to cornydrivethru@gmail.com from Jeff in Michigan. I recently learned that Jeff Jarrett's grandmother was a wrestling promoter starting in the late 1940s. Being the historian that you are, Jim, I was wondering if you had any stories about Christine Jarrett.
Well, how many of the clips on YouTube, on our award-winning YouTube channel, do you think involve Christine Jarrett at this point? How many hundreds would it?
I don't know, and actually, I don't know if you've ever actually just explained her story, how she became... I mean, on one hand, who are the most powerful women in the history of the wrestling business?
Well, maybe I didn't do it chronologically, I guess. We've always just assumed that everybody knew and we would talk about stories, but she started in, oh my God, I'm going to say 1946-ish, 47-ish, as selling tickets. Back in those days, Nick Goulas and Roy Welch, a lot of wrestling promotions in those days, had offices at various downtown hotels. You'll see that even carried on in New York until, the 70s, early 80s. They kept that office at the Holland Hotel and before Madison Square Garden. John Arezzi talked about it. You'd have to go and get your press pass and everything. And all the, Gorilla Monsoon and Arnie Skoland, all those guys would be sitting around and Arnie smoking a cigar, whatever. It was like a fucking 40s wrestling office. And the old boxing movies, same thing. They would have a suite of the rooms that they would use for the wrestling office, and they'd, conduct business out of there. And especially it was in Nashville, since Nick and Roy operated the booking office there where they booked talent all out across to the different promoters in several states. Well, at first, Teenie, Christine Jarrett, Jerry's father had been, it was in World War II. I can't remember what branch of the service. But then they had split up, she and his father. And so she took I believe it was a second job, selling the tickets, because one of their ticket outlets downtown also, whether it be the wrestling office or whatever, was a shoe store. And so she was in the thing is, wrestling, think about this. They ran every week at the Hippodrome downtown, drew 3,000-4,000 people a week every week. There was no Ticketmaster. If you wanted to get advance tickets, you either went to the wrestling office or went to the shoe store, went to the other place, or you got them at the ticket window that night, an hour before the matches. So this was a steady business that the promoters had, selling tickets out of these ticket outlets. Well, she was so efficient and, good at it that gradually they gave her a job in the office itself, working for Nick and Roy. There was another secretary there named Nina Bond that they played a lot of tricks on her. The old X-Lax, chocolates and things, and she's the one, Nina was, that Sam Bass and Roy Welch played the rib on when fucking Sam Bass went in to complain about his payoff and the door was closed. She heard the gunshot. She runs in and Roy Welch made her fucking help take Sam Bass's body down and dump it in the dumpster out behind the hotel. They went down the service entrance and then went back up the same way, but Sam Bass jumped out of the dumpster and ran around front and was sitting in the fucking chair when she walked back in the office still playing dead. Anyway, it was fun back in those days hanging around the wrestling offices. So, and Teenie started working in the office and ended up doing, a variety of the bookkeeping and ticket sales. And she for years worked in the ticket office every night that the matches in Nashville ran. And of course, when Jerry was born, in a couple years before she got the job even selling wrestling tickets. But as he got older, by the early 50s, he's 7 or 8 years old, and he's running around the Hippodrome selling the 5 and 10 cent wrestling programs. And so while she's working in the office and doing paperwork and tickets and all the things you do in a wrestling office, Jerry would go to the matches and would see the Fargos and see Luthez and all that stuff, and that's where he got, the mind for it. So when Roy Welch decided to put Jerry in charge of booking Memphis in like 67 or 68, he was only like 23, 24 years old, which that was unheard of in those days. But you can kind of tell by the way that the business flourished right after that. They had been doing things in Memphis the old way from back in the 40s, for the same way, and he kind of jazzed things up, different kind of matches, new booking. He brought some of the heroes like Jackie Fargo and Al Green back, but he got new guys in like Jerry Lawler and Jim White, blah, blah, blah. While he's doing that, at the same time, once he started booking Memphis, he wanted to, because he was smart enough to know, and his mother worked in the office for years, and Christine Jarrett was very careful with a penny, and she would squeeze a nickel until the buffalo farted. So she passed that on to Jerry Jarrett, and he was looking for towns to open up and run as a promoter. He knew that's where the money was. So when finally he found that he had been advised that the only really stretch of dark towns at that point in time, anywhere around the territory, on any adjoining end, was Evansville, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky. We've mentioned that before. Bruiser had stopped running Louisville and Evansville, and there'd been no live wrestling for several years. So when he finally was able to come up here and get television, he made his mother partners with him in Louisville Wrestling Enterprises. And at that point, that was 1970. So before Ann Gunkel, and I know the young rock folks might have a problem with this, but before Lee Maivia, because this was before Peter Maivia even died or even was a promoter himself and owned the territory in Hawaii, before anybody really but Eileen Eaton, Christine Jarrett was the co-promoter of several regular weekly towns as part of the big Gulas Welch territory. And of course, then they both got kind of, she still kept the job working in Nick and Roy's office, but in addition to those duties, she would go to Louisville every Tuesday night and Evansville every Wednesday night. And in the early years, they were off and on in Lexington, depending on the TV or whatever. So she was on the road 2 and 3 days a week, and then she promoted spot shows off of those televisions. So in addition to the office job, and she did a lot of work out of her house, and she was on the road 2 or 3 days a week, and that was for a number of years until finally, Jerry split off, and then that's another thing. We've told that story before, and it kind of affected Teeny also. Nick Gulas had said, "Yeah, boy, if you get TV in those towns, you open them up. You get the talent from us and pay it a 10% booking fee," because he didn't think that Jerry could make the towns go. So he was just going to book guys out to him for the 10% fee. But when he found out what the business Louisville started doing after the first 2 or 3 months, that's what he told Jerry. Well, we're partners. So all of a sudden, instead of 100% of Louisville Wrestling Enterprises between Jerry and Christine, they had 50 because the office in Nashville had 50. And that was the first 7 years till he got rid of his unwanted partner. And then, remember, they were kicking in 10% to Bruiser and Snyder, who got mad when Louisville started doing big business. But yeah, I would say it just, and I know that there's the longevity factor with Eileen Eaton in Los Angeles, even though she had various other people in the office helping her. But when you talk about just towns that she was specifically responsible for, I would say between 1970 and she finally got mostly off the road and stopped going to Louisville and anything but Nashville probably in early 90s. So for a 20-year period, Christine Jarrett was actually the promoter ran more pro wrestling events than not only any woman in the country at that time, probably almost any time period, and probably more because there's at least 3 shows a week for 20 years. So probably more than most men. And she never booked anything. She was not a booker, because people get that confused. She handled all of the relations with the television stations and the contracts with the TV station, the contracts with the building, the dealings with the State Athletic Commission in Indiana and in Kentucky. They had one in Indiana back in those days. All the ticketing, the sponsors for the spot shows, the booster groups, the football field, or the football team over at the high school that's having the spot show to raise money for new uniforms. She's sending them the tickets. She's sending them the posters. She delivered the TV tapes back when you did that kind of thing to the TV station. Every week when she came into town, her first stop was at the TV station. Pick up last week's tapes and give them this week's tape. Then she'd go to the building. Then she'd check up at the box office to make sure that the advance was counted and that everything was accounted for, while whoever her driver was, maybe Pat Malone's wife or her niece Donna or whoever, would open up the merchandise stand and get that all set out. And then she'd go back in the back and check all the guys in, make sure they had a license so she could send in the report to the commission. She was there till the end of the show, because then you had to check up afterwards. And then she would call in, make sure that Jerry knew what the house was. And, of course, all the cash would go with an Eddie Marlin or a Bill Dundee or somebody that was going to be considerably more difficult to relieve of that briefcase than Christine might have been if she stopped on the side of the road at night. But, I mean, that was 3 or 4 towns a week for 20 years. It was insane, the amount of just paperwork and details that she was able to keep up with. And then you talk about the placing advertising. In the smaller towns, they'd still do newspaper. Here, they still did newspaper. In Louisville and the smaller towns, they did posters. And getting all that stuff printed and getting the cards from whoever was booking and making sure all that was done. It was insane.
There have been various women in high-profile roles in wrestling in recent years. Stephanie McMahon, Dixie Carter. Obviously, you mentioned Eileen Heaton and Gunkel. Do you think there's ever been a woman who understood the inner workings of a promotion and had to, from A to Z make things happen like Christine Jarrett?
No. Because nobody had that much experience. She had, like I said, for 25 years before the 20 years that I just mentioned that she actively was a licensed promoter, she worked inside the office of one of the biggest booking offices in the country. They ran 3 towns a night minimum in that whole territory during the 50s, 60s glory period. So 20 shows a week. She saw everybody come through. She's the one that, remember, Jack Pfeffer memorialized it on one of the postcards that's still in the Pfeffer collection at Notre Dame when he wrote, "This was the night Christine Jarrett threatened, T-R-E-A-T-E, and threatened to kill me." Because he was trying to pull his shit. She always, every time that she would talk with disdain about somebody, she would compare them to Jack Pfeffer. I'm talking to her, this was in the 60s. I'm talking to her in the late 70s, and she, very Jack Pfefferish. Or like there was this one outlaw guy that ran outlaw shows, and there was only one back then. You only had one outlaw promotion at a time. A guy named Don Pruitt that would run shows in Kentucky using outlaw guys, and he had refereed for Nick and Roy years before, but got on the outs with him or whatever, and she'd had some kind of Don Pruitt outfit. But no, she had seen every major name come in and out. She had seen every kind of promotional war. She was there when, in the office, they were already running Nashville and Chattanooga when she started. She was there when they bought Birmingham from Joe Gunther in 1953 because Nick always wanted to run his hometown, and she was there when Roy Welch and Buddy Fuller annexed Memphis and led to that whole thing. So she got to see all that, and it was 2 different territories, but she was in the middle of it because she was handling paperwork for everything. So while Sputnik Monroe and Billy Wicks are doing all this business, and Roy Welch's pet town down in Memphis, Lynn Rossi and Bearcat Brown or whoever the fuck are selling out Birmingham, and she's getting all the reports. So she, had just more experience than almost anybody, man or woman, ever had in wrestling.
It's finally spring, and I'm saying goodbye snow, hello adventure. And during the Honda Dream Garage Spring event, you can get epic deals on your favorite Honda model. Ready to get rugged? Then take the off-road in an all-wheel drive Honda SUV, like the CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Passport, or redesigned Ridgeline. Want to take a spring road trip? Then check out a fuel-efficient turbocharged Civic or Accord. Say goodbye to winter and hello to a new Honda. Don't miss huge savings during the Honda Dream Garage Spring event, now at your local Honda dealer.
I have a bunch of programs from 59 in Memphis, and they have her handwriting at the very top center of the first page of each program, and it says attendance, and then she writes in what the attendance was for that week.
Where did you get those from, you no-good bastard?
I just happened to get those.
And her handwriting was very distinctive. Very neat and cursive, right?
That's right.
And,
like yours. Yours is very neat and cursive.
Well, but hers was very more neat and cursive, even though she didn't curse. One of the greatest souvenirs I have is she paid me for pictures one time, and this was before Jarrett and Goulas split off. So she was taking the money back to the Goulas office, right? Because that's where it all got split. But she paid me in cash out of the house, and I still have the $100 bill money wrapper, where in her handwriting she had written Nick Goulas on a $100 bill, $100 wrapper. And that was it. But that's the thing is that almost anything that came out of that office for years was touched by Christine Jarrett. What was the attendance on some of those?
Some of those, I mean, I don't have them in front of me, but you would see like 7,800. And you're thinking, like, wow, 1959, Memphis, that's pretty impressive.
Okay, well, that's very helpful. Thank you for telling me about this just out in front of God and everybody in public on the air, because us particular Memphis historians have been trying to track down for a while exactly what the seating capacity was of the Ellis Auditorium when they had it all the way opened up. And 8,000 has been an estimate, and it's nice to know that we were probably about right.
Hold on, I actually just dug up a pile of these.
All right, now I've just got you going, right?
So July 27th, 59, which is Sputnik Monroe against Spider Galento in the main event.
That's Al Spider Galento to you.
That's right. 7,800 people.
Yeah.
And then June 29th, 59, Sputnik and Billy Wicks. I believe this may be outdoors, actually. But attendance is 8,000.
Oh, hold on one second. I'll be getting a book while you're reading those. Go ahead.
Trying to see if there's any other ones in this pile I picked up that have the attendance figure at the top, and it doesn't appear they do. But there it is, a couple of attendance figures.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the right book. My daggum, where'd my books go? Where'd my daggum books go?
What an episode this has been so far, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, for heaven's sake, you know it is, brother.
Loadout drop on the way.
If Jace just wants to make here we go, the 1950s. What'd you say, July? One of your dates was July 1659?
July 27th, 59, and
July 27th. Okay.
Enemy UAV
that was at the Ellis Auditorium. The main event, Sputnik Monroe against Al Spider Galento. Also, Billy Wicks against Treacherous Phillips. Tom Drake, who would later go on to serve in the Alabama State Legislature, against the Mighty Yankee, and Red Roberts, one of the top heels in Tennessee history, against Rocky Colombo.
Well,
and then, go ahead.
I was going to say, in Christine Jarrett's red ink, cursive, attendance, 7,800.
Yes. So then they had a show on August 3rd. That was the first Russwood Park outdoor show with Billy Wicks and Sputnik Monroe, and they drew 10,157 according to the newspaper report.
I got that program right here.
Okay, then they came back on August 10th, and it was Sputnik Monroe against Jesse James for the Southern Junior Heavyweight title, and Billy Wicks and Tretch Phillips, and there's no attendance listed, and that's when you got August 17th, right?
I'm missing August 10th, but I have the big one from August 17th. Yeah.
Okay, August 17th was Russwood Park, the rematch, Sputnik Monroe, Billy Wicks, Rocky Marciano refereed, and that was the newspaper listed 13,749 paying customers by legend and also newspaper reports and by Buddy Wayne's eyewitness testimony. When they couldn't get anybody else in the park and they locked the gate, the people busted down the outfield fence, and approximately 3,000 or so that were milling around outside were able to get in. So they believed that by the time that Monroe and Wicks got in the, and there is some kind of brief 8mm film of just a bit of this, and there's just a few pictures, but there was like,
I didn't know there was film. I never heard that before.
Well, I don't know if it was film. There's film of one of these outdoor shows, just a clip that I've seen of the atmosphere and Sputnik going to the ring at an outdoor show. Don't even know if it was this night, but there are definitely pictures. But the point is, the people there was people in the stadium that sold out at 13.5 or whatever, and it's still to this day, when you take into account everything in total, the most people that ever saw a wrestling match in the city of Memphis, Tennessee. Because the WWF never did a pay-per-view in the big building without the stage. What was the pyramid at the time? Without the stage and everything, they never did 17,000 people. They couldn't get that in the Mid-South Coliseum, and Jerry Jarrett never ran a major outdoor event to try to break that record. So it's after 62 years, it pretty much still stands. That's how hot they were in '59. And then they went outdoors again, as a matter of fact. Hold on here, because after the big match on August 13th, hold on, I'm finding it, or August 17th rather, they went back to the Ellis Auditorium for Sputnik Monroe and Spider Galento the following week, and then Sputnik and Jesse James the following week, and then Sputnik and Spider Galento the following week, and Sputnik and Spider Galento the following week, where the paid attendance was announced at 7128, and then they went back outdoors for Sputnik Monroe and Billy Wicks again on September 21st. And there's no attendance listed, but one would imagine it was in the 8,000 to 10,000 range.
And then I got the program for a week later, Sputnik versus the Mighty Yankee, September 28th, 59. Promoter offers $50 reward for bottle throwers. Promoter Buddy Fuller said recently he would pay anyone $50 who will identify anyone throwing a bottle or dangerous object towards the ring. He says he intends to stop the bottle throwing, even if it means someone going to jail, as the fans around the ringside must be protected against such danger. Many plainclothes officers will be stationed throughout the balcony to positively identify those persons throwing objects. They will be taken to jail, where they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Unless we don't get any.
No bottle throwing.
By gum. And do you know what happened on October 12th? You've heard this story. If I told this story recently, you mentioned we have new listeners.
You talking about Sputnik at the fair?
Well, Sputnik, the main event on October 12th, 1959, that was advertised for the Ellis Auditorium, Sputnik Monroe versus Kid Marley.
We'll be deploying soon.
You're about to say who?
Well, you've talked about this on the air, so I know who Kid Marley is.
Okay, well, then we won't tell that story again. But basically, we're skipping over the entire story, which is available on our YouTube somewhere. The Sputnik and some fucking cowboy at the rodeo at the fair got in a fight, and Sputnik ended up on the front page of the newspaper in Memphis with a big black eye and a cut cheek, where the cowboy had fucking punched him in the face when Sputnik had gone to try to fight Gene Barry, who was Bat Masterson, appearing at the Memphis Fair. Anyway, basically, when they got that publicity, you would imagine, wrestling promoter Buddy Fuller got the credit for it. You would imagine either Roy Welch or Buddy Fuller, one or the other, said, well, we got something here. And since Sputnik blamed him getting knocked out on either slipping in cow shit or what, he caught him, he sucker punched him, he wasn't looking. So they announced on television that, as a matter of fact, I'll read it. Wrestling promoter Buddy Fuller insisted yesterday that Kid Marley, a 202-pound cowboy from Paris, Tennessee, will appear on tomorrow night's mat card at the auditorium. In fact, he has officially announced that Marley, who got a barrel of publicity for himself and Sputnik Monroe during the Mid-South Fair, will appear. They offered this guy $1,500 in 1959. What would that be? That's 10 grand easily, right? Today.
I would think, yeah.
They went on TV, Sputnik challenged him, and Buddy Fuller came out, and the promotion will give him $1,500 if he shows up and gets in the ring in the main event at the Ellis Auditorium against Sputnik. And this was from Buddy Wayne, who was around at the time. The guy didn't show up because he sent word, fuck you. At first, they had actually talked to him once, I think. As a matter of fact, he turned down $1,000. That's what, in another one of these articles, it says he turned down $1,000. But then they offered $1,500 and he just didn't show up, and he sent word, he said, I know you guys are trying to sucker, which they probably were. You guys are trying to sucker me in there, and Sputnik Monroe's going to kill me. Which, whether Sputnik could or couldn't have, he probably wouldn't have got out of the Ellis Auditorium in good shape. But anyway, they had a fucking huge amount of publicity for this, so when the real cowboy didn't show up, they brought somebody else in there and named him Jimmy Jones and said he was from the Cowboys' hometown, and Sputnik beat him up. I love wrestling.
Well, on that topic, let me conclude our Christine Jarrett portion of the show here by asking you, because you got to know her a different way than most people did, your mother became close friends with her.
Yes.
You guys were, I don't know if you put it this way, but you guys were often on the road with Christine Jarrett, going to these shows. Did she enjoy it? I mean, was it, this is work, so I'm doing it? Was it eventually, this is my family business, I don't mind it? Or was it actually, I enjoy what I do?
No, she enjoyed it. She didn't enjoy certain parts of it like we all do. Not wanting to deal with Elmer Fudd, the Kentucky State Athletic Commissioner, or, you know, whatever. But no, she was never grumpy about the normal things about her job. Coming to, she was always friendly, always hello, welcoming everybody, saying hello to the boys when they came in. That was her weekly routine. She never drove a car. So she always had a driver, but like I said, whether it was Sammy Malone, Pat Malone's wife, or we got to do a show about Pat Malone sometime, the Green Shadow, but or whether it was her niece Donna, or you know, whoever. Sometimes Mike Duncan, her nephew, would ring announce. He did TV for him in the 70s, did some of the ring announcing in Louisville in the 80s. He'd come up, whatever. But her normal routine, she was always very efficient, pleasant, energetic. When I think back at what her age was then and how much energy she had, I'm like, geez, I don't know how in the world she did it. But it was definitely the family business. She was very protective of not only their business. I mean, once that's probably where I got my disdain for the Outlaws, because that's the first place I heard the term. But, you know, her point was correct. These fly-by-night, low-level, you know, outlaw local things that would pop up from time to time damaged the reputation of her business with newspapers or school sponsors or television stations or whatever. And she'd been there for 30-something years. And she'd seen that happen. And it's the same thing. Every time you get somebody, you know, that thinks they can get in the business and do this, you invariably have that outlaw kind of behavior that runs people off from. She wanted her business to be, even though people might not like wrestling at the TV station or at the radio station or the newspaper, they might not like it, but they need to be respectful of it, because she was respectful of theirs. Like at Channel 11, when WHAS was the biggest newscast here in town, late 70s, they showed the footage of her not allowing them to come in the building. They had come and done a story on wrestling a year or two beforehand for the 6 o'clock news, and they had, well, it's obviously fake, and they kind of made half halfway fun of the fans and the people who came, and it was not a flattering piece. So a year or two later, the people at the Gardens buzz Teeny, hey, Miss Jarrett, TV News is here. And she goes out front, and they're standing there. I can't remember what the sportscaster's name was now. God damn it, it's been 40 years. But anyway, and the camera guy and the audio guy, I'm watching this, right? And they were just amazed that she didn't want them to come in her building, that they had to get clearance. And she said, "You're not welcome here." And you should have seen the look on her face. Well, we're going to give you publicity. And she said, "The last time that you came here, you put on the 6 o'clock news that my business was phony and that my people, the fans that come and buy tickets from me, were not the best kind of people, and we don't need your kind of publicity. You look in there, you see what we've got in there, 4,000 people. Why do we need your kind of publicity? You're not allowed in here. Please turn around and leave." Hey, kick the TV news out. I'm like, yeah. And they showed that. They showed themselves. Well, we tried to cover the wrestling matches and got snide about it, right? But fucking A, she would never curse. She would never yell or raise her voice. But when she looked you in the eye, especially when she gave you the grip, we've talked about the grip, one thumb on one cheek and the middle finger on the other cheek, and pucker your mouth up a little bit and get right in front of you and say, "You listen to me, so-and-so."
Warm-up's done. Time to kick this off.
That's all she needed.
Well, Jim, perhaps somewhere listening to this segment is Jeff Jarrett, WWE Hall of Famer. Speaking of former Impact champions, at one point he was a champion over there, whatever it was called. But maybe he's hearing this and thinking, I wish I had in my office a frame featuring tons and tons of photos of my grandmother, who I love so much.
Well, I can fix him up. Because if you have a beloved grandmother, a beloved granddaughter, a beloved grand anything, if you love anybody that you want a picture of, even if you don't love them, but you want a picture of them to remind yourself of what they look like so you don't let them on your property, whatever, the folks at Skylight Frames can fix you up. We've been talking about them here on the program, the gorgeous 10-inch touchscreen on the designer, beautiful-looking Skylight frame that sets up almost effortlessly and looks like a real photo frame, but instead has a veritable plethora, a cornucopia, a slideshow of pictures that you can send. You can preload them on the frame and then give them the frame to somebody, or you can give somebody the frame and then you can send them the pictures remotely, however it works. For Mother's Day coming up, surprise mom with pictures of the whole family. She opens up the box, she turns the thing on, and boom, the whole family is right there sliding across her screen. Just go to skylightframe.com. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME, skylightframe.com, first of all, to look at what I'm talking about. They're amazing. And then, if you go to skylightframe.com and enter the code DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E, you'll get $10 off your purchase of a Skylight frame. Have we mentioned the phrase Skylight frame? That's all you need to know about it. So whether it's your family, your friends, your pets, candid photography, whatever the case may be, if you want to give somebody a frame that you can then stick pictures in at all hours of the day and night from thousands of miles away if necessary, boy, this is a miracle of modern technology.
Skylight frames.
How many do you have now? How many do you have now of these things? Various, because I know you got one in every room with all the pictures of you at various stages of your life.
And the Mets.
So that you can reflect on yourself from time to time. But do you have more for other people in the family?
There are two right now in Last Manor. There is one right now residing in Last Manor South, which is what I will call my father's house right now. And those are the only ones right now that I know of in the Last family. However, I have talked so glowingly about Skylight Frames that I'm sure one of the many, many family members must have also purchased this.
That's true. And I'm sorry to hear your dad's gone south.
Yeah, me too. Makes two of us. Florida. Ugh.
I thought you meant South New Jersey.
God, no. I would not wish that upon him or anyone.
I'll tell you, I'm from South Jersey. That's what that limo driver that got us lost at the Great American Bash 86 in Washington, D.C. Me, Bobby Eaton, Dennis Condrey, and the Barbarian in a stretch limo with apparently who looked like a fucking Guido from the Jersey Shore driving it. And every time he's asking for directions, hey, I don't know where I'm going. I'm from South Jersey.
Well, Jim, before this show goes too much further south, let's get some more questions in here. This next question sent to cornydrivethrough@gmail.com from Noah in England. I saw on the Dynamite review for the Young Bucks match, there's some grammar problems here, but what he's saying is, I saw the Dynamite review.
Now, be kind.
That was kind.
Maybe he's just nervous.
I thought that was very kind. I saw the Dynamite review for the Young Bucks match, and noticed he didn't comment on their shoes. They were wearing the Dior Jordan 1s, which currently cost $10,000.
What?
With Jim not being a fan of Miro's $1,000 pink Mickey Mouse Gucci shirt, I wonder if he was a fan of the Dior Jordan 1s.
Okay, is there seriously a pair of tennis shoes that sells for $10,000?
Well, there's a big market for the world of, as you put it, tennis shoes or sneakers, especially Jordans. I didn't know they were $10,000.
$10,000?
It seems excessive to me. I wear flip-flops, but there are people who seem to go for this kind of thing.
Well, I didn't have any opinion or didn't mention it because I never look at shoes people wear to begin with, especially the Cucamonga kids, and I can't fathom that anybody would pay $10,000 for a pair of tennis shoes. But if possibly did they just write Dior on them and they're really just regular tennis shoes? I'm trying to think of some way to not just call them complete idiots, but apparently they're complete idiots.
So you don't even think they would purchase?
They're in their 30s and they've got kids and they would spend $10,000 on tennis shoes indicates to me that they didn't spend maybe they got them free, maybe some idiot Mark gave them to them, or elsewise they're just complete imbeciles, because how long do they think they're going to be able to keep the wool pulled over enough people's eyes to be making the kind of money they're making now? And they better, if I were them, I'd have a Christmas Club account opened up. I don't have anything to say to something like that.
What is the most you've ever spent on sneakers?
Let me think. Did I ever tell you the story of when I got the shoes in bulk when I moved to Connecticut?
No, I don't remember that story. Shoes in bulk.
When I moved to Connecticut and started working in the Titan office, they expected you to dress up. Now, this is the first time that I had ever had a job where they expected you to dress up, except if I was on television. And so I got some new clothes, and I made the mistake. See, all those years when I had suits on, when I was managing, the dress shoes that I got, I always had custom soles put on, because you can't run around ringside in slick-soled dress shoes. Say that 3 times fast. You'll bust your ass, right? So the very first, when I got in the business, to wear dress shoes with a suit, but still not to kill myself, I took them to, what do they call it, the shoe people, a shoe cobbler of some description. Yes, the cobbler gentleman. And I had treaded rubber soles put on them. Well, anyway, that's the only kind of dress shoes I ever had. Well, since I'm going to the office, I get some new stuff. I get a pair of dress shoes, just regular old shoes. First time in my life I'd ever really worn those. Within 3 months, I had such incredible foot pain I could barely fucking walk.
Yeah, they felt like
because my feet are so flat, you cannot shove a credit card underneath my arch if I'm barefoot standing on the floor. I mean, my feet are so flat they look like eggs on a frying pan. And I couldn't hardly fucking walk in those shoes. I said, fuck. And I said, I'm going to get some black shoes that unless anybody stares at them, they won't look out of place with a suit or with dress clothes or whatever, but I'm going to get some something I can walk in. So I went and I found this pair of, there's some type of designer something, you know, Nike or fucking whatever, not a Dior thing. But they were like hiking shoes. And they were high top, which I'd always worn when I wrestled anyway, as high top tennis shoes, because I didn't want to look like a wrestler and have boots. So, okay, so these are comfy, and I could walk on these like crazy, and I could stand on my feet at the studio, and I could do all this stuff.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Well, then, because not only are my feet flat, but also I have an odd way of walking from various fucking knee injuries and etc. So, boy, this is a scintillating conversation on the show today. So my soles started wearing unevenly, and then the shoes were kind of getting worn, and I said, I need to get a new pair. So I go to the mall, to the same store that I'd gotten these shoes the previous year. They said they've discontinued those. Well, I love these shoes. Well, we don't have any. So I went to another place in the mall. They discontinued it. We don't have any. The third place I went, the guy recognized me. He said, I don't have any, but I know where you can get them because they were discontinued, so this fucking place here got all that was in the stock or whatever. You call this number. I called, they had 12 pair of those shoes in my size. So, and whereas one pair had been, to you asked the question, how much, one pair was like $90. This was 1996. When I went back the next year, I could get a dozen of them because they'd been discontinued for 30-something bucks a piece. So sign me up. So I did. They shipped a dozen pair of these identical shoes to me in Connecticut, and that was 1997. And finally, I had to buy more shoes in 2012. And because when my last pair was getting really beat up, and I was thinking, oh shit, and concurrently at the same time, that's when I was having the physical therapy on my hip, and I went in my first physical therapy appointment, and he looked at my shoes, and he said, you should not be wearing these. I said, well, this is all the shoes I've worn for the past 14 years. And he said, well, that may be part of your problem. And he made me get low top, lighter shoes, because these things were fucking Herman Munster boots. Low top, lighter shoes, helped me walk better, did the physical therapy, and then I broke down and he gave me the kind of shoes that I should buy, and I spent like $125 or $130 on that pair of shoes. And I kept those until the big calcium deposit on my right big toe from where Nikolai Volkov put my fucking foot back in the goddamn socket in the right position. It will wear holes in my shoes because it's sticking out there on the side, sort of like, well, you know, John the Hunchback's hump.
Time's up.
And so I've had to get another pair since then. But I get a pair of shoes about every 3 years or so. Is that too much detail?
That was a lot of detail, but...
So when you think about it, since 1996, I've only had 14 pair of shoes. And the most I paid was 130-something bucks.
Not bad. Certainly the Young Bucks could learn a thing or two from you about savings.
There you go.
All right, well, let's get another question here on the show. Jim?
I'll be glad to go into as much detail on this one as I did on the last one.
It's finally spring, and I'm saying goodbye snow, hello adventure. And during the Honda Dream Garage Spring event, you can get epic deals on your favorite Honda model. Ready to get rugged? Then take the off-road in an all-wheel drive Honda SUV, like the CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Passport, or redesigned Ridgeline. Want to take a spring road trip? Then check out a fuel-efficient turbocharged Civic or Accord. Say goodbye to winter and hello to a new Honda. Don't miss huge savings during the Honda Dream Garage Spring event, now at your local Honda dealer.
Jim, this one was sent on Twitter using the hashtag Horny Drive-Thru from Robert Kollick. Was Steve Austin's Austin 3:16 promo the most important promo in wrestling history?
Possibly, definitely the most impactful. I mean, there's been great promos. Everybody, you know, there's millions of people that can quote Dusty's Hard Times.
But no one, you know, it's weird with that one, because no one, when I was tape trading in the 90s, no one ever talked about that promo. It just somehow in the early decade, the first decade of the century, I don't know if it's because WWE started using it in various collections they did, but I had never really heard people rave about that promo up until 20 years ago.
Well, and we talked about this one time before, a long time ago on the show. It wasn't as impactful to me or to people who worked with Dusty in the 80s. That was just a Dusty promo. Not to say that it was bad, but to say that they were all that good. He'd sit in his office on Wednesdays when we were doing interviews at Crockett's office, and he'd only come out for like Philly or Baltimore or Atlanta, the big show, and then he'd go back in his office, right? And we'd be doing, Columbia, South Carolina. But Gene Anderson would just say, okay, I gotta go get Dusty. And we'd sit there for a couple minutes, and he'd come in, roll camera, boom, he would cut something like that for fucking Philly on a local promo and then walk back out and say, let me know when you need me, baby. And so it was every week on the syndicated TVs, the promos were like that. But anyway, yeah, there's been great promos and promos people quote, but as far as a direct, impact on not only that particular guy getting really over, but business in general, I don't know I can think of another one. Can you?
Most important promos in wrestling history.
I mean, you could say in another way, if the promo that Vince cut on the simulcast when he bought WCW and he was on both shows at the same time, that was important. It wasn't necessarily great. It didn't do a lot for business.
WCW didn't survive, but
and you return to the front line. You lose, your fight is over. Time to earn your freedom, soldier. That's got to be on the list,
but it still can't be as big as Austin 316 because Hogan rejuvenated himself, switching heel, something people thought that they'd never see in a new atmosphere with new people to play off of, etc. That was big, but he'd already been the biggest star in wrestling. Austin was about to be, and that was, a big thing in getting him there, just where people hooked onto it, took notice, not only bringing the signs, but also just the whole vibe of Austin. And we talked about it on, when we talked about the biography last week, and it's the same thing with Piper, it's the same thing with most all these guys you're going to see, is they were into who they were, and they gave that vibe off. And so that promo was something that people just hooked onto as getting into Steve Austin in general, just because that was the perfect example of Steve Austin. Well, Austin 316 says, I just whipped your ass. He don't put up with anything. He don't take shit off of anybody. That's what they wanted.
Right. Well, Jim, we have some breaking news of sorts.
Breaking news? Well, if it's broken, we'll fix it.
Well, it will not be broken by the time the show comes out. Everyone will know about it, but people are sending this to me now. Someone on Twitter named John Orand, who works for the Sports Business Journal, a couple of tweets here. NBC pulls out of the NHL bidding process. So that, of course, means USA Network will not be airing the NHL after all.
Ooh!
However, a second tweet, per a source, Turner Sports is likely to pick up the rest of the NHL's media rights package.
Whoa!
Wouldn't that be
something? Hold it for deployment. Now's a good time to warm up.
Reversal, ladies and gentlemen, on a decision. So that if they were to would they put NHL hockey on TNT or on TBS?
Into the area. Watch
on
the skies.
Hockey doesn't go on TBS, does it? That's TNT is their sports network.
Hockey doesn't go on any of the Turner networks, but...
Well, I mean, if they got it...
It would be a better fit on TNT, I would think, than TBS. Hold on, we'll let this be anyone is saying anything. This is some breaking news. Actually, the first comment here... Does this mean the NHL will air on TNT on Wednesdays? And the next comment is... Hard to imagine they would bump AEW on TNT.
Hard to imagine they would bump NXT.
Can you imagine they move NXT? Partly because, at least, the NHL coming to USA. Now they announced that they're not coming to USA. They may go to TNT.
AEW to Tuesday, anyone?
Well, we'll have more information about this, I'm sure, later on this week.
Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
Is known about this major shakeup in the sports rights world of television. But Jim, let's get another question here on the show. This one, Sunday@gmail.com from Lee in Manchester, UK. I agree with pretty much everything Jim has to say about wrestling. But I
like this guy already.
But I disagree with some of the comments made about The Fiend.
Oh, boy.
I think he was one of the most exciting characters in wrestling when he re-emerged with a split personality gimmick a couple of years ago. There was a ton of potential for the character, and like The Undertaker, a character you could have built huge angles around without even having to have him near any of the belts. Some of the booking has been rotten, and this year's WrestleMania match was atrocious. Rather than telling the story of Gray's mental decline and the Fiend being the manifestation of the internalized rage, the silly buggers at WWE have instead focused on the daft supernatural tomfoolery. This has resulted
all targets
in a daft pantomime instead of what should have been a dark psychological thriller. I do think there have been some great moments. For example, his debut against Finn Balor.
By the way, let me just say, when you use the phrase dark psychological thriller in conjunction with what is supposed to be a professional wrestling fucking promotion, you've already shit and fell back in it.
I do think there have been some great moments. For example, his debut against Finn Balor. And the John Cena cinematic match last year was a masterpiece in storytelling. What? And I still think the character has potential to be one of the most memorable of the last 2 decades with some decent booking. My question is, how would Jim have booked the Fiend or Bray Wyatt's arranged split personality gimmick from the start?
First of all, the whole problem with the Fiend is exactly what's this fella's name that I formerly liked?
Well, he seems like a very asking the question dedicated listener from Manchester, UK.
Okay, see, but it's all about the story, the character, the dark psychological thriller, the writing. It's all fucking phony. If you want to have a fucking psychopath, that's fine. I'm all for people that are crazy. If you got a guy that he can convince people that he's crazy and dangerous, then that's a fucking attraction in wrestling. But when he does things that are blatantly phony or stupid, or they cross the lines of any sensible reasoning, such as teleporting himself from one place to another, or having gasoline poured on him and him burned alive in front of us, and coming back 3 weeks later, fuck you. It's a goddamn bunch of hot garbage.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I don't know how I would have booked him from the start, because I don't know whether he's willingly gone along with this or he's one of the people that they just make do this stupid shit. If he really wanted to be alive and have a 100-pound schoolgirl in a swing with stupid puppets and goofy
Enemy
music
UAV
vomiting
overhead.
black sludge, I would have probably booked him a fucking one-way ticket back to where he came from. Because this whole thing is just probably the worst overall. The worst stuff that I have ever seen in wrestling. And over the last year and a half or 2 years, imagine how much that takes in, has probably 50% of it is involved the Fiend. Every time we see him, it's garbage. It's goofy fucking puppets appearing out of nowhere. It's fucking supernatural bullshit. Black sludge vomit. Being killed in front of us and then just getting up or whatever. No, this is totally unsalvageable. This is not even wrestling anymore. So I don't know what the fucking attraction is that anybody would be entertained by this horse shit. But no, I wouldn't book the Fiend except possibly a long stay at a fucking mental institution.
Yeah, I don't know who was out there saying, you know what wrestling needs? More puppets.
Yes, I mean, the whole thing. The Firefly Funhouse vignettes. The whole thing is an embarrassment to the
Enemy
business.
dropping into the AO.
So no, I wouldn't be booking him at all.
Do you try to do something to harness his talking ability? You wouldn't book him at all, or you wouldn't book him at all?
I haven't seen it. They used to say, when we weren't watching this shit, I used to hear, oh, Bray Wyatt's really cool. He's a swamp guy with creepy brothers. Okay, well, that sounds good. Every time I see it, he's smattering nonsense in the most egregiously stupid and phony ways that they try to pawn off on us as him being a goddamn supernatural creature or whatever. I haven't seen a good match. I haven't seen a good promo. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Somebody said it used to be better when it was Bray Wyatt and his, swampy brothers. And then it was spooky. But then apparently somewhere along the way, by the time we started watching, it got to be just ignorant.
Jim, our next question sent to cornydrivethrough@gmail.com from Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi.
All right.
Greg Valentine recently said he didn't trust Scott Steiner in the ring and was almost injured when Steiner botched a suplex in one of their matches. Valentine said, quote, "I gave him my back and he abused it, so I never trusted him again. But thank God we didn't have to wrestle them too many times." What are your thoughts on Valentine's take on Scott Steiner?
Well, I mean, I always liked the Steiners, and I know they're beasts, but they always, except when they were with guys like the Nasty Boys, they always seemed safe because they were so strong they could put you wherever they wanted you. And some of those slobber knockers were just ridiculous, and they were landing on each other's heads and everything. But I can see also Greg Valentine saying that and what he means, and can agree with him, because here's the Greg Valentine
Enemy
was
UAV
already
overhead.
wrestling 16 years before Scott Steiner ever got in a ring. So at what point was Scott Steiner trying to suplex Greg? Greg Valentine is not a guy that, in the Crockett days, yes, he and Flair would trade vertical suplexes, but he wasn't used to being gut-wrenched and Germaned by a fucking beast from another world, or picked up in one of those Steiner screwdrivers or whatever. And I don't know why, honestly, that one would be working with Greg Valentine and think that might be a good idea to pick Greg up and do that. It's not his kind of match. So I can see where Greg was like, what the fuck? Because, he's used to the match of him and Piper. They're chopping each other till blood comes out their chest pores, and they're potatoing each other with punches, and Piper's losing part of his hearing, and everybody's getting their eyebrows busted open, but nobody's being picked up and thrown halfway across the ring, landing on their head. That was I'm sure, a foreign style to Greg Valentine, and rightfully so, and I don't know at what time period this would have been that they were working together, but Greg had to be
probably WCW 92, if I had to guess.
Was Greg there then?
Greg was there. He was in a tag team. Was it him and Terry Taylor?
Good Lord. Wow. Somebody had a good fucking sense of humor there to team those two guys up. Well, okay, then there's Greg Valentine's 45 years old, Scott Steiner's 30, and Steiner's trying to throw Greg Valentine around the fucking ring? I could see where that probably would have been a clash of styles.
Did you ever hear anyone else complain about working with the Steiners?
Well, I mean, it depended. Anybody that they didn't enjoy working with might complain about them because they weren't enjoying. The Steiners weren't enjoying working with them, so probably weren't, being as nice as they could be.
Acknowledge waypoint codes.
For whatever reason, I remember in the bunkhouse battle royals that, God, it would have been what year? The 88, I guess, bunkhouse stampedes. Was that when the
Scott wasn't there.
Scott wasn't there. And maybe it was 80. Whatever. There was some battle royals. Maybe they were in bunkhouse. But just battle royals. Scott just got the idea that he'd take fucking Ray Candy down and just hold him immobile in the middle of the ring. And I don't know why. But sometimes you know, it just depended on whether or not that they kind of respected you as to whether they'd be a little extra careful. But they weren't being reckless and trying to kill people. But the Steiners could actually kind of fuck you up just playing with you without you really, you know, without really meaning it, because they were so fucking stiff and strong and they didn't realize what they were doing. And sometimes they just, you know, fuck with you. I mean, in TNA one time in Orlando, I'll tell you the story real quick. It seems to come up here. So Disco Inferno is one of the agents, and it's because he New York Bucks, right? And the stupid shit he'd say about booking space aliens or whatever tickled Russo. So whenever Russo had any pull, he'd get Disco Inferno. So they were paying him to be an agent, but they'd give him the underneath matches, because, I mean, Disco Inferno as an agent to set up wrestling matches. How about me? Consultant to NASA on the moon rock, right? And so they give him the underneath matches and stuff that he couldn't fuck up too much. It was just there because he tickled Russo. And one day the Steiners, for whatever reason, because the main event guys was kind of, it's Disco Inferno. He had a goofy gimmick. He was a fucking comedy wrestler, as they talk about those lists these days. And what the fuck? So they fucking took him out in the parking lot and pulled his pants down around his ankles and duct taped his wrists and his ankles together, and I think gagged him or something else, and we're hoping that they'd open the gates where the fans would walk by and see him. But somehow he got halfway loose and hobbled back in. He had gravel fucking burns all over his knees and elbows and everything, but they weren't trying to be mean to him. It's just that's the way they played. Sometimes with Arnold, when they bring Scott's Pitbull
Recon coming up.
And he was a good worker, but he scared Bobby Eaton to death. And sometimes they'd get him after some of the other guys and feed three guys in a fucking shit stall in the bathroom. His head was as big as a fucking toilet seat, the dog's was, and he'd be barking, and if you stuck your boot out at him, he'd take your full foot in his fucking mouth. But they tickled him to death. So the Steiners are just, they just play rough.
RTB for
okay, well, speaking of playing rough, our next question, Jim. Send it for gmail.com from Brian in Charleston, South Carolina. I saw an interview with Tony Atlas claiming that Mr. Fuji used to carry around LSD cookies with him back in the day and offer them to the other wrestlers. Are you aware of any Mr. Fuji stories similar to this one?
I cannot confirm or deny that because that was back in the 80s before the time that I was around Mr. Fuji, who, by the time I was working with him, had settled into the beloved old grandfatherly Japanese elder role and, you know, wasn't getting around as quick as he used to, so he wasn't as sharp with the ribs. But I've heard the same thing about King Curtis, though. Kevin Sullivan told me that King Curtis, they'd take those flights in Australia. And King Curtis would have like this giant fucking, I don't know, cookie or sugar cube wouldn't be big enough, but just a big giant thing that was soaked in LSD, and he'd just take licks off of it like a deer takes a lick off a salt lick. And he'd be handing it to Lewin and all those guys. And I can't even imagine what that might be like while you're on an airplane, or what it might be like to be on an airplane as just a tourist in Australia with Mark Lewin, King Curtis, and a variety of the Australian World Championship Wrestling guys on LSD on the fucking plane. But I don't know about Fuji, but it did. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I'm not denying these things ever happen. I just have no first-hand knowledge.
Did you hear stories when you were up there about Fuji?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's a famous ribber. And everybody, and a stiff ribber too, and everybody's known that for years. And I would like, because I always liked Fuji, I would like to think the story of him cooking the guy's dog and serving it to him is not true, because that would change the whole way that I look at the fucking guy, or looked at the fucking guy. But one of the best rips before I ever even met Fuji, Dennis Condrey told me about, when they were in Knoxville in the Southeastern days, the late 70s, Fuji and Tanaka at one point were the Southeastern Tag Team Champions. But point is, Fuji wanted to play a rib on this guy. So the guy, one day, he gets, and, you know, that was, Southeastern was a short trip territory, so you'd get up and you'd leave, and maybe you'd go to the gym or you'd do something during the day. So the guy leaves his apartment, gets in his car, he's going to the gym, he's going to wherever, he puts a key in, nothing. Won't turn over, won't do anything. Not like a dead battery, just nothing. What the fuck? Guy gets out, pops his hood. He's staring at the fucking pavement. There's no engine in his car. Apparently, they said Fuji spent like $1,000 to have somebody come over there in the middle of the night, take the engine out of the guy's car, and then once the rib registered, he put it back in for him. So, I mean, you know, he was willing to go to lengths to fucking rib people, and everybody knew you treat Fuji with deference and respect. Yes, master. Yes, master.
Why do you think they kept him around for so long? I mean, he was one of those guys in the 80s a lot of people looked at and said, he is one of the worst managers in wrestling. But they always kept him around. They always used him well.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Well, for one thing, a lot of people, because they saw him as Mr. Fuji, the manager in the 80s, and then in the 90s when he was old and, you know, broke down, and they don't remember that in the 60s and 70s, Mr. Fuji was one of the big bump-taking fucking wrestlers in the business. I mean, he would, you know, slams off the top and big backdrops, and he drew money both as a single, especially out in Northern California, San Francisco territory, and he and Tanaka, Professor Tanaka, were a big-time team. They were the WWF Tag Team Champions in the 70s, and so he had a 20-something year career, but, you know, he was never a great promo, but in the days where Japanese heels were big box office, and he was one of the best ones of them, he worked steady and in top positions in most of the territories for quite some time, but, you know, he was never a good promo, and he was almost immobile by the 90s because he had so many injuries and so many, the bumps had taken. You've seen some of the old 70s 8mm, 16mm footage where he's bouncing around the ring like a Super Bowl. And, you know, that's what happens. And
Gas is moving
as to the reason they kept him around and made him a manager, it was every territory had somebody that the promoters always wanted to take care of because of what they had meant or what they had done. And it just depended on who it was and what the territory was. Every territory had Pat Malone watched the door in the Tennessee territory and several of the towns and gave the kids the wrestling magazines to go out and sell. And he had a lifetime job because, and we're going to talk about this on an upcoming program. We're going to get Scott Teal to do some historical perspective on some things. But he had been Roy Welch's right-hand man. He had set attendance records in every town in their territory in the 40s. Caused riots. Was a major heel over a period of 10 or 15 years in all parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama, etc. So still 30 years later, as long as they were around, as long as the modern generation was around that had respect for him, he was going to have jobs. Dave Crockett took care of George Harris and Klondike Bill,
into the area. Watch
and
the
also
skies.
Paul Jones, because Paul Jones had been in with George Scott and Crockett Sr. So Vince Sr., because he ran such a big territory for so long and because they weren't running on a shoestring and he had money to take care of guys, there were guys that he took care of because they owned part of the business or owned part of at least some of the territory at one time, like the Gorilla Monsoon. And there were also guys that he had promised his dad when he bought the company, I'll take care of them. They've been your backbones, Strongbow, Gorilla, Blackjack Mulligan. And those guys were taken care of pretty much until
Blackjack Mulligan.
I'm sorry, Blackjack Lanza. What in the world did I just say? I'm sorry. Well, Lanza, Jack Lanza. And George Steele was another one of them. And then for various reasons, age or health or whatever, they retired or kind of on their own volition. They gave Strongbow a little shove because he was so fucking old and fat and immobile, he couldn't even hardly get up out of a chair anymore, so they suggested that he retire, and then the first thing he did 2 months later was go appear on a WCW special. After they'd carried his fucking fat, worthless ass for 30 years. That was kind of the way he repaid him, but, you know, the other guys, they were agents or whatever that they could do at that point in time, and then they
Right
still
on the point,
contributed, but
make
it
it
was
ready.
because
Your
of their
window's closing fast.
seniority
Gas
and
is inbound. Marking
the
you
importance
safe
that
zone.
they had been to the company years before.
You said fat, worthless ass. It is interesting how many guys have differing opinions of Jay
Loadout
Strongbow.
drop
What did you
inbound.
think of him?
Couldn't stand him, except he was occasionally entertaining when he'd come up with a one-liner. And Vince used to fucking die laughing when he's, well, Vince, they should have held that match in a Vince was tickled by it, so it had to be funny, but here's and I mean, you know, he was just condescending to the young guys, I thought. He was to the job guys or whatever. He just looked down his nose kind of at everybody, and he sat there and did as little as possible.
Enemy dropping
and
into the AR.
seemed like he felt like he was entitled. Let's face it, Chief Jay Strongbow was not a star anywhere else except the WWF because they wanted an Indian and they made him one, even though he was Italian. Joe Scarpa in the 60s was a pretty good young babyface, but by the time he was Jay Strongbow, I mean, everybody's seen the fucking footage. Those matches were the shits. Now, I remember, who was it? Oh, God damn it. He told one of the guys one time, he said, well, you made your comeback because it looked like bullshit. And the guy said, yeah, I should have started doing a war dance. And dancing around the ring in a circle first, you know. But I really like George Steele. George the Animal Steele. I think he was a nice guy. He was very intelligent. He had a good mindset on wrestling. And I know a lot of people have knocked him. Bret Hart didn't like him. I never saw that. I thought he was good with matches. Jack Lanza was a prince of a guy. Reed was sort of in the mud most of the time. He had the personality of cabbage, but he was a nice guy. Just he's New Zealand and got a stick up his ass. But your Strongbow contributed very little of anything, except occasionally Bob and Vince in the production meeting.
When I was a kid and I didn't know any better, and you would see these things happen, and nobody got identified by name. It was just, the agents are out there, it'd be Tony Garea, or the officials. The officials are out there, Tony Garea and Rene Goulet. It's like, man, all these senior citizens have such funny hair.
I forgot about Rene Goulet, too. Sergeant Jacques Goulet. I liked him also. He was a nice guy, and he stayed in really good shape. Him and Garea, after their wrestling days, they were always in good shape. Everybody else kind of fleshed out a little bit.
Well, Jim, we were talking about Mr. Fuji, and it has been said that although it's been many years since Mr. Fuji passed, perhaps some of the victims of his vicious ribs want to get revenge on his estate right now. Perhaps they want to get together collectively and sue.
They want to sue? Well, if you want to sue, then I know who you should call to sue to get even for you. Call Stephen P. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. Those are the rest. Lisa, we do have to clarify that we have made Stephen P. New and newlawoffice.com 888-692-8084 literally household names. Names and words that are on the tip of everyone's tongue out there across the podcasting world. And this Stephen P. New has been successful over the past 15 years. And he has won all these cases where there's been personal assaults by an actual doctor at the Veterans Administration. household item, or whatever the case is. We have finally run across one type of case that Stephen P. New regrets to inform us that he cannot handle or resolve. He's now getting contacts, and we can't give details. He couldn't give details. That's attorney-client privilege, but he's asked us to say that he cannot take medical malpractice cases from the country of Nigeria, because apparently this was recently offered to him, and I think there's a jurisdictional issue.
You've got gas closing in
with him
fast.
before he can pack his shit up and move on the road out to Nigeria for this medical malpractice issue. He would have to get licensed, bonded, pass the bar. We all know Stephen has a hard time passing the bar for that particular country. So if we can keep things within the continental United States that you require of Stephen P. New, he can serve you better right now, although he is, because of all the feedback he's gotten from our worldwide listeners, looking to open some type of international office in the near future, possibly a branch of newlawoffice.com on the space station.
Clear to engage.
And that way he can just kind of look down at the world and pick the cases that are most deserving. I'm not sure if you could still call 888-692-8084 if he was on the space station, but I'm pretty sure that even the internet works in space, right? newlawoffice.com. But no medical malpractice in Nigeria.
For anyone who thinks you're doing a bit, this is a legit thing.
I'm not doing a bit.
Yeah.
Yes, he wanted us to let everybody know he would love to help everyone, but he is not admitted to the bar or whatever they have over there in Nigeria.
Clorox knows you want your clothes smelling fresh and clean, but what happens? That's why we created Clorox fabric sanitizers, to freshen up your clothes between washes, pre-treat extra stinky laundry, and make sure every last odor comes out in the wash. Clorox fabric sanitizers take care of all that and eliminate 99% of odor-causing bacteria. Plus, they're bleach-free and safe for all colors and fabrics. When it counts, trust Clorox.
Well, Jim, before you brought up the idea of G.J. Strongbow dancing around the ring, on a similar topic, this question was David Brennan in Blackpool, England. Of course, the Baron of Blackpool is Alan Blackstock.
And that is the home base of formerly Lord Stephen Regal, now William Regal. Was it not?
I believe so.
He's from Blackpool.
After Alan Blackstock, he's the man who made Blackpool famous. But I have a question which has always been on my mind.
Or maybe is he the man that made Blackstock famous?
We'll have to find out in the weeks ahead here on the show. But here's David Brennan's question. I have a question, which has always been on my mind. Hulking up. The first time I saw a pay-per-view was SummerSlam 90. I genuinely thought Hulk Hogan had been injured, perhaps mortally. Do you know of the first match in which Hulk did the hulking up routine? Did it evolve over time? And how do you think today's audience would react to a wrestler doing this? Imagine someone doing it in the UFC. And Jim, this question, you've heard the contents of it, but other people have sent in questions regarding the origins of hulking up.
Well, you know, I just realized nobody does do that anymore, do they? Because there's no babyface comeback, because there's really no heel heat, because nobody knows what each other are.
You need fans to care in order to pull down the stress.
Yes, and that's the thing. Hulking up, Hulk Hogan did not invent. It's been called that because he was so obvious with it. With Lawler, it was dropping the strap. With whatever.
Just closing in.
Jay Strongbow was the war dance.
With Bearcat Brown, he did a fucking dance. I mean, you know, kids in Louisville, when they got in fights in school in the early 70s, they would start to do Bearcat Brown's fucking swinging his fists out from side to side and kicking his foot up in the air like he was going to make the comeback. Every babyface that was, not everyone, but every babyface that was a main event star, that was over, that was a top guy or had been used in a position or had some oomph to him, not just every single schlub, had a manner of starting his comeback. and some elevated it to an art form. And so it's old as the hills that the babyface would be getting the shit kicked out of him, and then finally something would happen where you would detect that he was not going to put up with this anymore, or that he was starting to bow up, as we used to bow up. That's what you'd call it, in I guess at least in Southern wrestling, bow up at me, here, come back, whatever. But they would gradually start showing that they had life, they had fire, whether it be a look up to the people in the bleachers, or whether it would be the way they would twist their fucking body when they would get hit, and you would start to see some erection go back in their spine, or whatever. And Bob Armstrong did that. Every babyface down through the years that was over had some manner of doing that. And the key word is over, because the people had to give a shit. If the guy in the first match did it, they don't really care, right? If a guy that's not over does it, they don't give a fuck. But when you got in that position, when the people had paid to see you, and they're really invested in your selling, that's when, and I guess now a lot of people don't even understand what drop the strap meant. Lawler was the master. Hogan's I always thought was fucking not
Listen
only
up, soldier.
from
Win
a
here and you
visual
return to the
standpoint, it was
front line.
phony, because
If
he'd
you
have
lose, you're
everybody,
gone.
including the biggest people in the
Time
world,
to
just
earn your
throwing
freedom,
shitty
soldier.
punches at his left shoulder while he walked away from him, shaking his fists. And that's shitty from a visual standpoint from the fans, but also from the guy working with you. Turn around, take a fucking punch so I can throw one that looks good.
You're going back
right?
to the front line.
And then whether you sell it or not, that's immaterial, but just don't be walking away from me. Hogan's drove me crazy. But Lawler would be selling, and then suddenly he'd take a punch, boom, and instantly he'd turn his head and his back would shoot up straight, and he'd grab his chin, and he'd start rubbing it, and he'd get a look on his face with his eyes crossed like you, and all they would be like a you motherfucker. A visual body language, you motherfucker, and the people would stop from the rumble that they had while he was getting beat on. They would pop, they'd roar, and then he'd take another shot, and he would recoil from that, but he would stand up even straighter and look back at the fucking guy with that look on his face. And the people would blow louder, and the heel might try one more time, boom, and pickle Lawler right in the face. And that time he wouldn't even sell it. He would then take that fucking right thumb, put it over the left shoulder strap, and drop the strap and put his hands up like he's ready to fight, and they would throw babies in the air. Before he had landed a punch, which they knew was coming, when the strap dropped, the people came to their fucking feet. And then he'd throw those punches, and every one he landed, they'd go, ooh, 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 ooh. And he'd make his big comeback. And every once in a while, with a Terry Funk, like we talked about in the first 5-star match, he'd drop the strap, and he'd make a small comeback, but then he'd get stopped again because that's a big main event, and holy shit. And now, even the strap hasn't worked. And the people would be more invested into it. But that type of thing, with the babyface starting to bow up under punishment, starting to show life to the people, whether he's doing a little dance or a little jig, or whether he's shaking his head, or whether he's looking away or rubbing his face or whatever the fuck. If he did it long enough and established it and made it his trademark, the people knew to get with it. And that sometimes was the biggest pop of the comeback. Not what he did to the heel, but the fact that the moment of the bow-up is the fucking time where they come. And then he fucking makes the comeback, and they're with him. And once then they go into their finish, and the people are hooked for whatever they do.
Enemy UAV overhead.
But you don't see that anymore because nobody gives that much of a fuck.
Who invented, I mean, there have been so many Native American wrestlers or pretend Native American wrestlers. Who invented the war dance as a no-sell towards the end of the match to make your big comeback?
Oh, good Lord. Who knows?
I mean, was Don Eagle doing that?
I'm sure he was. Danny Little Bear was doing it. And 1972. Probably even before Don Eagle. I mean, there was. I don't know if, like, there was a famous Indian wrestler in North Carolina named Chief Sawnook, who ended up being the promoter in Asheville and was a prominent person around town, because there's a lot of legitimate Native American Indian tribes in North Carolina. And I don't know if he went all the way into the gimmick, but in a lot of cases where they had Indian wrestlers in places where there weren't a lot of real Indians, they'd go full-fledged into the, because it was colorful, a feathery headdress, and the tom-toms, and Chief Thundercloud brought his teenage son, Chewy, along, and he was the drummer boy. Chief Bobby Bold Eagle was an Italian named Bob Boyer, but he had a headdress that was 7 feet long. It was incredible. The best part of seeing Bobby Bold Eagle was watching him come to the ring with the drums and the colored feathers and the whole 9 yards. What an outfit. Then the match started. Holy shit. So there's, but when you think about it, especially in the era of the 30s and 40s, cowboy movies, John Wayne, whatever, the common vision of an Indian in those days was somebody doing war dance. So Indian was the baby face. Of course, he's going to do a war dance to make his comeback and fucking vanquish the heel. So even if they were Italian Indians or Mexican Indians, that was a big thing. Nick Gomez could take a Mexican wrestler and make him any nationality. It just depends on haircut and outfit. So whether they were real Indians, as some were, like Danny Little Bear, or whether they were Mexican Indians, like many were, or some Italian Indians, they all did the same thing, because it was the stereotype in those days of people that had watched cowboy movies on television.
So going back to Hulk Hogan and hulking up, he wrestled in Memphis in '79. He would do a shot against...
He was Lawler's tag team partner when he first came to Memphis. Yeah, he saw Lawler do that.
And then he came back and worked against Lawler in, I think, '81. And, of course, he went up to the World Wrestling Federation. Jay Strongbow's there. Then goes the AWA. I don't know who would have been doing something. I don't know what the Crusher did in his matches there, but...
Well, see, for Crusher to make a hook up, that would have been intimidated that he sell, and Crusher never said anything. But I mean, any baby face, yes.
But where do you think Hogan, if you had to guess, where do you think Hogan really got it from?
Well,
was Lawler doing it in '79?
God, yes. Lawler was doing it in the first time he switched babyface in '77. That's when he started doing it. So yeah, I'm sure he got it from Lawler, because I doubt Hulk Hogan went up there in 1981 to the WWF and said, hey, show me some 10-year-old Jay Strongbow tapes. I want to steal some shit. But he'd been Lawler's tag team partner when they brought him in and introduced him in Memphis, so he saw that in the Coliseum or in the Gardens every week. Because this is not like that Lawler did not do this in 98 to 99% of the matches he ever had, and it never got old. The people were
Playtime's over, mate.
Probably had their feelings hurt if it didn't happen. So he definitely saw it, yeah. But I mean, that's not unique in wrestling. He'd been watching Dusty would sell like he'd get down on his knees and have you get the ice clamp, the lazy man's hold on it, right? The nerve hold on the shoulder muscle, by the spot pinch. And he'd be bleeding. And he'd put his arms out to his sides like he was on the cross. Right? And he'd be kneeling there bleeding, and they're working on him, and he'd actually doing nothing, but then his wrists would start going. And his wrists would start circulating around a little bit, and then his arms would come up a little higher, and then all of a sudden he'd give a double fucking finger, and the place would blow, and then he'd fucking stand up and elbow and start making a fucking comeback. So Hogan could have seen it in Florida with Dusty, but he didn't think of it, Hulk Hogan. He didn't invent it. And it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't the best one.
The worst one I ever saw, even when I was a kid, I was like, this is ridiculous. He kicked out of everyone's finishers. Randy Savage hits him with the elbow drop at WrestleMania 5. 1, 2, he kicks out, he comes completely back, full energy.
Yeah.
And destroys Randy Savage.
Now it's
which in a
waypoint
lot of ways is very similar to their real-life relationship.
But, you know, that's the thing. I didn't like Hogan's because it just didn't look good. It didn't look legitimate. And I could, but again, he was so over. We've talked about this. The more over you are, in some cases, the less good your shit has to look. Steve Austin stole in a mud hole. People couldn't see it because it was Steve Austin. But I just didn't like Hogan's. You know, the poor sucker heel is standing there instead of at least having an opponent in front of you that's reacting to what you're doing, like Lawler or like Dusty or like any of those guys. You're just having to follow him around the ring as he does his fucking Hogan thing and punch him on his left shoulder because he won't turn around and take one. I'm like, what the fuck? It was odd. It was odd.
Well, Jim, this may be our final question here this week. We'll see how it goes.
We can always hope. We can certainly hope.
It is one that has come in on Twitter and via email from a lot of people. I'm going to entitle it The Birth of the Road Warriors, because it sounds a lot better than, what did Matt Bourne do? But apparently a lot of people, after hearing you, I think
I said if
a lot of people not familiar with that sword from early 1983.
I did not know that people were not familiar with that, but basically, Ole Anderson was still running Georgia Championship Wrestling. At that point in time, I believe was that right after, around the same period of time that he was Iggy and Barnett out?
Right after he Iggy out Barnett in Christmas time 1982, Matt Bourne and Arn Anderson arrive in Georgia, coming out of Mid-South in the spring of 83.
That's right, and Ole was going to make Arn Anderson and Matt Bourne because they had been together in Mid-South, right, as the Rat Pack.
Time to earn your freedom, soldier.
No, they hadn't yet?
No, well, Matt Bourne was in the Rat Pack with Duggan and DiBiase. Arn was just Marty Lundgren working.
Looking a little worse for wear. You're heading back to base.
Point is,
we lost that one.
So Matt Bourne is a pretty decent name in wrestling already, and he had been teamed up with DiBiase in the Rat Pack. In Mid-South Wrestling. Of course, Matt Bourne's father, Tough Tony Bourne, was a Portland wrestling legend. And Arn had just became Arn Anderson because he had been Marty Lundy in Mid-South Wrestling. Okay. And Ole intended to, using Arn as one of the Anderson family and Matt Bourne, their team, they were going to be the Georgia Tag Team Champions or the National Tag Team Champions, whatever their title was called at that time, and they were going to be pushed as the top heel team. Right. Until Matt Bourne has the cops coming looking for him at TV on charges of, I don't know what the charge was, so I'm not going to slander anybody, but let's just say improper conduct with a female who was not 18 years old, of some description, is what the bone of contention was. Did I say that in a decent and kind way?
I think so. People could read between the lines.
Or between whatever was spread. But anyway, so immediately, as happened in wrestling in those days when, you know, the pre-internet days and all that shit, when everybody wasn't smart, nobody knew whose real name was what, or how to find people, Matt Bourne left the territory. And fucking poor Arn Anderson sitting there going, it was just why there was heat to the very last between them, because that was going to be Arn's first career break, and he thought he pretty much just got fucked out. He definitely got fucked out of being the top heel team and the tag team champions, and he thought he got fucked out of a career there. Fortunately, he hung around long enough, and it wasn't his fault.
And that's when they went to Southeastern.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, it had just happened because in the summer of '83, when Dundee and me and the Bobby Fulton, Terry Taylor, all those guys went down to work for Ole in the summer of '83, it had just happened right before we had gotten there, and that's when they had brought the Road Warriors in, because Ole, all of a sudden, that's where the Road Warriors come in. he needs a top heel tag team. He's got nobody. He had plans for these guys. He wanted to get rid of them. He's got nobody scheduled to come in. He's trying to make up a heel team from somewhere, which is where he went back and visited Eddie Sharkey and brought in the Road Warriors. And so there now Arn is seeing the Road Warriors getting over on national TV, and he's in the first match. Then only lucky they didn't even take the Anderson name away from him. Because when we got closed down,
Gas is closing
I
on your
remember the
position.
last night we were in Columbus, Georgia, Arn was on like a preliminary match, and all the rest of us were leaving, but he was still in the territory. They just weren't using him, so they gave him to us instead of putting him on the northern tours.
Drop point set.
Dundee
We'll go for
had him
infill.
somewhere or another run out at the end of the night and just hit it. Whatever he was using as his finish, he just beat up everybody. He just beat up everybody on the card, a big run in, and they all took bumps for him. He said, fuck it, he's the only one staying, we're never coming back. So, you know. But finally, like you said, he got the chance to take the Arn Anderson name and go to Continental shortly afterwards, and he got over. And you know, he was already kind of a natural worker. People could tell that he had the talent, he just hadn't had the chance to do anything. Now he did, and boom, but by the time that Flair starts going into Continental to work for Ron Fuller, he's seeing this guy on the card, and he's telling Crockett about him. So a year or two later, that's when Arn made the move. But if not for Matt Warren getting in trouble with underage diddling or whatever, there would have been no Road Warriors. Because nobody was knocking on their door at that time saying, hey, please, guys, come work for me. Remember, they were all out of business back bouncing in Minneapolis.
Yeah, because Animal had a very brief run where they brought him in as the Road Warrior, all in denim. And then Road Warrior Hawk was wrestling, was it Vancouver? He was doing like...
Enemy UAV overhead.
Pressure Von Haig.
That's right.
Pressure Von Haig. He'd never... Joe had been briefly to Atlanta and worked a couple shots for Crockett just underneath, as you said, as the Road Warrior. And Hawk had gone to Vancouver and said, well, this fucking sucks and I'm making no money, and went back to Minneapolis. I don't know that any other promoter would have even known to ask Eddie Sharkey about him. And they weren't actively at that point in wrestling. It was like Ole went and said, hey, the big guy, you know, I had before, maybe you got somebody else with him or whatever. Yeah, well, look at this guy. Oh, shit. And they had to kind of be talked into coming back down and doing it, because Joe was telling Mike, well, I went down there and I made shit. Like $200 a week. No, it's going to be different this time.
Yeah, wasn't the story that Rick Rude was actually originally going to be Hawk?
I think he may have been a partner, at least, if not Hawk.
Because by the end of '83, all those guys that were training with Eddie Sharkey, the Road Warriors get a push out of the gate and blow up in Georgia, even though Georgia's dying at that time. By the time you get to Mid-South in November, Rick Rude's there working under Russian Darso. He's getting a pretty good push, and I have to get a bigger push as a Russian sympathizer. Nikita shows up the next year. I mean, all those guys really quickly ended up in different places.
And don't forget Hennig. Even though he had an in, he was Larry Hennig's son, he was still from the same social circle.
Same social circle, but not somebody with no wrestling background that had any Sharkey story.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I will concur there. Yeah, Eddie had a nice run for a couple of years there, changed the fucking business. And then by the time the gold mine in Minneapolis had been plumbed by the time they got to Vladimir Pietrov. Big Al Blake did not set the world on fire, bless him. The Berserker, John Nord. Yeah, poor Big Al Blake did not follow in those footsteps.
What did you think of Rick Rude when you first saw him when you got to Mid-South? Because that would have been the first time you ever saw him anywhere.
Well, you know, he was a nice guy, but he was so green, and I've told this story, but it's been so long, I know we've got some new listeners. I'll tell this one, and then you can play some music, white boy. We first get in the ring with Rude at a house show. And it's an underneath match, and they booked the Midnight Express 3 or 4 weeks around the territory just to get wins and preliminaries. And it was with George Weingroff, Lanny Poffo, and Mike Jackson was some of the TV matches. And Rick Rude who was an underneath babyface. That was his first territory. It was still R-O-O-D, his real name, Rick Rude. He was nice enough, but we didn't spend a lot of time around him because the locker rooms were mostly separate. So we never really talked to the babyfaces before the matches, but that was not an issue because you got, Dennis is going to be calling it. Bobby's going to be calling what Dennis ain't calling. So it's not like we need to sit down and talk to people, except Rick Rude. I'm watching the first time they got in the ring with him, and Dennis locks up with him, and fucking Rude grabs a headlock on Dennis, right? And they start walking. And they're kind of walking in a circle while Rude's got the headlock. They're kind of walking in a circle around the ring. And I can tell Dennis is trying to get something done, but they're just still, and they walk around the ring. And finally, Rick, who is just tagged in, got that headlock, tags out to his partner. So after the match, Dennis had been trying to call a spot. And of course, we just come from Tennessee, where it's boom, the motion, the action, the whole 9 yards, and these kind of spots. But Rude comes from Minneapolis, and he's just got there, and he can't picture these things in his head. Dennis, when he got the headlock on Dennis had turned his back on Bobby and just called a spot, said, "I'll shoot you off, drop down, nail Bobby, get it again." And he starts to shoot him off, and Rude says, what? And Dennis says, "I'll shoot you off, drop down, nail Bobby, get it again." And so now they're walking around, so Dennis can have more time, because Rude says, "What?" And finally, the way Dennis told it, he said, I said to him, corny is what I said to him. I said, "I will throw you into the ropes. I will fall
Enemy
down
UAV
in
overhead.
front of you. Continue moving. Punch Bobby in the face and turn around and get this hold back." And Rude said, "I can't get it." And he said, "Fuck it, tag it." He couldn't picture all he had to do was come off the ropes, jump over Dennis, nail Bobby, turn around, get the headlock again. But he had never done that before, and for whatever reason in his head, he couldn't see it. And if you're in a wrestling match and somebody calls something that you can't see, don't do it.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Because you're going to fuck it up. And he couldn't see it for whatever. He'd never seen that spot. Like the spot that's been done 1 million times. But it was the funniest, just to watch Dennis's face when he said, "We just left Memphis where they almost let anybody in the door. We come down here to this big territory, and the first spot I call with this fucking guy, he can't hit the ropes and come back." But, and I've said also, Rick Rude is one of the great success stories, because after that, from those humble beginnings, he got picked by Jarrett in the talent trade. Because Jarrett sees this big, great physique, Tom Selleck-looking fucking guy. He heard Rude speak with that tone in his voice, and what a contemptible and obnoxious heel he could be with that kind of voice. So he brings him to Memphis. He puts him in the ring with Lawler, who can have back before they actually did such a thing. Gave him a valet, changed his name to Rick Rude, R-U-D-E, ravishing Rick Rude. He's got a robe now, and he started learning how to be a top guy. By the time he went from Memphis to Florida, worked for the Florida promotion, and then World Class, and worked for the Von Erichs, and then by the time he shows up for Crockett a couple years later,
and you return to the front.
He's a goddamn top guy with a gimmick and knows how to cut promos and call matches.
Time to earn your freedom, soldier.
But 3 years before that, he couldn't hit the ropes and come back.
It's finally spring, and I'm saying goodbye snow and hello to adventure. And during the Honda Dream Garage Spring event, you can get epic deals on your favorite Honda model.
Come back stronger.
Ready to get moving? All-wheel drive Honda SUV like the CRV, HRV, Pilot, Passport, or redesigned Ridgeline. Want to take a spring road trip? Then check out a fuel-efficient turbocharged Civic or Accord. Say goodbye to winter and hello to a new Honda. Don't miss huge savings during the Honda Dream Garage Spring event. Now at your local Honda dealer.
Well, Jim, on that note, we're going to wrap up the drive-through. Let's play a song or two here as we wrap things up. This one, sent to cornydrivethrough@gmail.com from Diamante Dallas Page. Let's play this.
Bro, it's
why? That stands for yada yada yada. Betcha by golly wow. Bro. And I'm here to tell you a story of how it all began. Roberts. Yeah, the guy with the snake. Jake Roberts. Took all the drugs he could take. He had problems. I saw the dough we can make if we break apart his psyche on screen. You want to see just how
Enemy soldier incoming. Get yourself sorted. We'll be deployed shortly. Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone.
We're in the bathtub. It's like 3 guys with cameras. Yeah.
Battle Royale. You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
There's the DZ. Stick together.
Bro, just got off the phone with Elon Musk. He tells me that pretty soon human cloning is gonna be available, bro. Just think about what that means. Pretty soon, there could be a million worldwide. Just think about it. Jumping jacks, sweating cracks, all the good stuff 24/7 across the planet. Royal bliss. What? Never said bliss.
Targets are up. Get to work.
Fade out there, but with DDPYMCA.
I wonder if Diamante Dallas Page has a guest vocalist named Evilise.
Did you hear something that I didn't hear?
No, I'm just...
because Diamante was her
Evilise. You see, that was a pun there, but you didn't get that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, see, it would have been brilliant if you had.
But I got DDPYMCA. What a fantastic job there. I have to think some of those lines may have been taken directly from Dallas Page, but we don't know. Before we play our last song this week, our final song this week, once again, thank you to everyone submitting songs. gmail.com. We appreciate parody songs, original compositions whenever we get them, and of course, just everyone's effort. Do want to make one note, though. Please do not submit songs that, I don't know, may feature your fantasies about murdering people. Bad idea.
What?
Bad idea.
Wait a minute, is there a song I need to hear off air?
maybe off air, one of them just takes a turn that I don't think we can air here on this show.
Well, imagine what kind of turn that must be.
And it just happened to be the one I sampled out of all the submissions this week. Oh, let's hear this one. Well, that ain't making air. I'll play it for you a little bit later. But Jim, here's the latest.
Sort this fucker out.
This crew has become very popular here in the song portion of the show. Here's Johnny TV, Matt, and Ed. Their latest submission. Let's go to this now from Here's Johnny TV.
Once you have them out of the freezer and then they start melting, you put it back in the freezer, then it's kind of melty but frozen and it's blah, blah, blah.
Have you been
Caramel make a cake home?
Have you been a caramel ice cream cake?
Yes.
With the chocolate crunchies in the middle?
I don't like crunchies.
I've always wanted to ask Jim Cornette as to his position on the legalization of marijuana.
Well, I think it's ridiculous that it's not legal. You can go to jail for possessing or using the same thing that a guy across a bridge, across a river, is doing legally. Just ludicrous. I'm in love with Mary Jane. She's my main thing. She makes me feel alright. She makes my heart sing. And when I'm feeling low, it comes as no surprise. Turns me on with her love. Takes me to paradise. Do you love me, Mary Jane? Oh, 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 do you? Oh, 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 do you love me, Mary Jane? Well, there's no reason in the world why pot shouldn't be legal. The whole reason why pot is illegal to begin with is because of, as you know, the Hearst newspaper in the fucking, what was it, the 20s or whatever, in the campaign that he went on, the whole 9 yards. We can go into that another day. It's gotten twisted now. It's just ridiculous. Bro, I don't give a shit. I'm in love with Mary Jane. The only one that marijuana played around. I wish her ever fun. She's not the kind of girl that you can just hide down. She likes to spread her love and turn your head around. Do you love me, Mary Jane?
Enemy soldier incoming.
Oh, 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 do you? Oh, oh, oh.
Let me say something I was going to say before that rather unfortunate musical interlude.
Unfortunate?
Oh, there it is, Jim. The latest from Here's Johnny TV, Matt and Ed.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Since I was doing that acapella, they actually had to. Have you heard me sing acapella? Oh, acapella.
Unfortunately, yes.
Acapella. But they had to slow that down and speed it up and everything to fit the music and all that. A technical piece of wizardry there. But my tonal quality, I think, is without compare.
Closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
And apologies to Matt and Ed for this not making the 420 episode of the drive-thru last week. But 1 week late, but everyone will love it. And with that, we close out this here episode of the drive-thru. And that is that. Of course. Oh, thank you, man. Of course,
some grumbling there.
Was that what that is? Was that laughter or grumbling?
That's just snickering and grumbling.
What's it labeled as? What is it listed as?
I don't know. I can't see. I don't have my glasses on.
Well, with that, of course, you can join us this Saturday on the Jim Cornette Experience, wherever you find your favorite podcasts, and the drive-thru right back here next week on Tuesday. You can access classic episodes of the drive-thru and the Experience by becoming a patron. Patreon.com/Cornette. Only $5 a month gets you access to the archives of the drive-thru and the Experience from the beginning in late 2013. Right now, we are uploading episodes from the fall of 2016. Episodes added each and every week. If you want to hear how we got to this point, go through the archive, patreon.com. If you want to hear how we got to this point, you should hear today's outtakes. The official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube and search for Jim Cornette for clips of episodes, full episodes, and omnibus collections, all with the very popular and exclusive Travis Heckle artwork. The official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. You can follow Jim on Twitter at the Jim Cornette. You can follow me on Twitter at Great Brian Last. You can hear me on the 605 Super Podcast at 605pod.com. Available wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Cornette's Collectibles at jimcornette.com. Closed, but will reopen sometime soon. jimcornette.com. The drive-thru is brought to you by the Law Office of Stephen P. New. 888-692-8084. Get even with Stephen at newlawoffice.com. Not admitted in Nigeria. But until Saturday on The Experience, and Tuesday right back here on the drive-thru. For Jim Cornette, I'm the Great Brian Last. Tally-ho!
Well, it's Jim Cornette's drive-thru. Yes, it's Jim Cornette's drive-thru. Please shut up and listen while Corny is shooting. Yes, while Corny is shooting, I'm pickpocketing Putin and those outlaw macho fucks. Joey, Ryan, the young bucks, the rednecks and dumb fucks, and them door corner bum fucks. And then there's Jelly Janella and Santino Marella, the boogeyman, the boogeyman.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Corny's drive-thru. Corny's drive-thru. Corny's drive-thru. When it's all elite wrestling, Tony Khan is investing his millions of dollars in some dumb cosplay wrestlers. Yeah, they think they are wrestlers in video games just like Kenny Omega.
Just inbound.
We pledge allegiance to the leader of the mighty cult of Cornettes, and to the pro wrestling for which he stands. No blow-up dolls, hit spots or dance routines, with blood, sellouts, and shoot angles for all.
And have you heard about Riho? She weighs 45 kilos and she's their champion. She's a Japanese schoolgirl. All the Japanese schoolgirls like Kenny Omega love to play with his Sega. Yeah, they play with his Sega. You need to sue the guy for you. Steven, Kiddo, everybody. Corny's drive-thru. Corny's drive-thru. Corny's drive-thru. Corny's drive-thru. And now, here are your hosts, Jim Cornette and the great Brian Last.
Enemy UAV overhead.
This podcast is brought to you by Progressive. Have you tried the Name Your Price tool yet? It works just the way it sounds. You tell Progressive how much you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll show you coverage options that fit your budget. It's easy to start a quote, and you'll be able to find a rate that works for you. It's just one of the many ways you can save with Progressive. Get your quote today at Progressive.com and see why 4 out of 5 new auto customers recommend Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Clorox knows you want your clothes smelling fresh and clean. But what happens? That's why we created Clorox fabric sanitizers to freshen up your clothes between washes, pre-treat extra stinky laundry, and make sure every last odor comes out in the wash. Clorox fabric sanitizers take care of all that and eliminate 99% of odor-causing bacteria. Plus, they're bleach-free and safe for all colors and fabrics. When it counts, trust Clorox.
Who still remembers Pampero Furbo? Who booked the screw job in Montreal? Who has a good friend named Weasel Dooley? Everyone knows it's corny. Who managed Bobby Eaton and Condrey? Who managed Stan Lane and Dr. Tom? Who's sick and tired of Kenny Olivier? Everyone knows it's corny. Who took a shoe ball off of the scaffolding? Who bled a gusher in a white suit? Who said Ronnie Garvin went up like the Challenger? Everyone knows it's corny. It's Jim Cornette's drive-through. He'll answer questions from you, and he won the pony too. Thank you, fuck you, bye. Thank you, fuck you, bye. Thank you, fuck you, bye. Thank you, fuck you, bye.
Hello again, friends. And you are our friends, and welcome back to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru right here, wherever it is that you are on this beautiful spring day on the cusp of the month of May in the year 2021. I am your host, the great Brian Last, and I'll be asking your questions of this man, the star of the drive-thru, Mr. Jim Cornette.
What in the French fried you-know-what was that Zager and Evans intro on the cusp of May in the year 2020, in the year 2525, if man is still alive, if woman can survive, we may find. What are you doing, Brian? Are you still high?
I am not still high. I'm trying to get...
Are you impaired?
For the people who are collectors...
programs?
No, for the people who are collectors, sometimes you may want to know the date of the recording. Doing it for the collectors out there.
What would that... This is audio. This is not even... real. This is something that's transported about the interwebs by some unknown modern technology. They can listen to it, but they can't collect it. How are they going to put this podcast on their shelf or in their cabinet or in their collectibles unit?
It's a way to stamp this for history. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, because this could never happen. Later on today, there's some sort of incident in front of your house, and you start screaming at people on the street, and someone throws a rock and it hits you in the head, you go to the hospital. This would be a document of the last thing you did before that incident.
And then we could have Stephen P. New introduce it in court as proof that I didn't have the brain damage before, but
that's right.
But wait a minute, I'm not sure that Stephen P. New would introduce it.
Let's put on a different stuff. Let's put on...
Enemy precision airstrike, take cover!
Much for checking out this free edition of the Ralph Report. If you like what you hear, do me a favor, subscribe to the Ralph Report so we can put some fun in your ears 5 days a week. And you can listen for as little as $3 a month. So subscribe today so you don't miss out on any of the fun. Go to patreon.com/The Ralph Report and sign up.
Wait for your turn now. Fight's begun.
Welcome to the
Get ready to fight. You're next.
with Ralph Garman.
Well, hello there, boys and girls. Welcome to the Ralph Report. So happy to have you join us on this Wednesday, April 28th, year of Lilith 2021.
All hell, Lilith. It is right to give her thanks and praise. Kids, we got a hell of a show lined up for you today.
Because on the counter, you want to know why?
I'll tell you why, Mr. Impatient Pants. It's because it's a Wednesday, and on Wednesdays, a lot of fun things happen, including One Hit Wonder Wednesday. Today's is a goodie.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's from Germany.
Oh, that's fun music.
Gotta love a song from Germany. Just the Germans are the best.
You know, the Germans always make good stuff.
That's right. And they made a great one-hit wonder that we're going to explore today. Also, Steve Ashton, the birthday boy.
Oh, happy birthday, Steve.
He's going to be on hand with his UK update. Entertainment news, phone calls. Oh, so much show. We are jam-packed to the gills on today's program. When it's all over, you're going to say, I may have a hernia from carrying all the entertainment that came into my ears today on the Ralph Report. Not guaranteed. But before we get into anything, sex education going on
at the Pence household.
I didn't mean for it to happen.
You have just an unbeatable streak of weird, awkward interactions with your child. Just add this one to the list.
Yeah, I know.
Want to tell people the horrors that you've exposed your son to?
Okay, well, to set the stage for the story, we all know I went on for the vasectomy consultation.
Boy, do we.
Yes, we all know about that.
Oh, yeah, we'll get into that a little bit later in the show.
Well, he gave me a pamphlet on the way out the door. This is the procedure. Just in case you wonder.
He gave you what?
Like a pamphlet, like some sheets of paper explaining the procedure with a diagram. Of
what do you call that again?
A pamphlet? Was it pamphlet?
Pamphlet, yes.
Oh, really?
It's pamphlet.
It's not pamphlet?
It's not a pamphlet.
I've always called it a pamphlet. Well, fuck, this changes everything.
It does, but not really. Please continue.
Well, no, this is my entire life. It means nothing anymore. I've called it a pamphlet my whole life.
No, pamphlet.
Pamphlet? That seems like you're saying it wrong.
Pamphlet.
Pamphlet. Yeah. That seems like you're saying it. It seems like you're saying it with a speech impediment. Nope. Seems like pamphlet with a speech impediment.
I guarantee.
Not guarantee.
That's how it's pronounced.
That's no here nor there. Pamphlet. He gave me a pamphlet.
Right.
Of the whole procedure with the diagram of the penis and then the little
all the pertinent information,
like little hook going in the scrotum, pulling out the tube, cutting it, like all that's drawn out.
All the good times ahead.
So I leave that on the dining room table.
Sure.
And just forget about it.
Because you don't have any young people around who would stumble across
I don't think about these things.
No.
I'm busy trying to pronounce things wrong.
Right.
And he walks by and he's like, "What's this, Dad?" Because he starts laughing. There's a giant penis on the table.
Sure. You say that's Dad's, son.
That's a drawing of Dad's wiener.
I sketched it. I laid it on the table and I just took a Sharpie. And,
that's to scale, by the way.
Went around it.
So he's like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is the procedure of a vasectomy." He's like, "What's a vasectomy?" I'm like, "Oh, it's where they go in, they pull out the little tube, and they snip it, so you can't produce, sperm anymore. You can't, well, not produce sperm, but you can't get a woman pregnant anymore." Right. He's like, "Why are you getting that?" I'm like, "Well, I don't want to have any more children." He's like, "You can't do this, Dad. You can't do this to yourself." I'm like, "Well, but I don't want to have any more children." He's like, "Yeah, but you have to have sex to have babies." I'm like, "Well, do you think Mom and I don't have sex anymore?"
Oh, no.
And then he just had this look of utter disbelief. Just complete shock. Horror. His parents still engage in intercourse.
Well, he's not quite sure how it all works, so I guess he imagines you only have sex in order to have a baby.
Well, we've had discussions before about sex.
Yeah?
And he's had issues. He's talked to me before about his erections.
Sure.
Because little boys are curious. They have questions. They get erections.
And blueberries.
And blueberries.
Yes.
And in fact,
by blueberries.
A couple weeks ago, he had an erection, and he's like, "Dad, I have an erection, and it feels kind of good when I rub it on the bed." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's it. There's a lot of nerve endings down there.
Yeah, there are.
So it feels good. That's why adults have sex, because it feels good. It's not just for making babies." So he knows.
Okay, so you've given him information. But he never thought of you as people.
I guess not.
You and Mom aren't people.
Think of Mom and Dad as people.
No, you think about sex and people in the general terms, but the specific terms of Mom and Dad, it never crossed his mind.
Right. So Tracy walks in at this point.
Oh, Lord. All right, we're going to show you how it's done, son. I'm assuming that's your next step.
Well,
the way
why
you
not?
raise a kid.
Why not? They got to learn sometime.
Oh my God.
So she's flabbergasted that he thinks that the last time we had sex was 12 and a half years ago, or 11 and a half years ago. However old he is, I don't know.
Right.
Whatever. And so we're all just
your one and only child.
We're trying to explain that we still occasionally engage in sexual activity, and he's just, at this point, he just went into his room to think about things.
This is what you heard from his room. No! 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 Colton just rocking back and forth,
just shaking
this pillow over his head.
So as always, I crush parenthood.
Always. Well,
just crush it.
This kid, he's rapidly advancing through life. This is good. Get him a carton of smokes and a bottle of Jim Beam, and just send him on his way.
Well, he's
just rocketing towards adulthood.
He's sharp, though. Like with a couple weeks ago when he was talking about rubbing his penis against the bed and feeling good, I was like, yeah, that's because that's what sex really good. He's like, "You know what, Dad? They should have penis massage parlors." And I was like, "Well, buddy, they do have those but you don't want to go there.
Come on. Oh, boy.
So he is sharp. He's very entrepreneurial.
What do you mean you don't want to go there? I want to go there right now.
You don't want to go to...
I want to go to the penis massage parlor.
You don't want to get a happy ending.
And I would like them to be more forthcoming with exactly the establishment that I'm walking into. I don't want a sign outside that says, oh, Thai massage. I want to know. I want to see penis massage parlor outside on the marquee.
Yeah, make it simple for everybody.
To know where I'm going.
Penis massage parlor.
Well, once again, Eddie, I think Parents extraordinaire once again. Spectacular job, always. And, best of luck moving forward.
Thank you very much.
I guess the next GoFundMe page will be for Colton's therapy. I guess because that's going to be probably out of not out of pocket. What do they call it? Out of your insurance?
My deductible?
No, out of what do they call it?
What?
You got a bunch of doctors within your
PPO, HMO?
But there's a phrase for it. They say it's out of, oh, God damn it.
Network?
Yeah, that's it. Out of network. That's the word. All right. It's work. Yeah. So it's going to have to come out of your own pocket.
Yeah, it will be.
It's going to be expensive.
It's not covered.
Well, kids, I can't promise the show's going to get any better than that.
Or a penis massage parlor.
But let's move forward anyway. I am your old podcast pal, Ralph Garman. Sitting here in the Batcave with me is the Rear Admiral, the Sheriff of Ghost Town, and Dad of the Year.
Holy God.
Some people call him Eddie Pence.
Hey, everybody.
Yo-ho, Eddie.
Yo-ho, indeed. Just don't leave your pamphlets around. You have to make sure your pamphlets are tucked away safely in a pamphlet drawer.
I will keep tabs on my pamphlets.
Please do.
Pamphlet? Really?
Yeah,
Pamphlet.
I swear to you.
Because it's the PH. As
I wouldn't lie to you, son, when it comes to this.
It's a weird way to pronounce pamphlet.
It's the absolute correct way to say the name of that thing.
Agree to disagree.
You've been spending your whole life walking around saying
pamphlet. I don't say pamphlet a lot. It's not a word I go around and throw. I don't throw it around a lot. It doesn't come into play a whole lot. Today it did.
All right. Well, let me get serious for just a second here. I want to thank Rob from the OC who gave me the heads up regarding today. Usually we reserve our special days for holiday or holiday, but this time we're going to make an exception. Because today is Denim Day. I don't know if you're familiar with the Denim Day campaign or not. No. But when I read up on it, I realized that we absolutely had to spread the word. This comes in handy for you, Eddie, because every day is Denim Day.
Pretty much, yes.
Denim Day is a particular day. It's always April 28th. And for the past 22 years, an organization called Peace Over Violence has run a powerful and inspiring day of solidarity towards the survivors and victims of sexual violence. And you wear denim in honor of those victims in a way to honor Sexual Assault Awareness Month, which is the entire month. The reason that they ask you to wear denim, and if anyone asks you why you're wearing denim, I guess they wouldn't if you're just wearing jeans, but if you wear like a
Canadian tuxedo.
Yeah, exactly, the denim jacket and the whole 9 yards. It's because this goes back to a ruling, an insane ruling by the Italian Supreme Court 22 years ago, where a rape conviction was overturned because the judges on the Italian Supreme Court felt that since the victim was wearing tight jeans, she must have helped the person who raped her by removing her jeans, thereby implying consent.
Wow.
Drop point set.
It was,
for infill.
And still is, an abhorrent, shocking decision from the Italian Supreme Court. Well, the very following day, the women in the Italian parliament came to work wearing jeans in solidarity with that victim. So this group, Peace Over Violence, developed Denim Day, the campaign, in order to raise awareness and to provide some activism surrounding this awful decision and just bring a greater understanding to the ridiculous victim blaming and the myths that go on surrounding sexual violence. So it has grown into a movement now, and every April 28th, they try to raise awareness with asking folks to wear denim. So we're passing that along today. If you are so inclined, wear some denim. And if anyone asks you, you can tell them exactly why you're doing it, because it's just a bunch. That's a bunch of old men getting around saying, well, she had tight jeans on. There's no way he could have ripped her jeans off.
She had to be asking.
She had to help.
Oh, God.
So it's just all anyway. Well, thanks, Rob, again from the OC, who passed that message along to me. I was not aware of Denim Day, and I'm glad we had a chance to talk about it. Also, while we're talking about emails that I got from spectacular members of the Garmy, this shout out goes to Casey Widows. Casey is kicking off his Kickstarter today. He is an aspiring comic book creator.
Oh, nice.
And he is launching his own comic book entitled Adventuring Without a Permit. It is an all-ages fantasy story inspired by D&D about a bunch of kids are going out there slaying trolls and whatnot and doing what you do in D&D. And I took a gander, and it looks really charming. And I'm a big supporter of comics for kids because, let's face it, the only people you see in a comic book store anymore, if they open again at any point,
adults.
They're all grown-ups who are just going in there reliving their youth. Where's the next generation of comic book readers coming from? So I wanted to encourage this. You can go to Kickstarter.com and then just type in Adventuring Without a Permit, and you can see Casey's work. It's really cool, and I just wanted to support him and get the word out about that. So there we go. All right, now let's turn our attention to you guys, the Garmy. We love it when you reach out to us. So many ways you can do it, by the way. You can send me an email, Ralph@theralphreport.com. Send one to Eddie at that same email address. Or Steve Ashton, if you want to wish him a happy birthday, Steve@theralphreport.com. You can find us on social media, or you can do what a lot of folks choose to do. Leave a voicemail message on the Ralph Report hotline. It's available to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can leave your thoughts, your feelings, your questions, your comments. All you got to do is dial it up. 1-833. Hi, Ralph. Just dial that number. Talk to me. I listen to them all, and then I grab a handful, and we put them here in Garmy on the line.
The phone is ringing. The Garmy's on the line. Ralph's gonna play your calls now and see what's on your
Matt called in about Munch Monday this past week. It was Australian Treat Day, and Eddie was just literally a kid in a candy store, just eating candy bars and cake, hot chocolate, Tim Tams. He was in Willy Wonka's factory, and Matt says, "Okay, fine, but enough's enough."
Ralph, this is Matt from South Jersey, sometimes known as the Jersey Rocker. I was just thinking about the past Munch Monday. Eddie was pretty much rewarded.
Yes.
This week.
Yes.
Next week, perfect time to finally do the Rocky Mountain Oysters.
Yeah.
It's time.
Yeah. Matt, thanks for the reminder. Some folks have been saying, hey, whatever happened to? And I want to give you an update. I have contacted an exotic meat provider here in the Southern California area. You have a ball guy? I got a ball guy. Gross. He says, though, that he doesn't get a lot of orders from them lately because most of the restaurants have shut down. Yeah. They're not doing a lot of trade in bull testicles lately. He said, but it's starting to pick back up. And the next time someone orders one, he's got a special order to get it to the... He's like the middleman to get it from the supplier to the restaurant. Sounds shady. He is going to get a short box, as he calls it, with like a couple extra of them, just a couple testers, and then he's going to pass them along to us. Like a sampler of balls? It's a sample pack. I don't want a sample of balls. And then I have lined up also a chef who has volunteered to prepare them for us. God. So Rocky Mountain Oysters are in our future. I can't tell you exactly when, but we hadn't forgot about it, so... We're going to be moving forward that. So everyone just hold your balls. Mm-hmm. No. Speaking of balls and Eddie, what? Topic of conversation on the Ralph Report hotline, by far the vast majority of phone calls were regarding Eddie's vasectomy. You'll be happy to know, Eddie, most people calling in saying, breathe, relax, nothing to worry about. Yeah. I know your concern is that 1% thing where there's sperm backs up and you blow a gasket and then you fly around the room like a balloon with the air let out. No one seems to have any concerns about that, but Andy did call in saying there's other things concerning, even more so than the slicing and dicing.
Hey, Ralph and Eddie, this is sorry, no wife tits picture Andy from San Antonio.
Oh, yeah.
This call for Eddie. Okay. Eddie, the actual cutting is not the worst part. It lasts, I was maybe a little sore for like a day. I definitely laid on the couch for a couple extra days more than I needed.
You return to the front
But the
line.
worst part
You
is
lose,
when
your
you go
fight
in,
is
and I
over.
had a 35-year-old
Sort 'em
Hispanic
out,
man,
we'll
you know,
catch
he
you
was
for
checking my blood pressure, which was super high, obviously, because I was
Looking a little
nervous.
worse
So
for wear.
he tells me to lay on the table, right? He's like, all right, drop your pants, you know, and then he proceeded to clean around my balls. He lifted it up, cleaned, moved to the left, cleaned, moved to the right, cleaned. That was way worse than the actual procedure, just staring at him, staring at my balls. And then also ask your doctor if you can get a little bit of nitrous. Because when I got mine done, I had the option to pay an extra $100, which was totally worth it. And so I was huffing on nitrous for the 20-minute procedure. It really wasn't bad. People scare you, the 1 out of 100, but I have had no problems. It was, like I said, it was great. Best thing about it, get some nitrous. I loved it. All right. Come on, sir. You can do it. The Garmy believes in you.
Oh, no. We believe in your balls. Oh, thank you, Andy. Oh. See, I didn't even think about a stranger having to manipulate your sack and then swabbing you with rubbing alcohol to make sure you were germ-free.
Well, they told me I have the option of shaving myself, or if I don't,
about shaving, they gotta sterilize the area.
Well, yeah, but I have to go in, and I can be shaved before I go in, or they can shave me.
I'm saying even if you shave yourself,
right,
before the
they're still going to wipe it down.
They're going to have to wipe it down to make the surgical field antiseptic.
It's going to be a penis massage parlor.
So some guy's going to just be grabbing your scrot and just working it all around.
Oh, God, if I get hard.
Oh, it'd be awesome.
No, it'd be awful. It'd be awful if I get an erection.
You should take a Viagra before you go
in. Oh, no, we will not be doing that.
Just to give the doctor a little memory. Just to have him, something he can tell around the golf course.
I don't want that. No. I don't want an erection. This guy already obviously enjoys his work.
People asked, like Andy, if they offer you, I know you are notoriously a straight edge. You don't drink, you don't smoke, you don't do drugs, you don't do nothing. If they say to you, you know, you can have some nitrous oxide while this is going, a little happy gas while we're doing it, or some people have said they've offered them Valiums as sort of like a relaxing drug. Would you partake in any of those if offered?
I've had a root canal before, and I've had nitrous put on. I've taken some nitrous oxide after when I got a root canal.
Did they shoot you up with Novocaine?
They Novocaine me too, but they also gave me the gas
nitrous
too.
Is fun.
So yeah, maybe I guess
take it. I'll take whatever they offer you. Take it.
I don't know if I'll pay the extra $100.
Get stoned. I'll treat. It'll be my treat. If it's $100 for the nitrous, I'll get 2 of them. One for you, one for me.
I don't want to get giggly.
Yeah,
then my balls. When you giggle, your balls go back up in there, and I don't want to make it harder for them to find.
I'm sure they'll clamp them down. They'll strap them to the table.
It's difficult.
It'll be fine. Gigi called in. Speaking of the 1%.
Hi guys, Bunny Rabbit here. This message is for Eddie. Eddie, my husband was actually in that 1% group of men whose vasectomy went wrong. Like his body didn't. So whatever the fuck happened.
Yeah.
So he was swollen. And it was very colorful. But what I'm trying to get at is that even if shit goes wrong, you'll be fine. So he's fine. He went to the hospital, but everything's fine.
Doesn't sound fine.
You'll be okay. His erections are as lovely as ever. So just breathe, Eddie, and just do it. You'll be fine. I promise. Okay, like my balls. Love you. Bye.
Thank you, Gigi. It sounds like even if it goes wrong, it's fine.
No, none of that sounded fine. None of that sounded fine.
Swelling, a little discoloration.
Trip to the hospital.
No. What are you going to do?
It does not sound fine.
Yesterday's happy hit was Still the One by the band Orleans, and Rob, who called in for it, called them a one-hit wonder. Well, the Orleans nation was motivated to set the record straight.
Hey, Ralph, it's Matt. From Buffalo. I got a little comment. Listen, somebody's called in. I'm really glad they got some Orleans on the radio. But I just got to say, if he's saying that it's a one-hit wonder, referring to Still the One, it really makes me sad that the Dance With Me is being forgotten. And I really don't need you to play it for a happy hit, but just really, Dance With Me is such a killer tune, but also kind of sweet and sad at the same time.
Yes.
LMB.
Yes, Dance With Me. Let's not forget that hit by Orleans. Also a top 10 hit.
Dance with me. I want to be a part
We're going to play that while you're getting your vasectomy.
Oh.
Some nice soothing yacht rock. And speaking of happy hits, we play some upbeat music for you on every show just to keep your day peppy. Jen called in with her request. I'm so thrilled.
Hi, Ralph. Hey, Eddie. This is Jen, 4-star General, and I would like to request my happy hit, The Good Stuff by the B-52s. Yesterday you talked about the B-52s,
yes,
and you prefer their songs with Fred, which remind me of this song where he is at his Fred Schneider. Okay, I love you. Mean it. Bye.
Fred Schneider at his Fred Schneideriest. Good stuff. An underplayed B-52 song, in my opinion, so I'm happy that it's today's happy hit. Here it is, the B-52s.
How about giving me some of that good stuff?
Well, here it is. Here it is.
Are you looking for it? Are you looking for it? You'll hear it from me.
Good stuff, baby.
Do you want it? Do you know how to get it? That's good stuff, baby.
Good stuff.
I got sincerity that's bona fide, and a heart so fine, certified. Don't let your good stuff rain down on me. Your dang good stuff that's true and tried.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready for this?
I guess so.
Come on, then.
Take me down where the love on is wrong. Kiss you nice. Give all your love. Take me down where the good stuff wrong. Love you nice. Tickle your nose.
Good stuff. Give us some of that good stuff. Good stuff. Give us some of that good stuff. Good stuff. Give us some of that good stuff. Good stuff. Give us some of
Enemy soldier incoming.
Let your dang
This is
good
the proper
stuff
warm-up.
roll
We'll be
down
deployed
on
soon.
me.
Let's just make fun of music. Actually, all their songs are happy hits. They're all largely interchangeable, but at the same time, just a party, a 3-minute party every time you hear the beat. Excellent. Cool, Jen, thank you so much for that. Thanks to everybody who called in, by the way. You, too, can be featured in the Garmy on the Line segment, but it only happens when you call. Now it's time to take a look at some folks who passed
Playtime's
away
over,
on
mate.
April
You're going to the
28th.
war
We're going to pay tribute to their lives and their legacies in Hello, Death.
Did you electrocute yourself or run into a shell? Hello, Death. Did you eat poison mold or just get old? Hello, Death. Did you fall from the sky? Fell from and you'll know why, even though you said goodbye.
Battle Royale.
Hello, Death.
Be advised, gas is closing
Hello,
in.
Dad.
Proceed to the safe zone.
Hello, Dad.
That could almost be a B-52 song.
We do need a B-52 cover of that song. That would be amazing.
Did you eat poison mold? Or did you just grow old? Hello, Dad.
Oh, yeah, it's got to happen.
On this day, on April 28th, 1721, Mary Read, we talked about her. She was an English pirate who operated in the Caribbean. She was the girlfriend of the other female pirate.
The triad.
The three of them with Calico Jack. All three of them were getting busy.
Yeah, it's a hot pirate story.
Oh, man. Where's that?
I'm right.
She died on this day at the age of 36 while in prison. She died of a violent fever, and she was pregnant.
Oh,
the other one was pregnant too.
Yeah, that's how they stayed alive, because they were going to execute both of them.
Yes. So a lot
got knocked up.
Pirate's pregnancy. Colton would be shocked to know that pirates on the open sea
were doing it.
Apparently having sex. 1881, Robert Olinger, sad. The last victim of Billy the Kid, died at the age of 31 on this day. He was a deputy for Pat Garrett, sheriff of Lincoln County. Yeah. And they captured Billy the Kid. And they were guarding him. And Olinger went across the street to the hotel to get lunch. And the guy that was left behind, James Bell, was overpowered by Billy the Kid and shot. So Olinger hears the shot and assumes Bell has killed Billy the Kid in an escape attempt.
Right.
So he comes back over to see how things are going. Billy the Kid has taken the shotgun off of the dead guy and is hanging out the window, watching him go across the street, and let him have it with both barrels when he got beneath the window. Apparently yelled, "Hello, Bob." And he looked up, and then bam. It was all over.
A bad way to go.
But then, of course, Pat Garrett hunted down Billy the Kid and gave him what for?
So they say.
At the age of 21. He didn't escape. That's nonsense.
I thought that's Billy Estevez. Says otherwise.
Stand by for below that.
I don't listen to anything Emilio Estevez says, including hockey tips. 1918, Gavrilo Princip. The Bosnian Serb assassin of Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
Assassin.
Died on this day, 23 years old.
23?
Yeah, he died of tuberculosis. He was in prison because he assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand, which was the assassination that instigated World War I. So this guy started basically World War I.
Wow.
Yeah. Pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Speaking of wars, in this day in 1945, Benito Mussolini, fascist Italian dictator, was shot on this day at the age of 61. Good. Didn't shoot him enough. His right-hand man, Roberto Farinacci, also an Italian fascist, right-hand man to Mussolini. Of course, he would be a right-hand man. He wouldn't be a left-hand man because they're fascists. He also killed on this day. And just for good measure, Mussolini's mistress, Claretta Petacci, also executed on this day.
Good. Wipe them all out.
So they got them all. They didn't get Heinz Bahr, though.
They didn't get Heinz Bahr?
Heinz Bahr in 1957 died on this day. He was a German fighter pilot during the Second World War with the Luftwaffe.
Oh, the Luftwaffe.
He flew about, I don't know, they assume 1,000 combat missions. Yeah. Shot down 228 enemy aircraft. He was good. But my question is, he died in 1957. He had a career in aviation after the war was over. He flew commercially in Germany.
He was just a pilot?
How did they not round these guys up after the war?
What? Well, I guess you could imprison all of them?
That's what I was thinking when I got angry about it. I said, they got the leaders of the
right,
movement.
You can't imprison the entire army.
I guess you can't round up every German soldier and put them in prison. But still, it didn't sit well with me that he's flying the friendly skies in the 50s after he was shooting down our flyboys.
That's a little weird.
Anyway, you'll be happy to know he died in a crash on this day in 1957. So, again, karma.
Well, unless he took a bunch of people down with him.
Karma, chameleon. That's what I say. 1970, American actor Ed Begley died at the age of 69. Dad, of course, too.
Ed Begley Jr.?
Your buddy, Ed Begley Jr. You worked with him in that porn movie you guys did. And you asked him about...
in that porn
and no babies. You should tell Colton that you don't have to get pregnant to have sex.
No, he's put in the other hole.
You got to do it with your buddies. That's all.
Do it in the butt.
Really, at this point, why not? You've gone this far.
Oh, I've explained homosexual sex to him.
Good.
Yes.
Glad you gave him all the...
Well, he has questions. I got to answer them.
Hey, butt sex ain't just for homosexuals.
I know, but he asked how homosexuals have intercourse, and I said, explain that's one of the ways.
There's so many ways.
He knows a lot.
He knows too goddamn much, if you ask me. In 1980, Tommy Caldwell, bass player for the Marshall Tucker Band, died on this day in 1980. I mentioned that. Sad news. He was one of the founders of the Marshall Tucker Band. Died in a Jeep crash at the age of 30. Here's a little bit of their music.
Can't you see? Oh, can't you see? What that woman, Lord, she been doing to me.
That's some beer drinking music right there. Cliff Battles died on this day in 1981. Does that name sound familiar to you, Eddie?
Battles?
Cliff Battles?
No.
He was a American football running back for a little team called the Washington Battles. Racists.
When did he play?
70s? 30s.
Oh, 30s.
He was an all-pro in 1933, 1934, and 1936. Died at the age of 70 on this day. But maybe Cliff Battles would be a name you might recognize.
No, he's like Sammy Baldwin, I would imagine.
I imagine
that early.
1988, B.W. Stevenson, American country singer, died at the age of 38 from an infection after heart surgery. What a way to go. And he was such a promising young talent as well. Great songwriter, great singer. I'm not a huge country fan anymore. I used to be.
Oh, yeah, used to.
But this was one of my songs that I really dug back in the day.
Maria, don't you know I have come a long, long way? I've been longing to see you when she's around.
Sweet Maria.
Let's see you two-step into that right
Maria, Maria, I love you.
Your spurs and tassels.
Ken Curtis, the actor who played Festus on Gunsmoke. He was the sidekick to Marshall Dillon on that show. Died at the age of 74. Jim Valvano, American
Jimmy V,
basketball coach for North Carolina State. Passed away from cancer at the age of 47 on this day in 1993. I juxtaposed a few numbers there. 1993, and there's still the Jimmy V Foundation and Cancer Charity in his honor. Band leader and performer Tommy Newsom from the old Tonight Show band passed away at the age of 78 on this day in 2007, as did Bertha Wilson, Canadian lawyer and the first woman appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada. She was 83 years old when she passed on this day in 2007. Lonnie Turner, founding member of the Steve Miller Band, along with Steve. He was a bassist, passed away on this day in 2013. Great bass player. Here's a little bit of his work.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Great bass. Jack Eli, American singer and guitarist for the band The Kingsmen, died on this day in 2015 at the age of 71. Yes, we're going to play Louie Louie again. How much Louie Louie can we play on the route before this band for 3 weeks? And in 2020, Bobby Lewis, American rock and roll singer, died at the age of 95, had a massive hit in the early 60s with this tune. Also on the Wild soundtrack. Yeah. All right, at this point, we find someone who passed away on this day, and we find a food related to that person, and we run it past Eddie Pence. Maybe he'll eat it. Maybe he'll just stick it up his ass and pull it out. I explained to Colton that sometimes people stick things up their ass and then pull them out. It feels good. It feels good. How do we know whether he's going to eat it or not? There's only one way to find out. It's a scientific device known as the Eddie Pence jackpot slot machine. We pull the handle, and if the reels come up and match, that means he's eating it. If they're mismatched, so let's take a look at today's food. Today's food is related to one of the most talented operatic soprano singers out of Italy in the early part of the 20th century. Her name was Luisa Tetrazzini, classic Italian operatic soprano, considered perhaps one of the best. Here's a little bit of her work. Wow, that's it. That's some singing right there.
Definitely Castrata.
She was a woman, Eddie,
right, so she definitely
did not have testicles and balls. Didn't have to have them removed. She kept her voice for her entire life. She died on this day in 1940, and she was beloved, as you can imagine, by a lot of Italian Americans, particularly one chef in San Francisco who created a very popular dish for Luisa Tetrazzini. Any guesses as to what dish he created in her honor?
Tetrazzini?
Chicken Tetrazzini. That's right. Chicken Tetrazzini created by Chef Ernest Arbogasti. He was a huge fan of Luisa Tetrazzini's, and so he debuted it at his hotel in the early 1900s in her honor. You were singing so nice. I'm going to make you some good food. You're going to love it so much. You're going to stick it in your face. You go, oh my goodness, I cannot sing because I got so much chicken Tetrazzini in my mouth. He said to her. It's a real crowd pleaser. It's been popular ever since the early 1900s when he debuted it at his restaurants. Chicken Tetrazzini. Is that something Eddie Pence is going to eat? Well, let's break it down for him. Usually it's a bed of linguine at the base there, and then chicken, as you can imagine, shredded and cooked chicken, and then the sauce is really what makes chicken Tetrazzini. You got butter, you got cream of mushroom soup, you got sour cream, chicken broth, garlic powder, salt and pepper, parsley, then you get mozzarella cheese, Parmesan cheese, grated on top. You bake the thing. It's got peas in there sometimes. You can put any vegetables you want in as well. But it's a really creamy, rich, cheesy, delicious meal. Chicken Tetrazzini. That's something Eddie Pence is going to eat. Let's pull the handle and find out. Here we go. We got one chicken, two chicken. Oh, I don't know what is wrong with you. Why you no eating my chicken Tetrazzini? Come on.
I don't like creamy Italian dishes. I like hearty meat sauces, like tomato, real thick tomato sauce. Yeah,
creamy.
I don't like
Tetrazzini.
No, I don't like creamy.
That was my porn name, by the way.
Creamy Tetrazzini.
Creamy Tetrazzini. I used to wear a big handlebar mustache. Hey, ladies, you want some creamy Tetrazzini? I'm gonna make your love so good. Wow, that is horribly disappointing.
I don't dig creamy Italian.
Not Alfredo either? No,
I'm not a big Alfredo. Alfredo's okay, but it's not my favorite. I'd rather have a big, heavy pasta sauce.
That is a heavy pasta sauce.
Like tomato and chunks of meat in it. Like beef, ground meat, red.
Well, Tetrazzini's never made with beef. You can make it with turkey, you can make it with chicken, you can make it with ham, but no one makes it.
I just don't like. I'd rather have a big hearty spaghetti sauce.
Well, what a swing and a miss. I'm so looking forward to it. I'm going to go have some right now.
Oh, yes. You're dead now, so shut up.
Hey there, it's Ralph Garman here. I hope you're enjoying the show. And if you are, why not subscribe to the Ralph Report so you can hear it every day, Monday through Friday? For just 15 cents a day, you can be a one-star general supporter, and that will get you the show in your ear holes Monday through Friday. Of course, there are 2, 3, and 4-star general levels as well, which get you more bonus content and more access to me. So if you like what you're hearing, why not subscribe? Go to patreon.com/The Ralph Report. That's patreon.com/The Ralph Report. Subscribe today so you don't miss a thing. Now it's time to take a look at some entertainment news in a segment I call the Showbiz Beat. Well, what a shock. Turns out that Caitlyn Jenner's children aren't thrilled that she's running for the governor of California. Apparently, she didn't even run it past her family before she made the decision.
You think you should talk to your family about that? Because they're going to be raked over the coals.
Yeah, they're going to be caught in the crosshairs.
Yes.
And the limelight, as well as you, when the scrutiny comes, and it most certainly will, during this recall election, they're going to be examining them as well. She's got 3 sons, of course, Brody, Brandon, and Bert, from a prior marriage. They are not happy with her. And the Kardashians, Kendall and Kylie, who are her daughters, as well as the other from Kris Jenner's prior marriage, have all announced that they won't be campaigning for Caitlyn.
They don't want to be. They don't want to pick a side. They want to stay on the fence.
So Caitlyn Jenner's going to be out there without her family, apparently.
That probably only helps her.
But you can go to CaitlinForCalifornia.com if you'd like to buy some swag. They've got stuff for sale already.
Already making money?
You can get coffee cups. You can get sweatshirts. You can get a Lamborghini. I don't know what you can get. Probably can. So check it out yourself. Justin Bieber's in the news. He's making people unhappy again, and this time it's not from his singing. What? He posted some photos of himself wearing dreadlocks and now he is being accused of cultural appropriation. A lot of black fans, well, not a lot. I can't imagine he has a lot of black fans.
Either.
Some black fans of Bieber have been hitting him pretty hard on the internet. Jay, please educate yourself on cultural appropriation. You shouldn't be wearing dreads, one fan commented. Another one is, this is cultural appropriation. I know you can do better. My favorite, personally, stop fucking appropriating my culture. Wow. How you claim you've educated yourself, and yet even after getting called out in 2016, you're still doing it. He also had photos of himself with dreadlocks in 2016. Went through the same thing and said, I'm going to educate myself about this. I'm sorry that I did it, and now he's doing it all over again.
Okay.
Also, he's catching some heat because on one of his songs on his latest album, he has clips of Martin Luther King's speeches.
Ew.
And a lot of people said, it seems like you're trying to play white savior a little bit. You're coming in trying to, hey, I'm one of you guys.
Yeah.
And it's read the room.
They shouldn't touch Dr. King.
No.
Yeah.
He said, I wanted to amplify his message. A lot of people are familiar.
Dr. King's message is amplified.
A lot of people know his work.
Yeah.
They don't really need you.
You're not discovering anybody.
Mixing it into one of your songs to amplify it.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Just stop everything.
Stop.
Stop it all.
Justin Bieber, nobody fucking needs ya. You wanna know why? I'll tell you why.
Speaking of cunts,
Yeah.
Ted Nugent's in this.
Oh, good.
You know, he caught COVID.
Yeah, you got the Rona.
He got COVID-19. This is after he said that the pandemic was a scam and that coronavirus wasn't real.
Yeah.
And it was all ridiculous.
Right.
He got very seriously ill.
Yeah, so they felt like he was going to die.
Yes.
Yeah.
And apparently some people came at him a little bit on social media with a little action. And he's very upset.
Poor baby got his feet
He's very upset. He called the trolls who attacked him while he was sick satanic haters. I don't know whether he means they hate Satan or whether
they're satanic haters?
haters of him who happen to also be satanic. We pray for the satanic haters who celebrate people suffering, he said. He also declared, by the way, he ain't taking no vaccine. He said the people responsible for coming at him online were Democrats, devils, soulless, drunk on hate, evil people. So he's going to wish well only to people who keep positive.
Okay.
Because...
And how many people did he get fucking sick by spreading it as a hoax?
Well, he did. He refused to wear masks. Right. He did refer to the disease repeatedly as the China virus. He didn't do a lot of good for the cause, if that's what you mean.
No, he's probably responsible for getting quite a few people sick.
Let's not forget earlier in April, he wondered out loud why cities hadn't closed down for COVID 1 through 18.
Eliminate the bounty target.
That happened.
Yeah.
So, if someone's going to take a shot at him on social media, I can't say that bothers me.
That doesn't bother me at all.
I know we're supposed to be best, in the words of the former First Lady, but I think he sucks. He's not great, if that's what you're saying. Ah, sad news. What? Citizen Kane is no longer the top-rated film on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, I read the story. I saw
it. Up until now, it had a 100% rating on the tomato meter.
Yeah.
But as of Tuesday, it slipped from 100% fresh to just 99% fresh.
Ooh.
Because somebody dug up a negative review from 80 years ago. We have an 80-year-old review from the Chicago Tribune's May Tinney with the headline, Citizen Kane fails to impress critic as greatest ever filmed. It was knocked off. Yeah, sad.
That is terrible.
So now there's only one film on Rotten Tomatoes that has the perfect score of 100, Eddie Pence.
Yeah.
Paddington 2, baby!
Success! We've done it! New safe zone located.
Goddamn right.
Got a loadout drop inbound.
Yes, sir.
How many resources did you blow through to dig up that 80-year-old review?
I've been touting the virtues of the Paddington franchise for these years now. And now finally it gets what it deserves.
Right.
Top of the heap.
Yes. And you had nothing to do with it.
Addington 2.
You had nothing to do with it.
Making his marmalade in prison, baby. And that's not a euphemism. Oh, it's so good to be vindicated. Wow. The greatest film ever made.
Addington 2.
Addington 2.
Right.
Suck it, Citizen Kane. Britney Spears is going to speak in court on her conservatorship.
Oh.
This is shocking news.
Huge.
It has rocked people to their core.
Yeah.
Because she has remained silent about this for so long. But she's going to go into probate court and actually speak about the conservatorship regarding her father and what she wants to change. For the last 13 years, he's been running her finances, and she no longer wants that to be the case. So I don't know what's going to happen.
What are all those conspiracy people going to be saying?
I don't know. How do we free Britney if she's allowed to walk around in public?
She can walk in and talk.
Oh, my God.
How do we free her?
What is this about, by the way? No one gave this much of a fuck about her when she was relevant. When she actually was singing songs that were on the radio, no one gave a shit about her. Yep. Now, it's like the rock rolled away 3 days later, and Britney Spears came out of the cave. And now we're going to have a fucking national holiday. What's going on?
I don't know.
People have too goddamn much time on their hands.
A little.
That's what's happening. And too much money, apparently. Because people are furious on social media, Eddie.
Why?
That the Lightning McQueen Crocs have sold out.
What?
You heard me.
Hell.
15 years ago, there was a movie called Cars.
Right.
And Owen Wilson was the voice of a talking car.
He was.
Lightning McQueen. So to honor the 15 years that have passed, Crocs have released a limited edition Lightning McQueen Croc.
And they're gone?
Looks just like him. Here's the fuck all about it all. They're for grown-ups. They're for adults. They're not for children. And they went on sale at 9 a.m. Pacific time on Tuesday.
Yeah.
By 9:47, they were officially sold out. People are losing their minds.
I bet all the scalpers bought them, and now if you look on on eBay and shit, they're probably marked up 100%.
Well, Eddie, you'll be happy to know if you do want to get a pair of Lightning McQueen Crocs, you can go to eBay, and starting at the low price of $350.
Fucking scalper dicks, man.
You can
fucking assholes.
Get yourself a nice pair.
Fucking eat a Croc and choke.
You can slip into them. And you can walk around in Crocs and be mocked for wearing Crocs, but also for having light-up Lightning McQueen Crocs on.
And for spending $300 on something.
So many reasons to mock you once you make that purchase.
Fucking scalpers.
It's nuts. Hey, guess what? They're rebooting a thing that people sort of remember that they kind of almost want to see again, but not really.
What?
Fantasy Island. Welcome, everyone, to Fantasy Island.
Again?
Yeah. Remember that movie they tried?
Yeah, like the Dark
Blumhouse.
Yes.
People get hacked to death.
Right.
Shit. That didn't do so well. So Fox now is bringing back a new series of Fantasy Island. But this is going to be the old school way where people will fly there and then their dreams will come true, but they'll learn an important lesson about life and love. And so they just announced that Rosalind Sanchez, star of Devious Maids and Grand Hotels, she has been tapped to play the lead of Elena Rourke, a descendant of Ricardo Montalban's character, Mr. Rourke.
So this is a sequel series?
It is. It's a sequel series. And young Elena, the only remaining female Rourke, will be now running the show and making people's dreams.
Is there a tattoo type person?
How dare you? That would be insensitive, right? And that would not be woke if you had a little person on the island.
I don't know how you have Fantasy Island now.
They don't. They have two other young, attractive women around there. It already starts to sound like my Fantasy Island. You know what I'm saying, folks? And while we're talking reboots, remakes, and sequels, the Flintstones. The Flintstones.
Live action or animated?
An animated Flintstones sequel series is going to be on prime time on Fox during their animation domination Sunday nights. They're bringing the Flintstones back with a new series called Bedrock.
Are they going to adult it up?
Well, here's the premise. It's 2 decades after we last saw the Flintstones.
Okay.
Fred is on the verge of retirement, and Pebbles, now 20-something, is embarking on her own career.
Okay.
So it's going to be produced by Elizabeth Banks, and she will be the voice of Pebbles Flintstone. And so we get to see the Stone Age is giving way to the Bronze Age now. And so there's a whole new set of problems. Plus, how's Fred going to make any money without being in the quarry?
Well, didn't they have a series where Pebbles and Bam Bam were grown up?
They did. They were teenagers, I believe. Yeah. But it was basically the same show.
Yeah.
Just a little more grown up. But now she's in her 20s and she's going to start a career. And Fred has to come with the grips. He's a Stone Age man living in the Bronze Age world, Eddie. How's he going to?
They're going to have to change the humor of that.
Oh, boy. It's going to be good. When it comes to Flintstone sequels,
they're going to have to make it adult-like.
How about Yabba Dabba Don't? How about that? Take a look at today's celebrity birthdays. All these stars born on April 28th. Actor, singer Anne Margaret is 80 years old today. She has been famous forever since she was just a kid. She broke through in the public consciousness in a movie called Bye Bye Birdie.
Bye, bye, Birdie. I'm gonna miss you so. Bye, bye, Birdie. Why'd you have to go?
She was a stunner.
Yes.
She worked with Elvis in Viva Las Vegas, which I love. And then even when she was older, but she was doing the Grumpy Old Men.
Yeah, she was an attractive older woman, yes.
Still 80 years old today. Paul Guilfoyle from CSI 72. Former Tonight Show host and Eddie Pence doppelganger Jay Leno is 71 years old today.
So identical.
Have you heard?
I think no news is good news.
Oh, me too. Still got my fingers crossed. Mary McDonald, very lovely and talented actress. God, she's been good in everything from Dancing with Wolves to Grand Canyon to Battlestar Galactica. She's 69 today. Bridget Moynihan from Blue Bloods, former
Jason Sehorn's. No, is it?
No, Tom Brady.
Tom Brady's, right?
Brady's baby mama.
Right.
Yeah, 50 years old today. No, Jason Sehorn is married to
what's her face?
Damn it.
She was on Law and Order, right?
Yeah,
I can't think of the fucking name.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn it.
She's gravelly. She's got a gravelly voice.
Yeah.
I'm married to Jason Sehorn. Sounds like someone kicked her in the throat. What's her name?
I don't know.
Come on, Eddie.
I thought it was Bridget Moynihan.
God damn it. Please hold.
We know your time is valuable. Thank you for holding. Someone will be with you as soon as possible.
And we're back. Angie Harmon.
Yes.
Angie Harmon, of course. Speaking of Law and Order, Elizabeth Rome, who I loved on that show. She's also celebrating a birthday today. She's 48. Also 48 is Jorge Garcia from Lost. Penelope Cruz is 47. Jessica Alba is 40. Harry Shum Jr. and Jenna Ushkowitz, both from Glee, are celebrating their birthdays today. He's 39. She's 35. And lastly, singer-bassist Kim Gordon of Sonic is 68. And that's it for today's celebrity birthdays. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the show. But we're not done with entertainment news just yet, and we're not done with birthdays, because today is the 50th birthday of our bestest buddy, Mr. Steve Ashton, our UK correspondent, but so much more. He's a cherished member of our family. Although I think sometimes Steve feels less than cherished. I don't know why I get that impression. I don't know. I just feel like sometimes he feels like he doesn't get his due share of attention.
Well, he's not in the room with us every day, so I guess he feels a little left out sometimes.
That's sometimes I think what the problem is. But hell, why listen to me talk about it? Let's hear the UK correspondent himself. It's time for the UK update. Oh, Steve.
Oh, Ralph.
Yes.
You all right?
Yeah, are you?
Yeah, good. How's tricks?
Things are good. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. You know, I thought I'd do something different with it being my birthday today. I mean, it's my 50th birthday today. I don't look you do. I'm unboyish.
You are quite boyish.
I'm invoking that old Sicilian rule. I don't remember the full details, but it's something like, podcast host must grant correspondent to wish on his birthday. Let him talk about whatever he wants. Something like that, isn't it?
I remember that from The Godfather, yes.
That's the one, yeah. So, you know this feature that you do where people ask about, like, the history of things on the show, like, you know, why Eddie eats certain things, why Eddie doesn't eat certain things, why Eddie's called such and such. why Eddie is allowed out in public and all, those kind of questions, right?
Yes, I'm familiar.
And no one ever obviously asks about me. So honestly, some days I think the show should be called the Pence Presentation, not the Ralph Report. So I thought I would do one of those first of all, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
So let's pretend for a moment someone's written in who doesn't know the background to my involvement in the show, or quite frankly doesn't care. They might not know where the moniker The Crew comes from, because not everyone knows what that actually means. Because some people sometimes say, hey, Ralph, Eddie, and all of the crew, don't they? They say all of the crew. Well, all of the crew is all of me and me alone, right? I mean, if you want to address tertiary characters on the show, like Carrie, Gilbert, Gabby, even Livy, technically, you should not refer to them as the crew. Do you remember the history of that nickname, Ralph?
I do. I believe I do.
All right. So this is what happened, right? So we were recording the show at your place, and it was a couple of days after a live show, and I was just about to fly back to the UK, and I was there, and you did, let's hear from the Garmy, you play a call from someone, and that person said, hey, Ralph, Eddie, Carrie, Libby, and all the rest of the crew. So basically meaning everyone other than me.
No, you're the crew.
Nobody said, and all the rest of the crew. Right? So he even named Carrie, I think, and Olivia, right? Everybody else other than me. Right, so from that day forth, and I obviously took umbrage to that, so from that day forth, I've been known as the crew. It's a very reductive and marginalising thing to say about someone who puts in, honestly, hours of work, make videos. I'm on the show in 3 segments per week. Well, 4 if you ever play the, Oscar Brits that I research, write, and record. I know you haven't always got time on the show for them, but I'm on every live stream and live show where I straight up pay for my own flights, all for no money, So, despite that, some people just go, oh yeah, and the crew, put me in this sort of group identity type of thing. But I get dozens of emails every month, Ralph, saying things like, hey Steve, why are you not the co-host with Ralph? The show would be so much better with you. And Edwin doing updates on Disney owned IP and 80s wrestling, all the stuff he knows about. So, well, actually, I've got one here. Let me just grab it. I've printed it.
All right. Okay.
Hang on, let me do my sound effect.
All right. Oh, yeah, I can hear it. I can hear there's actual paper there.
I'll do that for you. Yeah, it says, here we go. This is just one picture random. It says, hey, Ralph, Steve, and the supporting cast. So straight out of the gate, elevating my role, which is nice. It says, it's Cynthia from Beverly Hills, although I have a large property in the Hamptons. She's put that in parentheses. It says, as a 31-year-old swimsuit model and psychology professor, may I say how much I look forward to the UK segment. Steve's voice always gets me going as soon as he says, oh, Ralph, my vagina becomes as wet as a cashier's arse crack on an 8-hour shift at Target. Oh, that kind of ruined the imagery for me there. But she says, anyway, the second biggest question I have, I'll ask Steve the first biggest question that I have personally after the next live Ralph Report show, and yes, it will involve popping candy in 5 of my orifices. She goes on to say, why isn't Steve the co-host? Edwin is sweet and all, and she put "and all," which I think is very nice. But I just can't get enough of Steve. LMB, lick my bladder. Wow, I'd have to be going some to get up to her bladder, wouldn't I? Well, I mean, I can answer that from my perspective, Ralph, if you like.
I feel free.
So as far as my understanding, at least, anyway, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's mainly because you can't afford me. So you know that bit, and there's a clue. There's a this is a bit like the Marvel universe or something, where you're putting in little little Easter eggs and stuff. So that bit inside, this is a bit inside baseball here. You know when Mike Serber says 15 cents a day, y'all, on the show. Yeah. That's how much you actually pay Edwin.
15 cents per day. So you get what you pay for, really. And one of the other things, again, having doing the holistic buffet, I get to understand some of the backdoor workings, so to speak.
I bet you do.
Behind the scenes workings. There's no backdoor workings going on. And Carrie set up this system whereby every day somebody else's 15 cents goes to Edwin. That's quite nice, isn't it? So everyone pays a little bit of his cost. So the very first person to pay Edwin was yours truly. There you go. So because I have to pay to be involved in the show. So anyway, given that we're behind the curtain somewhat, Ralph, I thought it would be good for me maybe to explain the complex relationship that Edwin and I have. I mean, a lot of people think it's like professional rivalry or some sort of sibling jealousy. Well, I mean, he would be the younger brother, in essence, wouldn't he? Because I'm the smart, diligent one who came along first, and he's a cretinous moron.
Oh, come on.
No, that's how my sister used to look at me. I'm not saying that's how I look at him, but that's not the case. No, it is. It's not the case. No, I'm kidding. Edwin and I are really good friends. In fact, I have a package from Edwin. He mentioned that on the live show at the weekend. I assume it's a gift for my birthday. Shall I open it live on air?
That would be great.
All right, here we go. It's in a, excuse me, it's got a US Postal Service thing, and he pays $16.25 just for the postage. So that's a couple of months' worth of salary for him, isn't it? So let me open it here, and it is a... can you guess what it is, Ralph?
Boy, I can't imagine.
It's a wallet. Do you remember this? It's a wallet that says the immortal words... fuck off on it.
All right.
So this is a callback from a couple of years ago. So what happened was Edwin wrote to me on Twitter and said, can I have your address? And I, in my own, inimitable cheeky style, said, no, fuck you, what's your address? So he told me his address, and then I gave him mine, and I was waiting for something for a couple of weeks. I didn't receive anything. So I assumed whatever he was doing, he'd forgotten about or... probably forgotten about. So I started do you remember? I started what can only be described as I executed a campaign of psychological torture. Do you remember?
I do, yes.
So what I did, right, was I would basically send random shit to his house. And this ended up costing me quite a lot of money to do, right? But I'd send him things like instructions to a Fitbit. It was a picture of a bowl of soup. A paper receipt from a supermarket, all sorts of random stuff. And do you remember, he was trying to work out what the connection was, and I revealed what the connection was on a live show, in that the connection was there was no connection, and I was just trying to fuck with him.
Yes, I remember.
Good times there, Ralph. So I think in a nutshell, that really explains my relationship and friendship with Edwin. So let's move on to my more complex relationship with Reggie.
Ah, yes.
No, I'm only kidding. I've not got time. I've got to go because it's my birthday. So I'm spending it as I always do, Ralph. That's alone, having a cry wank underneath my kitchen sink, wearing a tartan skirt, and doing my impression of an Appalachian woodland creature.
Well, that sounds awesome.
Somewhat of a tradition. I'll talk to you again on Friday.
And now, because it's Wednesday, it's time for One Hit Wonders.
It's the One Hit Wonder! One Hit Wonder!
One Hit Wonders. It's a very common tale. Today's artist was born in Jakarta, Indonesia, back in 1955. Spent many years of his childhood traveling around the world. He lived in the Netherlands, in the United States, Singapore. He was Singapore, all right. Singapore, Luxembourg, Belgium, Germany. He finally settled in Germany and started his professional career in Hamburg, Germany, when he started as an actor, really. And then he started doing musicals. He founded his first band in 1979. And in 1981, he signed his first record contract with Polydor Records in West Germany for 2 records. They signed him for 2 albums. He released his first single in 1982, and it was a massive hit. His very first up at bat was a home run. The single was also released by RCA Records in the United States. And by the time it was all over, he had the #1 record in the United States and in several other countries around the world. His real name is Taco Okers, but he went simply by Taco back in the day. Here's Matt asking for his big hit.
Hey, Ralph. Matt from Buffalo, a 4-star general. What's up? I got a suggestion for One Hit Wonder. The song from the 80s by Taco, Putting on the Ritz. So I hope that you can cover Putting on the Ritz by Taco for One Hit Wonder Wednesday. LMB.
How have we not done Putting on the Ritz by Taco?
Love this song.
This song was everywhere in the early 1980s. 1982, he released a synth pop cover of Putting on the Ritz on his album After 8, as it was released in Germany. The single was also accompanied by a music video. I think that's really why it got so popular, because he looked insane in that video. It's hard to find the original version of that video these days because many characters in it are wearing blackface. So not really in circulation much anymore. There are other Irving Berlin songs mixed in with Putting on the Ritz. Irving Berlin, of course, was the songwriter of that hit. There's No Business Like Show Business, Alexander's Ragtime Band, White Christmas were also all mixed in. Interestingly enough, as I mentioned, the single did hit #1 here in America. That made Irving Berlin, who was still alive at the time, at the age of 95, the oldest ever living songwriter to have one of his compositions enter the top 10.
Wow.
So
that's cool.
It was good for Irving Berlin as well. Song topped the charts in Sweden and New Zealand as well. It was in the top 5 in numerous countries, including Austria, Norway, Australia, Canada. Such a smash hit. He was everywhere. He was on the Merv Griffin show. He did a Bob Hope TV special.
Wow.
He was everywhere with this song. Here it is, his one-hit wonder, Putting on the Ritz.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types to wear a day, go past with stripes and cutaway, go perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz. Dress like $1 million trooper, trying hard to look like Gary Cooper. Come, let's mix where Rockefellers walk with sticks or umbrellas in their minutes. Putting on the Ritz. Have you seen the well-to-do up and down Park Avenue on that famous thoroughfare with their noses in the air? High hats and arrow collars, white spats and lots of dollars, spending every dime for a wonderful time. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types of where they go, past with stripes and cutaway, go perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz. Dressed up like $1 million trooper, trying hard to look like Gary Cooper. Come, let's mix where Rockefellers walk with sticks or umbrellas in their midst. Putting on the
Tap dance segment in it. I've lived through the 80s. I can't explain half the songs that became as popular as they did.
So fun, though.
You'll be happy to know, Eddie, that Taco had a little bit of Bobby Morris picking when he tried to recapture some of his fame. He took, of course, Putting on the Ritz and did a German. He recorded it in the lovely German language. So romantic. Yes.
Bist du dumm, deprimiert, dein Vertrauen zu dir lediert, dann sei kein Wrack. Wer sich nicht fragt, bist du blank und musst erleben, deine Macht will nichts mehr hin, sei auf Sack. Wer sich in den fragt, frag.
Much harsher. That did not do so well. Shocking. It did okay in Germany.
Oh, I would imagine. They can understand it.
Outside of Germany, didn't really capture anyone's imagination. However, he didn't give up. His next single, he said, well, if I had that much success singing an old song,
right,
I might as well sing another one.
Of course.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Quite as catchy, kind of creepy. That did not crack the top 100.
Unreal.
After his next record, he kind of retired from the music business, went back to acting, and he worked in television a ton in Germany and Austria. But with the resurgence of nostalgia, he is back on the road right now. These days,
He is not, is he?
He and his band are touring, and he performs in Germany and all over the world with his band. And
Playing that one song?
as a special guest artist, he will show up and to your house and sing "Putting on the Ritz."
Get a cameo of "Putting on the Ritz."
Indeed. Excellent choice, Matt. Well done. That's today's one-hit wonder.
It's the one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder.
One-hit wonders. It's a very common tale.
And that's it for today's show, kids. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. I hope you'll come back and do it tomorrow. We're going to have fun all over again. Oh, speaking of tomorrow, I should have mentioned this at the top. If you are a four-star general, we are having our live watch party where you get to watch Eddie and myself do it. By that, of course, I mean record the Ralph Report. We will record Friday's show on Thursday night at 7 p.m. Pacific Daylight Savings Time. So if you're a four-star general, I'm going to send out that link. You just got to click on it at 7 o'clock, and then you can watch us as we record live and see what a horrible job we do and how the amazing Gilbert Flores puts it all together. On
He is
the other
magic.
side. He really makes it sound good. So four-star generals, there's your heads up. Tomorrow, it's Thursday. That means Ralph Sex University. It's going to be fun. Also, we'll talk more about the entertainment news. We'll take more of your phone calls, and we'll find out what. That's it for today, kids. Thank you for joining us. Come on back tomorrow, and in order to do that, you got to take care of yourself. So, unlike Ted Nugent, stay the fuck at home. Keep your hands clean and your face covered. Stay good in the hood. Little social distance.
Stay sweet at 6 feet.
Because
Life is life.
As the Germans say, life is life. And you know those Germans.
You know the Germans always make good stuff.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. So we're going to talk to you tomorrow. Until tomorrow, love you. Mean it. Bye.
Damn good show. Hey, busted open. Why not?
Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius
Only
XM
half an hour.
Nation Channel 156.
Welcome to the Busted Open Podcast. This is Dave LeGrand. On today's episode, the innovator of violence, the landlord of the House of Hardcore, and
Get yourself to proper warm-up. We'll be deployed soon.
about 10x promos, the vignettes, the production. I mean, they are doing a phenomenal job when it
Enemy
comes to
soldier
Tuesday
incoming.
nights. And we'll talk about that, Tommy and I, when it comes to NXT. Also, we speak, as we always do, to president and owner of AEW, All Elite Wrestling, the one and only Tony Khan, right here on the Busted Open Podcast. How about Cameron Grimes last night, Tommy? And then you talk about a Hall of Famer like Roddy Piper. How about
Playtime's
the
over,
$1
mate.
billion
You're going to the
man,
war zone.
Ted DiBiase?
Things like that really, really do help a talent. Because if you remember, he had mentioned him before in just a quick little appearance, and you can hear the reaction of the people. If it was even more fans in attendance, that place would have blew the roof off for that quick little segment of Ted DiBiase, who looked great, but he hit his signature stuff. And wrestling fans, you know, they remember
Battle Royale.
everything.
Avoid the gas.
And
Get to the safe
there's,
zone.
I mean, people who weren't born when Ted DiBiase was in his heyday, but
There's the DC.
you can
Stick
tell
together.
the impact that he's had on the wrestling business for something just as great as that. And yes, I loved Cameron Grimes literally being in the expensive jewelry shop with his suit jacket on and no t-shirt, and that's sticking to your gimmick.
Yep.
And dude, I loved this week's NXT like I have been loving it ever since it's been unopposed. What you said, the taking of the pace, the Swerve Scott sit-down interview thing that he did was so unique and so different. I had gone to the restroom. I paused it, and then I was fast-forwarding it to get to the next thing, and I thought it was like a movie trailer. And then I went back, and I was like, this is phenomenal. And then, they're obviously some new wrestlers coming up who they did it looked like a Diamond Dallas Page meets CM Punk with his wrist tape. They're doing some stuff. I could definitely see Jeremy Borash's, I guess, influence, because it's a lot of different camera, more of a 4D camera kind of stuff that they did in when he was working in Impact Wrestling, doing stuff behind the scenes there. It was different and unique, and different and unique is always better, as well as the MSK,
yep.
Kushida, though it didn't feel like it was scripted. And then the simple things, as stupid as it is, but the high five to Mackenzie and acknowledging her and getting her in part of the thing, Kushida adding the K into the K part of his thing, stuff like that is cool. And knowing those characters being so laid back as they are, and then putting them in the main event and delivering a very, very solid main event. And overall, really, really enjoyed the show. I mean, there was nothing. It was not a groundbreaking episode of NXT, but it furthered the storylines of every single person. It advanced every single person, and you saw a new star emerge. And I love how they did that. Though I cringed on her shooting star, I thought she was going to bite it, but really, really enjoyed the show.
Yeah, and you mentioned Jeremy Borash. Does Jeremy just work on NXT? Because if you look at, first of all, the look of that Capitol Wrestling Center, to me, is an improvement over the Thunderdome. Thunderdome is just too bright, too distracting. I love the Capitol Wrestling Center. I think it's perfect with the lighting, just perfect amount of fans to make enough noise. I really like that smoky arena feel. They do a fantastic job. But you mentioned Jeremy Borash. The production, like you said, the camera angles, that 4D effect, the vignettes and even the backstage interviews look so much better on Tuesday nights as opposed to Monday nights.
Yes, absolutely. Even the sit down with Adam Cole.
Yep, which was great.
I loved how they did that, and then how then it morphed into you're now watching what someone else is watching because he's watching the monitor, and then it went to O'Reilly. And I was just like, that was brilliant. It was a brilliant. In editing, it's almost like a wipe, because you're watching one thing and then it took away, and you're like, what am I watching? And like, oh crap. That, I don't want to say it's breaking the fourth wall, but it's taking it to another level, because he's watching what you're watching and he's soaking it in. There were so many great aspects of stuff, and when it's done right, and a lot of times WWE does their production right that way, it is why it's so appreciative and so good. Even the simple thing of Frankie Monet, again, introducing herself to the other women in NXT, and then quickly taking the card, and there's so many different storylines that kind of got interwoven in that one little segment, and it also
well done.
was a thread throughout the show. And that stuff like that, when you're watching television, it's like, okay, now I get it.
Yeah, and you mentioned too, even the realism of it, like you said, kind of breaking that fourth wall. And I kind of felt that even with the Finn Balor stuff, there's that element of realism, and I think you need that. And unfortunately, I can't compare it to other products of the WWE. It's mostly entertainment. It's a show. It feels like a variety show. I don't get that feel at all with NXT. And I'm not just comparing it to other WWE shows, but in all of pro wrestling, I don't think any other show is doing it like NXT, with the production and that realistic feel to that production. Like you mentioned, even just watching back on a monitor, the view of it, the way people are standing. That's the way people would stand when watching something on a monitor, not that side view. I really do think that NXT is hitting it right and hitting a grand slam each and every week.
Yes, even Toni Storm in her promo, when she mentioned Zoe Stark, and she's literally wrestling what you're thinking is an enhancement match, and then here comes Zoe Stark, and that helps to make a new character out of nowhere. This rookie scores this amazing upset on television, and it's when you're watching this stuff, you're like, whoa, I didn't expect to see that happen. I just thought it was going to be a match for Toni Storm. And now you have another angle based out of that. And very, very interestingly done, as well as giving talents mic time. And more so to hone their craft. Or even you look at the Maverick and Killian Dane thing.
Yep.
They're sitting there and you're listening to the guys, even though they're talking German. He's saying and then he's saying stuff to him and you can hear it. A lot of times when I'll talk or when I was doing seminars, guys aren't reacting or speaking or doing stuff or even cheering for their own partner. It's like watching a silent movie. And it's just, you need to, this is how you can get this stuff over. Think about, we're talking about Roddy Piper. Roddy Piper, when the cameraman's telling me to wrap it up. When he hit his famous lines, he wasn't speaking into the microphone. He literally walked up to the camera because it's like, hey, the Frankie Williams things, we're running out, we got to go. And then he delivers these lines. And, stuff like that just happens organically really does happen in a wrestling match.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're telling the stories and you have a great commentary team like Wade Barrett, Vic Joseph, and Beth Phoenix that are making the story better, it's a win-win for all the talent.
All of them former wrestlers
I know you talk
know
about
something and have
nobody will pay, and I say this all the time, it's not a slight against any announcers, but nobody pays to see announcers. They pay to hear them. And that's a big difference when, you're talking about Adnan Virk or whatever his last name is. Sorry if I mispronounced it. But, they made a big deal about bringing in all these outside reporters. The thing they did with Adam Cole with that reporter was great. No one's going to pay to see it. It doesn't add credibility to it. But if you don't make such a big deal that this person, the star of that interview was Adam Cole. And if you think about great interviewers, why are they great interviewers? It's because they get the story out of the talent, not like, oh, look at me, I'm the star. Because that's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I first of all, we praise it every week. Commentators for NXT are absolutely phenomenal. Also, too, when you look at the wrestling, Bronson Reed, now the number one contender for Gargano's title. The way that they built it up, it wasn't that long ago. Me and Mark were talking about, Mark was saying, when is Bronson Reed going to get an opportunity? When is he going to get a chance? Well, now he's the number one contender for a title. Again, slow and steady. Bully always says it. Slow and steady wins the race. And I think NXT right now, when it comes to other WWE products, is winning that race for all the things that you just said, Tommy. And it's important. And I'm not just saying, and I'm not coming out here and saying, well, this is old school wrestling. This is the way it's always been done. There's an element of that, but they do just enough of what 2021 can bring you with production, with talent, with athleticism, with a little bit of that reality base to it, that I think it's the perfect combination for a winning formula. And I think it's proven every Tuesday night.
Dave, I said this, and I don't think you understood it when I said it. If you literally go and watch the TikToks of the Naomi, Lana, Mandy, or all these women, they're more entertaining than what they're doing on television. And this is their own TikTok. Yep. They have control of it. And then you see what happens on television with these people, and you're like, ew. Drop the ball with these people. Even Nia Jax on TikTok is entertaining as can be. and she still comes off to look like a monster. But it just doesn't translate that way on television.
And that's unfortunate.
For NXT, everybody is translating on television properly.
Hey everyone, this is Kurt Morrison. This is Greg McElroy. And this is Nate Burleson. With the 2020 NFL season finally upon us, we're excited to announce 3 new NFL podcasts from SiriusXM. On Total Coverage, we'll explore the hows and the whys behind the league's biggest results. On Inside the Pocket, we will go under the helmet for all the quarterbacks in the NFL. And on 17 Weeks, Jamal Adams, Emmanuel Sanders, and Eric Ebron will discuss the latest NFL stories straight from the locker room. New episodes of all 3 podcasts will be available every week on the SiriusXM app and wherever you get your podcasts.
And now, Busted Open presents Khan's Corner.
Back here on Busted Open, Dave LaGreca, Tommy Dreamer, and this is a throwback. And let's bring in our good friend, president and owner of AEW, the one and only, Tony Khan. Tony, good morning to you.
Good morning to you guys. I hope that, Dave, I don't set you off on a rant like Raw did.
No, Tony, that takes a lot of slip and slides, a lot of humiliation, 3 hours of staring at the same color and matches that I do week in and week out. I don't really get that when I watch AEW Dynamite on Wednesdays, Tony.
I'm so excited to be back here. You know, it feels right doing the show with you guys on Wednesdays. You guys spend Wednesday nights with us, and I feel like I should spend Wednesday mornings with you and all the fans. So I love coming here. I did not know we were going to start calling it Corner. I don't know about
well, that's a throwback. That was Tommy's idea. Tommy, as you know, is a big sports guy, and for the Mets, they had a show called Kiner's Corner that spotlighted one of the MVPs of that day's game. So, Tommy, I think that was a little bit of a throwback. It's like a pretty cool MVP prints, I think, for Mr. Khan. Tommy.
Absolutely. It's good to see Tommy. Tommy and I were just together in Nashville. Tommy, I hope you're doing well, buddy.
Yeah, we're doing good. Hey, today's our 12th anniversary of Busted Open. And as you know, because you listen to the show, we have a little segment now that you have your own little segment, Khan's Corner. What T-shirt am I wearing? And this is a historical T-shirt. So let's see if you, a good wrestling fan, know it yet. So on the shirt, it's a group. All had better singles careers before and after this group. 1 world champion, 2 were Hall of Famers, and both, or actually all 3, held tag titles with other partners. World tag
closing in, relocating the safe zone.
The Rat Pack?
Ooh, that's a good one too. No. Are you ready for the big reveal?
Yes. Let's see what T-shirt Tommy's wearing today. Oh, wow.
Machines.
It's the machines. That is unbelievable. Never would have guessed that in a million years, Tommy, the machines.
Well, I'm glad he told us and didn't keep us guessing because we would have been here all day.
We've been doing this since 9 a.m.
Tony, we have legit had a full bank of phone calls for 2.5 hours having people guess what T-shirt Tommy is wearing. So I never would have guessed the machines. Now, Tony, you've been very nice in this show, and you heard the intro. So, listen, I think it's hot. So, what would you prefer to have? Like, what song would you like to have to introduce you when you come on Open?
That is a tough question. I never thought about that. I don't really need all this fanfare or the specialized name or anything. I just really like coming and seeing you guys and talking to the fans and you every week about what's happening on Dynamite with AEW.
So wait a second. So you rather be waiting? You rather be waiting in the ring than have an entrance when you come on?
Okay, maybe I'm one of those people you load in the ring and then you come back from break and they're loaded.
Okay.
Wrong with being one of those guys, but on the other hand, I do really like the fanfare and the idea of a team, so maybe I got to think about it for next
week.
And I'll come up with something better.
Tony, exciting times. Obviously, 2 strong weeks in a row for AEW Dynamite. Well over 1 million viewers for both those shows the last 2 weeks. I mean, how do you feel coming off of both those shows? Not just the quality of the shows, but how many people have come to those shows as well?
It's been awesome. Thank you for asking, Dave. It's been a great few weeks for us. The shows have been really strong, and I think the most important thing is that the shows are good. And, you know, if we were doing good numbers and the show quality was not high, then I think eventually it would catch up with us. But I'm really glad because I think the shows have been strong and the numbers have been good. So that's the best of both worlds. And we have a really strong card for tonight's show. You know, a lot of your listeners, I think, do watch AEW Dynamite. You guys have a huge, huge audience. So I'm sure there are some people listening to this who don't watch Dynamite or haven't seen it in a long. So we have a really, really big card tonight and huge matches. And I think one of the awesome things about tonight's show and a lot of the Dynamite episodes is that when you look at the matches on this card, so many different people this week have said that they have a match they're excited about, and it's like a different match for everyone. That's how good the card is, like a pay-per-view card. And you know, with tonight's show, what Orange Cassidy versus Penta El Zero Miedo is a match people have been asking me about all week. I'm really, really excited about that. I thought Penta and Trent had a great match last week and left it open for this one. You know, Hangman and Brian Cage is another match people are really, really stoked about tonight. I think that's going to be huge. And those are two of our top wrestlers. And Hangman versus Brian Cage, we've never had that here in AEW. To have Darby defending the TNT title against 10 is really cool. And I don't know how much you guys know about 10, about Vance and his background. Tommy, I don't know if do you know him or do any of you guys know Vance very well?
No, I don't know his background.
He's a good kid, and he had trained at the Nightmare Factory. And when we did the shows in Atlanta at the Nightmare Factory, which like a year ago today, that's what was running, was that we taped all the shows in advance and shut down until we could come back with like a testing plan and do the shows safe a year ago. So we were running these tapes from the Atlanta tapings, and on the first show when we were there, we had a very small crew, and only about 29% of our wrestling roster was there. And we brought in a lot of extras, and to this day, so many of these people have caught on with the company. You know, Vance has become number 10 and a huge part of the Dark Order. Lee Johnson, Sean Dean, Anna Jay, and a number of other people have come in, you know, on that taping and really made their name. And Vance for Alan Angels also. And we didn't have any of the other Dark Order members. Brody was really just starting to get rolling. And I wanted to have some Dark Order representation. And so I made up a team and basically took Vance and Alan Angels, who I really didn't know very well. They were these extra kids that had come in that were helping us out, and they were a huge part of these shows.
You guys
and
all respect.
They came in. I made them 8 and 9 at the time. They were Dark Order 8 and 9 were Vance and Alan Angels, and they did such good work for us. And Brody took to Vance. And Brody Lee said, I really like this guy. I'd like to repackage him and make him. So actually, he became 10. And then immediately he started bringing this guy in the fold. We did a 10 match where Brody was his manager. He got involved in Brody's story, Moxley. And he was really Brody's handpicked guy. And for him to be challenging for the TNT title tonight, which is the belt Brody helped make famous, you know, that I think will always be associated with him now. It's really, really cool, and I think that's another match people have been really stoked about all week, and that's only half the card, and the other half is just as good. So it's really a big show tonight.
When you look at,
I would, I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention to you guys, we get stacked matches tonight, but the Inner Circle Pinnacle Parlay, in addition to all the great wrestling we have tonight, those matches. Statlander and Penelope, the other wrestling, Matt and Mike Seidel, and we have this big 6-man tag, Dustin Rhodes, Billy Gunn, and Lee Johnson taking on QT with Aaron Solo and Nick Comoroto is going to be great. We have all this great stuff, but I think MJF and Jericho and the Pinnacle and the Inner Circle is what some people are looking forward to more than anything.
Especially after last week when I think MJF had maybe the promo of his career last week and beat the Battle of the Words with Jericho last week, I think.
That was awesome. That's high praise, saying promo of his career, because it's a career filled with great promos, and it's really his calling card. So it's like saying, you know, it's Joe Montana's greatest passing day or Michael Jordan's greatest scoring. You know, so for MJF, that's high praise for you, Dave, also. And I think tonight Max and Chris can go out and actually top the promos they gave last week. And I also think next week with Blood and Guts, I mean, if people aren't excited already, I think there's a huge amount of buzz. We've sold a lot of tickets. But I think tonight we're going to sell some more tickets. I think more people are going to get interested in it. And I think Max and Chris will talk a lot of people into this match, but also we'll get to hear more from some of the other really exciting people in the match, Sammy Guevara and FTR, Santana Ortiz, and everyone involved in the match.
I like I'm seeing more of, and I know you're very responsible for it, besides the unscripted promos, but it's the character development. And like you said, hey, I may not know something about this person, but you give them a minute to 30 seconds of a package to let your audience know something about them. And as a viewer, I then get sucked in, like on Ty Conte. I know who she was. I've seen some of her stuff, but I saw a nice little package before her match, a nice little interview, and I was like, yep, I believe in this woman. Is, to me, key to get people to be invested in all these characters.
That package was really strong. Our post-production team does awesome work, and, you know, they put together a great Road 2. And Road 2 we put on YouTubes on Mondays to hype up Dynamites and big events. And I thought they did an awesome job. Kevin Sullivan, Jess Colombo, and the team putting that together, Comeback Studios. And definitely, Ty Conti, I think, made some new fans. And you're right, there were people that kind of knew about her, but that got people a lot more interested in the Ty Conti match, which was a really, really strong match. It did really well for us, and I think it's the match I've ever seen Ty in, and I agree. And I think those packages and whenever you can learn more about her, it helps a lot. And honestly, it's easier to do those things when you're not in the head-to-head war. Seriously, because those packages do a lot better now than they did a month ago in terms of there's a lot less flipping around during a package and things like that because everybody's all action. People want to watch matches. But when you really sit down about the wrestlers, it makes everything more exciting. It makes everything better. And I'm really glad you said that. And it's, you know, trying to do more of that. And I always like doing the packages before, but it's really tough when there's wrestling on other channels. So it definitely has been more possible for me to get across traits, histories, and things about the different characters that you'd want to know. And so I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you, Tom.
Also, you have more freedom in this way as well, and I think it's a great sign for the future of AEW is the main event from last week. You know, with Jungle Boy and Darby Allin, like two quote-unquote like homegrown talents within AEW. You know, young talents as well, putting them in the main event position, and then being one of the highest-rated segments of your show last week. It's a great sign.
They're tremendous, and both of those guys are a huge part of our future. And we saw a number of matches last week, and honestly, there's several matches tonight too, where you could say these two people could be a huge part of the future of the company. You know, Chris Statlander and Penelope Ford are two of our top wrestlers in the women's division, and they have a story that goes back a long time. And at Double or Nothing, actually, when Britt had gotten hurt a year ago, I brought in Patty as a late replacement to go in and wrestle against Statlander, and she did a tremendous job. It was a great match. And Penelope's really developed in the last year. Statlander has also developed in the last year, which is impressive because she's been on the shelf. And she came back from a long-term knee injury in much better shape.
Airstrike target. And
really ready to go. And it was really important to get her going from the beginning. So having her return in the Arcade Anarchy in such a memorable moment, I thought was awesome. And really set her up for this big match tonight with Penelope. So it's going to be another really big part of the card. And, you know, when you talk about people that have come a long way and some of the young stars of the company that are part of the future, I think that's another good example. And really, top to bottom, you know, that's kind of what we have going on tonight. I think with Hangman and Brian Cage, again, two guys that can be world champions for us, two guys that could be, you know, face of the network for us, and two guys where I don't think anybody knows what to expect from that match.
Something I loved last week, and it's simple detail. When the main event was going on and the announcer said, normally this would be an hour time limit. but we don't have that much time left in the show, and we have standby matches as we normally do. But that simple explanation of the TNT title, what it represents, gave it so much more validity. And to the viewer, I feel, wow, I have to watch this because the title may change. And it was just simple with words. And that's why when you have the storytellers like you do with a great announced team, helps the product so much. But at least you told the listener, viewer, of what's going on.
Yep, I appreciate you saying that. This is a TV time remaining situation, and there's other times where we can get an overrun, like at Winter is Coming when Kenny and Mox went on with about 30-something minutes left in the show. I had said, hey, if they go the hour, we have the extra time from TNT and we'll go long. This was not like that. This was a case where, if the guys didn't hit the finish before 10 o'clock, then it was going to be a draw. And it was a great match. And I'm really, really proud of Jungle Boy and so thankful for Darby and what a great champion he is and has been. And I think tonight will be a really tough test. It's his 5th defense in 4 weeks. And he's really, really been a fighting champion. And you don't see that a lot anymore in wrestling. People fighting at that he's been fighting at. And 10 is the bigger man, the stronger man, and has the Dark Order behind him. And Darby's going to have Sting. I think it'll be a really, really fun match tonight.
It's funny because a lot of people on this show the next day after Dynamite last Thursday were saying, the women's match should have been that women's championship match should have been the main event. Well, did you listen? Because it was a 1 hour time limit. It brings realism and credibility to the match. Because, it's not going to be like I'm looking at the clock. Hey, it's a 1 hour time limit. They're on earlier on so they can fit it in if it's a 1 hour time limit draw. And then you have the TNT championship match, which is television time for fans. It's the little things, like Tommy said, that brings a lot of credibility and realism to the wrestling. And I appreciate, as a school fan, I appreciate you doing that. Tony, the Turner Broadcasting networks have gotten a lot stronger. The NHL contract now 7 years. And now everybody's talking, oh my gosh, is Dynamite going to move? Is this going to be a crazy situation? Do you worry about that at all? Or are you perfectly fine to know that Wednesday night is your slot and your home?
I know Wednesday night's our slot and our home, and we're in a situation. I'm thrilled with our partnership with TNT. It's a lifeblood of our company. It's our primary revenue source, and it's the way most fans get exposed to AEW and see the show. And tonight and every Wednesday that we do Dynamite, I think, for a lot of wrestling fans, it's a really important night of the week. And so I want everyone to rest assured that they're not going to have to worry about these kinds of majors. We have a contract. We have 2.5 years left on it, over 2.5 years left on it. For Wednesday nights in this slot. And if there was ever an opportunity to move, or if there was a deal to be had, I would consider it. And it would, if we did something, it would have to be a really good deal for AEW. It would have to make sense for us. But as it stands right now, that is the spot we're in tonight, 8 to 10 Wednesday nights on TNT. And
it's gotta be like a good deal for me because my daddy's back in the whole thing.
A deal.
And we already got millions of dollars. So I'm not doing this for money. So it's gotta be like,
Sunday night history, you were there. Kenny Omega has proven he's literally the best wrestler in the world. He has 3 titles. The AEW title, the Impact title. What is going on? I don't know what's going on. For you, you're literally, your franchise player has to now defend the title in another company. What?
Well, that's nothing new, Tommy, because you have to remember that Kenny has experience doing this. He's the AAA champion also. He went to Triple Mania and defended the title, had a great match with Laredo Kid. Done that. He's gone down to AAA and also defended. So I think there's a precedent for it that, Kenny can burn the candle at both. There was a point a year ago where Kenny and Hangman were the World Tag Team champions, and Kenny was making defenses in Mexico. So, and he had wrestled Phoenix in Mexico and had a great match. So I do think that, he's shown he can do it, that he can fight a battle on 2 fronts. Now can he fight a battle on 3 fronts? But definitely, I hate to say it, his priority is going to be here. And he's the AEW World Champion to be the most prestigious title in the world, and now he's gone to other companies, Impact and AAA, and become the champion, which is great. And it reminds me of when I was a kid, Vader held titles on 3 continents, and that was really cool. And now you have Kenny Omega, who's, you know, 3 different companies holding 4 belts, and there could be more to come. And I think it's awesome. You know, he had a great match with Rich. Rich is great, and there's some really exciting things happening there on your show. But tonight on AEW Dynamite, I think is where you know you're going to see Kenny every week. And he's the best wrestler in the world today. He's been the best wrestler in the world for a while.
Gas is approaching your
And,
position.
you know,
Move to
he's
the safe
another
zone.
really important part of the AEW roster, the AEW family. I was really glad to see him win. I was glad to be there ringside to see such a great match. And I thought for the fans, it was good that they got a great match and a great finish.
Tony, and first of all, here with Tony Khan, owner and president of AEW, and now that you've become a part of this family, that you join us, which we really appreciate, especially tonight's your show. So this is game day, and you come on the show to do this preview, and also, you know, the NFL draft is right around the corner, so this is an extremely busy time for you. So we really appreciate the time. One of the things, though, a lot of fans have been calling in, and as a matter of fact, happened today as well, about interactions that you've had with them. And you're extremely fan-friendly, and it sounds like you've been like that since day one, which is not very common in the world of pro wrestling, especially when it comes to executives and CEOs. How special is your relationship to your AEW fan base?
It's very important to me. It's very special to me. I think everybody in AEW has a special relationship with the fans for the most part. And I think everybody in wrestling really treasures that relationship. If you don't, you should. Because the fans are why we're all here. It's why we're all on this show today. It's why Busted Open has become the #1 show on Sirius. It's why AEW's been the #1 show on TNT and the #1 show 18 to 49 on cable. Number 2 of all 18 to 49 shows last week were #1 with men, and we've been, you know, consistently in the top 5, top 6 with women. And so the show's been a huge hit. Your show's been a huge hit. Why? Because of the fans, and because we try to do wrestling content, provide wrestling content that the fans will like. And at the end of the day, if there's something we've done that people don't like, I really make an effort to go back and fix it. And I don't want to double down stuff people don't like. That is not necessarily the industry standard. And definitely in 2021, 2020, it hasn't been necessarily the industry standard, but it's what I believe. And I think it's why, you know, we've had a consistent fan, why we've maintained such a great audience since we launched. And now, you know, we've seen our audience pick back up to the highest levels we've really had since the beginning. And I attribute, you know, why wrestling fans stick with us through thick and thin, because it's in our blood. Mm-hmm. If you're listening to Busted Open, you're probably a big wrestling fan, or maybe you're a new wrestling fan. And we all share some, and we all really love this. And, you know, there are people, some of us might take a break from it. There have been times where you might stop watching for a little bit, but we always go back.
Yep.
And that's what makes us a brethren. That's what makes us a family of wrestling fans. And so, to me, I mean, I am one of the wrestling fans. And the first time I ever met Tommy, I was 13 years old. And, you know, I looked up to him. And I'm now, here I am, we're interacting on TV. And when I met Tommy, I was wearing a Taz shirt. And now Taz works for me. Taz works for AEW. Taz works for the fans. And Taz is one of the best personalities in wrestling now. And I think it was a big mistake, a big oversight in professional wrestling that Taz hadn't been a big part of wrestling until we came back. But I'm really glad that Taz and Team Taz are, you know, a big part of our show. And that's just a couple examples of people that were very nice to me when I was a fan. And, you know, it's all come back around. So some of you are fans now, who knows? Tommy and I could be working for you someday. So, you know, that's what makes wrestling awesome. And I think we're all so connected, you know, even in the world of celebrities. I was talking to somebody the other day, and it's like celebrity wrestling fans and powerful people in Hollywood, you know, regarding wrestling, you always hear the same names. Like, whenever somebody says, like, oh, I got connected to this person, it's always one of the same few people. Because there are a certain group of people that really, really love wrestling, and it's a really small world, and we're all connected through it. We're all like, they say 6 degrees of separation. In wrestling, it's like 1 or 2. Everyone knows somebody who knows somebody in wrestling, and I think that's what's another thing awesome about it.
Yeah, it is. It is a family atmosphere, and you're so right, Tony. It's in your DNA. Like, once you're a wrestling fan, that's it. And you may get away from it for a little while, but you'll always come back. And we just have about 30 seconds before the end of the show, and I just want to thank you so much. Especially, it's 12 years. I never would have imagined that I would have been able to get a pro wrestling show on the air, much less have it last this long. And I can't wait for the next 12 years. And Tony, you've been such a great supporter of this show, so you're a big reason why now that we are the #1 sports talk show on SiriusXM. So we really appreciate you coming on. And don't forget AEW Dynamite tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on TNT. And Tony, once again, thanks for all the time. We appreciate it.
Happy anniversary, guys. Happy anniversary, Dave.
Thanks for listening. Catch us Monday through Saturday on Busted Open from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on SiriusXM. Fight Nation Channel 156. The Busted Open Podcast.
One hell of a fucking long show. How long did you broadcast today, Wabbit? Too damn long. Oh, at least now I can hear when people sneak up behind me. I'm getting too old for this shit.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Excuse me. Pardon me. It's a ton and a half of pizza I ate. Shouldn't have ate so much pizza. Write that on my tombstone. I ate a tombstone pizza? Someone took all my shit, man. You believe that? Cold, bro. It's carbonated. Your thing's popped, but your thing has a usually what in it. Top notch. Ooh. Not creepy at all.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Thank you. Trying to decide where to go. Grab the car.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
I'll be alright. If I'm not alright, I should grab the car and we'll find out. Not alright. Should have grabbed the car. Done. Can't even turn.
This is the Gulag.
Don't you have armor?
Redeploy.
I didn't have armor. Oh.
Fight's ready. Sit tight, mate. You'll be out there soon enough. Get ready to fight. You're next.
Not your mate, buddy. Not your pal, guy. Same thing.
Listen up, soldier. Win here and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done. You're up, soldier. Now go sort this fucker out. We got roughed up in there. We're bringing you home. The enemy took that one, but we'll be back to finish the job.
Barrel stuffed. I gotta feed the cat. Why are you looking at me? I gotta feed me. Oh. Oh. Don't step there. I'm gonna go out for a walk soon, huh? Yeah, take the midnight walk. Good. Oh, you're such a big pop. Oh, why you got I have your face. Can I have your face? Okay. I have your face. Oh. But you want to come and sit on me, right? Yes, I know. I don't know. I don't speak dog. I don't know anything. I'm speaking. Soft. Okay. What, soft here? You soft out. Yes, he wants to go out. Yes.
Get yourself a proper warm-up. We'll be deploying soon.
Whoa. Okay, come. Don't pull. Here. Come and sit. Okay. I'm playing the Call of Duty. Okay. Can you look? Can you look? Alright. What's your opinion?
Enough practice. Time for the real thing.
Okay. There you go. Don't be shy. Good. You gotta play, alright? You gotta do the game. Alright? Okay, good boy. So where we landing? Right there? Okay.
Battle Royale.
Drop point set. We're going for infill.
Proceed to the safe zone.
I'm so tired. 10, 20 minutes to get oh, itchy. You need a bath. You're making me itchy. You go all on it, huh? I was just there. I don't want to go there. I was just there. Here, go there. We will go here so much after the bomb hit. My buddy likes this cat. Okay. Watch it be a really good. I'm not
Targets are up. Get to work.
Huh? I'm still touching you. So good. How'd you get to be so soft anyway, shit? Huh? How'd you get to be so big? Can you speak little for me? Can you do some speaking little? As well. a good one to do this, bro. You think? These boxes will protect us here. Don't worry. Knucklehead, are you playing? Do you have it? You got it? Oh. Great. That's great. Yeah, press the button. There you go. Good boy. Yeah, you press it. Yeah, press it. Always frustrated. That's a video game. You'll be frustrated. That's what happens. I checked the thing. I have you. You're okay. So hold me up. That's what this is. Just hold me up. So I can breathe good.
Gas is closing in.
Yo, might be better off with that. Oh, yeah. Killing my hand. I'm not gonna pull. I'm gonna let it go. Just prop you up. Okay. Okay. Give me a blink. So this is okay. What the fuck that was? Well, let's get the fuck on out of the open, huh? Oh man, I'm dead because I need to find a good place for the box to land. Maybe that was secure. Nope, not secure. Not secure. And just sit back and wait. Yeah. What do you think about? Oh shit, you're right. There comes one. Gee, it looks safe to cross. I should go cross that empty parking lot. Creepy SOV, how does he see me? He missed still. How did they hear me, huh? How did they see me? I'm in there long enough. Oh, look at this. We got baby ball tree. Extra stuff. That's up. How did that come out here? He's like, oh, there's a guy definitely hiding in that van.
You return to the front line.
I can hear him.
If you lose, you're done here. You're up, soldier. Now go sort this fucker out.
Right,
gave them a proper choice. Stand by for reinforcement.
Oh my god. I love kids. It's always the same thing with them.
Stand by for coordinates.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Pretty sure just saw somebody else over there too, though. So,
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
yeah, it's just gonna be too
Learn from the
hard.
loss. Failure's a proper teacher.
Let's see what we're on now. So. I'm coming back. I see it. Matt's like, dude, you didn't feed me yet. Fucking Simpsons? That's not bad. Emblem. Alright, well, I'm leaving. We're just getting here. It's very late. I'm sorry. This episode, though, Rabbit, so it will be known, has like 1, 2, 3, or 4 podcasts in it. Because I just didn't feel like talking. So I played deaf the entire time, but I listened to Cornet. And so I'll probably get stricken for something. I'm always getting a copyright strike for something. I don't have monetary value turned on my shit, so I don't worry about it. Don't say, hey, no chance of me ever getting $1 out here, and I did not try. It is not for kids. Sorry. Huh? It takes you out, yeah. You're not doing it alone. You're on the block, huh? Doing some running, because I'm fat. Fat! Oh. I'm tired. I'm going out. Oh. I'm gonna feed the cats. Mm-hmm. What you doing? Hmm? What you doing? You're being a pain in my ass. Hmm? Don't be a paima. Be soft. Tom. Can you speak? Speak for me. Oh, come on. He's getting rubbed off. He's getting rubbed. Come on. Come on. And speak. Speak, baby. Speak. I can hear you. What? 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 Huh? Hulk Hogan. What? What? Are you speaking? Come on. Oh. Oh, yeah. Come on. Speak to me again. so happy right now. Oh, shake it. Shake it. Oh, he's a good kid. Bye. Enjoyed this one. This one's a really good episode. It has nothing to do with me. I have a couple of good kills, and some funny shit happens to me because I can't hear shit. Bye. Oh, and if you're new here, subscribe.